Good morning, everyone. Welcome you all to the 2024 Legislative Workshop for our association. So I appreciate everyone taking time out of their business schedule to be here. Time away from families. It really means a lot to us, our mission, but it shows us continuously how passionate our people are about taking care of our children. Thanks. Few administrative announcements I want to make. Bathrooms are downstairs, directly across from the check-in. So keep that in mind. There's also coffee down there. If you want to a little a bistro, restaurant up there. There's coffee if you need it. Links for this is being streamed online. So the links are on the website. There's a QR code in the folder with all the presentations. And also in your folders, there is point papers for us to make sure we have. We're just to review. I would like to recognize some huge corporate partners that we have that are making all this possible here. So the first ones we have, Jennifer C. Walmart. Thank you so much. We have Gary Thompson, USAA. Thank you, Thompson. We're proud. I saw him earlier. I don't know if he's here now. Josh Atkinson from PNP Go Learn. He's probably outside, but thanks to him. Syracuse University was here yesterday, but we definitely have contact information for people if they need it. Strategic Staffing Solutions is here as well. Penn State will be joining us tomorrow or today. My High is here. Columbia College couldn't make it a little travel issue, but we appreciate their efforts. Even when they can't be here, they still contribute. Mountain EANGUS is here, and whoever was here yesterday realized that Alec, who's our corporate advisory panel chair, is here today. Sparta Science is here. He has to leave a little early, but if you get a chance, go see him. Go visit him at the booth. He's got some great innovation stuff for us moving forward for our solution here. Bill Kramer's here with Kinetics, and we'll be going there on Tuesday. Motor Voice was here with a nice brief yesterday about the full capabilities of what we can do with Motor Voice and how the states can take advantage. And then we have Jeff Rogers from Firearms Legal. He's sitting proud of. Oh, Jeff. Thanks. So we got some great speakers lined up. We got some great information out there. Once again, this is our bread and butter. This is what we make it happen. So I want everyone to make sure when you're going to the Hill and doing your visits, we keep in mind the reason why we're here, right? Those soldiers in. When we see money flowing all over the place, except for addressing our soldiers in. I don't want you to go there and talk about a food fight. I want you to sell the story. I want you to talk about what we're doing. I mean, with the amount of accomplishments that we've done in the National Guard, no one can argue with the most active component in all of DOT, right? Constantly deploying overseas at extraordinary rates. You know, improving our interoperability throughout the world through our SVP program. Combating fentanyl and illicit drugs. Building stronger communities through our counter drug program. These are all the things we have to emphasize. We talked about the families, right? The families, how they sacrifice, and they didn't sign up for this, so they sacrifice as well. We brought it up yesterday, we mentioned COVID, right? When we're running out of our houses to take care of people, who's taking care of our families? That's what we need to drive home. And that's how we're going to sell our mission and we need to move forward. All right. So at this time, we're going to go around the room, do some brief introductions. Please tell us your name, where you're from. If you have a position at your state association level, announce that. If you have a position at the national level, let us know. We'll start.
More.
As the Arkansas past president and 2 days ago, area 2, and your finance chair.
Grant Roper, Area MP for Oregon, area chair for Area 7, and I am co-chair for the Resolutions Committee. Morning, Colton Strata, the last time.
Chris Rollins, past president from West Virginia and current resolution chair.
Jeremy Thompson, and I'm serving as the Alabama State President right now, and I'll be the Legislative Committee Chair.
Clint Miller, Alaska, co-chair.
David Daniels, Manager of Legislative Affairs for the National Office.
Jeff Frisbee, the Executive Director here at EANGUS. You got to meet David. He's the new hire for the office. We've got some exciting things to share with you. Brian is in the back. I don't know if he's even in the room, but I just want to recognize him before I move on. He's done a lot of work to help put this together and bring everybody here. So we're thankful for him. So Brian, if you can hear me out there, we appreciate it, buddy.
Bob Sweeney from Washington. I'm the vice president for EANGUS.
Daniel, I'm project support.
Headmount, Oklahoma, and
Good morning, Raya Cruz. I'm the Texas State President and also your National Secretary.
Julie Perez from Texas. Angela Matthews from Texas.
Kalakowski, State of Florida, Legislative Representative.
Steve Steele from South Carolina, EANGUS Chairman.
Larry Cross from South Carolina. Glad to be here. We're a combined state too.
Jay Cruz from Connecticut.
Dee from Connecticut, Vice President.
Karen Craig, past EANGUS President, and We Care for America Chairman.
Yes.
Linda Hash, I'm from NGB. I'm the past president for NGB. I'm currently legislative co-chair, and I'm also the chair for the new Women's Affairs Committee. So if you want to be on our committee, come to me. Good morning, I'm Keisha Dixon, California.
Good morning, Margie Holcomb. I'm the EANGUS Auxiliary President. I'm also President for the Virginia Auxiliary, and I'm the Legislative POC for Area 2 and for the Virginia Auxiliary.
Good morning. I'm from Kentucky. I'm the Executive Director. I'm also on this conference planning.
John Guy from Kentucky, I'm the President and the Retiree Parish Chairman for EANGUS.
Gary Thompson, USA.
Jeff Rogers, Firearms Legal Protections, Texas, also a proud new grandpa.
Oh,
Let me flip it a while. Good morning, Renee Bray, Ohio Secretary.
Larry Williams, Ohio.
Morning, Trevor Ryan.
Morning, Josh Baker, President of a small up-and-coming state, California. Also the Area 7 Director.
Dave Brody.
Morning,
Good morning, Sergio Robles, California.
Morning, Heather Evans, Idaho.
Lee Pierce, Idaho State President.
Kansas State President.
Good morning, Emily Alexander, New Mexico Vice President.
Daniel Emily, Utah Army at Large.
Zach Beveridge, Utah State President.
Thomas Wells, Utah, Co-Chair. Even though Josh Atkins, I'm probably hoping to hear me on TV yesterday. If you want to come by outside. Basic. And James and Pete, don't fight for it.
All he'd say.
I'm Wayne Johnson, South Carolina. I'm technician for CSCS on a maintain work base up in Toronto.
Troy, Kansas, not a first time.
Paul Jacob, NGOK, past president.
I think he should have something.
Derek Young, past president, Arkansas.
Cowboys.
Adrian Wiggins, East Arkansas.
Chris Hudson, DP Arkansas.
Louis Jackson, district representative for Arkansas.
William Owens, newly elected president for Arkansas.
Chris Brilliant.
Tracy Young, Arkansas Board President and co-chair for their state of
Fantastic. I love the packed house. Kansas broke the ice in this, so I'm going to ask for a show of hands for first timers. Who else we got this first time? Oh, beautiful.
Yeah.
If you are, if you're listed, raise your hand. So listen, ask a lot of questions. We have a beautiful family of legislative teams in our state association. So, you know, the only way we're going to learn is if we continue to mentor and coach each other and ask questions, lean on each other. So thank you all for being here. I know I mentioned our corporate partners before making this possible, but I got to recognize, you know, my full-time staff one more time. Jeff Frisbee, the team. I mean, if you saw what was happening over the last 6 months, your jaw would drop. There's been a lot of work happening. So thanks, Jeff, and thanks, team. We want to introduce Jeff to talk about the National Office Update. Special thanks to obviously all of our state presidents that are here, but more importantly, our executive council. There's a lot of volunteer work going out there. I know there's a lot of people still serving that serve on that board of directors. So thank you so much for all you do, and thanks for making us a strong association. Thanks. All right, so Jeff, I'm going to turn the floor over to you to talk about the National Office Update.
All right, good morning, everyone. Hey, I'm going to echo a little bit of what the president said, that I really appreciate that we've got a room full of people that have given up a weekend to travel. You paid some money to be here. You have come to DC to carry the voice and the message of this organization. But more importantly, you came to share the story of our enlisted men and women across the formation, those who have previously served and that continue to serve in the National Guard. I am personally very honored and grateful that you would take that time and that dedication to come here and share that message, and for what you're about to do and how it changes the tone, the voice, and the future of the National Guard. So thank you for coming this weekend, and thank you for being here this week. What you're about to do is incredibly important, and it is the heartbeat of why this organization exists. It is why I have a job. It's why I'm able to bring on guys like David Daniels and forth and let him come and carry your message in Capitol Hill. It's why Brian has been with this organization for 30 years. It's because of what you're about to do this week. So we're very grateful for that. And as a result of our gratitude and what you're about to do, I'm going to give you a quick brief on what's happening right now in the national office and some things that have been going on. The president mentioned, the activities over the last 6 months. And it has absolutely been a nonstop race to get to this point. And it doesn't feel like we're at a point where we can slow our pace down. We're definitely continuing to move forward and doing as much as we can and trying to put as many things in a bucket or basket and carry it for you. So let's just kind of review some of those things real quick. First off, I'm sure that everyone knows that we've had some reorganization at the national office. Now, I will tell you that this conversation doesn't just revolve around the personnel that have been there. In fact, it's been a little bit deeper than that. It's been a lot deeper than that. We've had to do some evaluation of what we are at the national office, how we represent you, what we can do to refine our ability to be a professional organization that is uncomparable to any other organization in this world on behalf of the men and women of the National Guard. So we have recently made a couple of hires. We're in the process of making one hire. We made one hire at the national office for the legislative side of things to help with our legislative voice. I got those bullet points kind of backwards a little bit, so I'm going to introduce first to you David Daniels. David came on this week, and he is the manager of legislative affairs. I thought it was pretty ironic that we called that an MLA. I don't know if you call it that or not. But he's on board now. He's got a great background. He's bringing some youth and he's bringing some passion to what we do. David, I want to give you a moment to introduce yourself.
So my name's David Daniels. I'm from Mobile, Alabama, and I've been with EANGUS for about 3 or 4 days, but it feels like y'all are already family. So it's a real honor to work for this organization. I've had a chance to speak with some of y'all already, and it's got me fired up, and I'm ready to get on the hill and kick some butt for you. So thank you for having me, and I can't wait to get to know everyone.
I want to tell you, when we interviewed him, we walked out of that room thinking, man, this guy's got something. He's got something that we need. And just to kind of encapsulate that, I want to tell a story. We're putting this together. And, we're trying to make appointments. We're trying to find space. We're trying to get meals. We're trying to lay everything out, get an agenda out to you. All that stuff was incredibly fluid, and we're trying to figure out how to make it all work, put all those pieces together. On Wednesday, I think it was Wednesday of this week, I gave him a call, and I made an offer to him to come to be on our staff and to work for us. And when I did, I said, listen, there's some things that I need you to do, pretty quickly. I said, first off, we've got this workshop coming up this weekend. He's like, oh, all right, I saw we're going to be pretty busy, but okay, I can handle that. I said, I need a place on Capitol Hill that we can do a legislative reception. And he goes, by when? I said, by Wednesday of this week. He goes, okay. He said, you realize it's less than a week away, right? I said, yeah, I got that. He said, that's a pretty big task. I mean, I'm not telling you it's impossible, but it's a lot to get done within 7 days. In order for us to get space in the Capitol, on Capitol Hill, you've got to have a congressional sponsor. They've got to coordinate with the congressional House offices to get that space, and you got to do all the catering and everything. He goes, that's a pretty big task. I said, I think I can do it. 15 minutes later, he called me back. And he says, hey, we got the gold room on the first floor of the Raven building. Representative Kelly's going to be able to sponsor us and get us taken care of. You'll have a menu for your caterer in about 20 minutes. He said, yeah, I think we're all taken care of.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
To confirm that we made the right hire, but it took me about 15 minutes to let me know we had the right hire. All right, so next we had over 100 applications. We had 100 applications. We didn't have over 100. We had 100 applications for the legislative director position. And we had some people who had some resumes that you were thinking, I was getting a phone call from President Biden in 15, 20 minutes to recommend this person. But we had some presidential appointees. We had 3 people who had presidential appointments. We had some people who had previously worked within the Supreme Court, some very high-profile senators, some very high-profile representatives, and we culled down the list of 100 to about 16 applicants that we felt like would best represent the Guard. Those were applicants who had previously served, applicants who had National Guard backgrounds, applicants who had great connections within the Capitol and who had a great experience to help bring EANGUS to the next level when it comes to the legislative process. Of those 16 interviews, the 16 applicants, we had 13 interviews that we conducted. We had 3 that actually turned down the interview after we notified them. But out of all of those interviews, whenever we were done, there were 2 candidates, and David, you were one of them, who walked away saying that we felt like they could carry your voice for you. The way they sold themselves, the connections that they had, and more importantly, the way that they were able to explain their vision for what that position would do and the plan of action of how they were going to do it. And there's a young man from Utah, some of you are probably very familiar with him, Michael Lane, who he was very intimate with EANGUS. He had previously worked here in D.C. in one of the representatives' offices. He goes back to Utah, and he started taking all of the state legislative actions together, and he combined all of that with his experience by coming to these workshops and to the legislative quarterly summits. And he put all that together, and he said, here's what I think we need to do for EANGUS. And without me having to prompt him, without me having to share any of my vision or anything that I thought about this organization, Michael Lane was able to really encapsulate a lot of the things that we were looking for the next legislative director for this organization. So we've offered him a position. He right now it seems like he's going to come on board. Now he is a Utah Air Guardsman who is currently deployed to Kuwait. So he will not be back in the United States until May. So we won't get to bring him on until the 15th of May, somewhere around there, maybe the 1st of June. But we are actually very excited to have him come on board. David and he have had a couple of conversations, and the legislative team that we've got lined up for EANGUS is really going to help propel this organization to the next level. They're going to take this to the next level of professionalism. They're going to put us in front of the right congressionals in the right offices. And what I feel like is the most important thing is they are going to be responsible to you, to the states, and what we do and how we get that message out to you. We're really excited about that. Michael Lane's going to call in tomorrow morning, so we'll have an opportunity to hear from him. I'm going to let him explain some of those thoughts and those vision that he has. He's got a great plan put together on what he's expecting and where he's going to go. But we're really glad to have him on board. We've advertised a media and marketing director. That job is advertised now until March the 6th. So far, we've had about 40 applications. I had 3 last night. We're looking forward to kind of exploring where that's going to go and what that person's going to be able to do. But I'm just going to tell you my expectations of that position. I need somebody first and foremost to make sure that we are staying ahead of the game with our social media footprint. How we represent ourselves online. And when I say social media, I'm going to throw a website in there. So we've got to have somebody who's got some WordPress background, can manage all those social media footprints. My expectation, and I've told Bob this, I feel like I'm probably going to put a lot on this person, especially for the salary that we're paying. But I need someone who is capturing what that legislative team is doing every single day at Capitol Hill and letting you know. We were in this office today. We were visiting here. Quick little video blurbs as we're walking past the Capitol. I want video of us in legislators' offices. as we're visiting with those legislators, we're talking about TRICARE for all and GI Bill parity, whatever the issues are we're hearing that day. I want someone who's able to capture that and share that with the membership. And I think that digital footprint is not just social media and the website. It also means that we've got to have someone who's putting together significant, relevant, Minuteman updates, drill weekly talking points, messaging that goes out to the email on the email blast through Fluent CRM to you as a member, so you know what's happening at the national office. And when I say that, I want you to know that my expectation of this media and marketing director is someone who has the ability to do press releases, original content, and articles from EANGUS. I am not sure how much you benefit from us copying and pasting a story that military.com or the Air Force Times, Army Times is doing for you. In fact, my expectation is that Minuteman update goes out on Wednesday, and we've got 3 articles in there from military.com. You probably got those exact same 3 articles on Monday because you've already subscribed to military.com. So we need original content from the national office, an EANGUS perspective, an EANGUS story that captures what we're doing for our organization. So that's the second expectation of this individual. And then, the third expectation is not the last expectation. We've got to have somebody who is also capable of putting together a quality magazine on a quarterly basis for you, for the membership, for all of our partners, the legislative offices that get those magazines, every governor's office that gets that magazine, every armory that sits around where the E4s wait for pop floors on Sunday to get out of there, and they pick up a magazine and they see the New Patriot magazine. We need somebody who's going to put together an incredible product for the membership to be like, wow, this organization, they really have some great things going on. That's what we're looking for in that position. We are going to make sure that we develop clear, concise roles for the national office, and you know who's doing what, so that there's no ambiguity about who to call, how to get things done. We're gonna make sure that everybody in that office knows exactly what it is they're doing and how to do it. So we've got two members of the legislative team on staff. I've already talked to them about how we're going to define some of those roles, but I will tell you that some of that falls back to how do we give you, the states, a clear picture of what's happening, what we're doing, and how are we being responsible to you. So those are definitely things that we're considering whenever we define those roles. We do want to explore a business development position right now. That it's not something that we know exactly how we're going to flesh out, but we're going to hopefully get that on board on the team. And I'm going to talk about this in a moment. When I talk about how we redefine that national office and the expectations of the national office, especially the responsibility to what we give to you, we know that we've got some things that we have to do to organize ourselves, keep ourselves, doing the right thing for you and making sure that we're synchronized. And that's going to start with every week we're going to have weekly staff meetings. So on Mondays, you call the office. Just like you, when you're back at home and you work, Mondays is a very busy day. You're catching up from the weekend. You probably got a couple of sync meetings yourself that you're doing. On Mondays, we're going to synchronize ourselves to prepare us for that week and the upcoming months and what we owe you. Even though we've been without a legislative director for the last 2.5 months, we have not really missed a beat when it comes to our legislative efforts. We're still working hard to maintain an active schedule here in Washington, D.C. In fact, some of the individuals that will be on the panel today, we've been meeting with them on a regular basis, talking to them. We've got some great stuff that they've been working on, that they're working on with EANGUS. Maybe not exclusively, but definitely we're in those conversations. So there's some great things there. Got on here white papers maximizing the use of voter voice. I told you that we've offered a job to Michael Lane, who's in Kuwait. And I had a conversation with him, and David was in on some of this conversation. But I let him know that whenever he starts in mid-May or early June, he is going to inherit a product that is going to be somewhat reflective on what he can volunteer to help us get done now. So I don't want him to come into a job where he inherits point papers that have the 117th Congress on. I mean, we're in the 118th Congress right now and the second section of that. So by the time he gets here, we'll be halfway to the 119th Congress. So he is going to help us fix some of our point papers. He's going to modernize those, clean them up, make sure that they're headed in the right direction. We're going to look at our legislative focuses, make sure that we have clean, concise, well-written documents whenever it comes to that. So he's going to help us do all of those things. But when we talk about those point papers, that works hand in hand with us making sure that we maximize the use of our technology capabilities. We have programs within the national office that we're paying for. And they're not cheap. We're paying big money for things like Photo Voice and Legistorm, which is another software online application that we use. We've got to make sure that we're utilizing those maximum capabilities so that we're getting the most out of our money to best serve you as the membership. We had a conversation with Photo Voice yesterday, and there are some capabilities within that tool that we have not been using that can give us a great, clear picture of not only who the national office has talked to, so that you will know every time we spend time with your legislators and your congressional delegation, but also whenever you go to visit and what you talk about, how we can follow up and be more engaged with those visits. So if you go to the Hill and you talk to a legislator, we can wait a week, we can wait 2 weeks, and we can go and say, hey, I know that you talked to Linda Hesh, and she's brought these issues to you. You know, can we follow up? Is there anything that we need to do? So that we can make follow-up appointments, visits. Whenever you give them a point paper that's got EANGUS's name on the bottom of it, we want to be able to go in there and follow up and say, don't forget about us, because we're the ones that are carrying this message, and this is what we need done. One of the strong focuses that we got, and this is, again, a testimony to David, whenever he did his interview, he asked, how do we support the state? How can I be involved in the state? And he's got a lot of state experience that he brings to the table. He used to work for Tyson up in Springdale, Arkansas. And whenever he was there, one of the responsibilities that he had was to kind of organize and bring together various states in very innovative ways. He brought together some teams that you would not think about normally coming together. And he did that because he knew that he needed all of those teams to make these things happen. And they weren't federal regulated issues. They were issues on things that were happening within the states that states shared in common and that needed to get done. So how can we best support you in all of our efforts and show you that we're being responsible to you and to the states and really specifically the membership. And we've got some great things working for We Care for America as well. We're hoping that there's some big things in store for that, some great things coming, but we know that that's got to be a focus of the national office and how we support that, the message that we carry, the voice that we see it. You know, there should never be a real opportunity for us to speak when we don't talk about We Care for America and how that foundation is doing great things for the soldiers and the airmen across this country and those families. Okay, all of that stuff, I probably said more than I should have in the first slide, because I got more to say on this slide, but I only got like 5 minutes to do it. When I came into the office, when I came into the job, I felt like there were about 4 things that we had to do extremely successful to be an effective professional organization. And I'm not saying these are exclusive, but these are the 4 key big things that we have to focus on at the national office. The first is that we have to keep in mind that we are a membership-based organization. We have a responsibility to the membership. So we know that we have to drive membership, we have to be responsible for that membership effort, and there are ways that we're going to have to do that. We know that we have life members, we have annual members, we have associate members, we have legacy members, we have new to the guard members. How do we bring all of those together and help them carry the message to the effectiveness and the professionalism of the organization? So we set goals for each of those. We've got goals within the office of what we need to accomplish and how we can accomplish that. So Brian back there has already been working on some campaigns to put together for things like expiring memberships. He's been putting together campaigns for life legacy memberships, how we can engage them, let them know that we're still supporting them in doing things the national office for. We know that there are states out there that have pending payments that we've got to be able to help you with and figure out what we can do to help get those payments collected and get them turned in. And I mentioned the marketing program. So we're a membership-based organization, and we have a legislative purpose. So we are defined by our legislative actions. And I would tell you, and I would think that there are very few opportunities outside of the legislative reach that helps us demonstrate our value to the membership the way that our legislative efforts do. So we have to be effective in our legislative outreach. We've got to be able to give you, I'm going to use the word tangible, excuse me. I'm going to use the word tangible. I got in trouble one time for using that because I was told that, well, if you can't physically touch it, it can't be tangible. Well, I want to give those point papers in your hand are the tangible evidence of the effectiveness of this organization. Every time Congress signs a bill that is impacting the National Guard, Department of Defense, if you don't see EANGUS's footprint, fingerprints all over that document, then I think we might be failing you. So we want to give you tangible evidence of the effectiveness of our legislative efforts. We're going to be a reputable staff that is professionally representing you in all of our engagements. I said we're going to use those digital tools better. We're going to use voter voice to the maximum effectiveness of that tool. We're going to give you valuable workshops. Whenever we ask you to come to DC and you pay your money, and you pay money from the state association to be here, we want to make sure that when you leave here, not only are you excited and motivated about what you're leaving to go home for, but you leave here thinking you accomplished things. In your toolkit, when you leave these workshops, we want you to be able to go back home and say, let me tell you what we did this week, the conversations that we had. So take that message and take it home and help spread this organization and what we do for the Guard. I've told the team I want them to be able to give you reports on their engagement. They need to be able to let you know who they talked to, what they talked about, when they talked to that individual, so that you have an idea of what's happening within the legislative session. So we're a membership-based organization with a legislative focus who has to accomplish a grand conference every year. And we're going to put that conference on in August, typically, unless something changes. Although there's been a kind of discussion. So how do we market this? When do we get those agendas to you? What's the plan? Where's the events? How many people do we have coming? What are the goals to accomplish for attendance at that conference? Getting those timelines out, getting the information out, putting together the best professional program that we possibly can. Those are all focuses of the national office right now. And that leads it into the industry. I've got it under conferences, but our partnerships. We need to make sure that at the national office, we are developing and building relevant, important, strong relationships for you as states and for the membership. You think about the scholarships and stuff that we build and how we bring all of these educational institutes to the organization. Josh Atkinson at PMP Pro, what he's got going on. Columbia College was on the list of partners that we got. AMU, Edward, yeah, I know you're in the right somewhere. Yep. You know, Ed Mounts at AMU. All of those educational partners are giving something back to you. And they are building a highly trained, highly qualified enlisted force for the National Guard. What about all the other partners that we bring? You know, we've got Bill Kamer here with Conflict Connects, and he's got a product that's going to help revolutionize the way we train and the lethality, the effectiveness of our marksmanship within the force. We've got partners like that that we need to help develop and bring to you so that you can go back and change the way the training is done, the future of the National Guard. That includes the captain involvement. We make sure that we're staying engaged with them, keeping them tied to the national office, keeping them tied to what we're doing and how they can give that back to you. So I have a fifth line of effort for the national office, and it's the reason that all that red is on there. It's a special line of effort, one that we also have to be successful at if we're going to be successful at the national level, and that is this 9/11 event. So now we've got 2 national conferences that we're doing every year, and that's kind of the way we're going to treat it just a little bit. But we've got this gala that's happening on 9/11 at the One World Trade Center in New York City. We will be the first and only organization who has ever held an event in the One World Trade Center on 9/11. There's no other organization that's been allowed in there. There's no other organization that has done an event on that day to commemorate the National Guard and the Department of Defense. But we're specifically focusing on the National Guard. I made the comments yesterday about the dynamic change that we've seen in the National Guard since 9/11. I might get in trouble, sorry, guide a little bit when I say this, but I can remember, drills prior to 9/11 where, as a young E4, I probably didn't do anything but come to drill to mop floors. Maybe sweep the drill hall a couple of times.
That wasn't my fault.
But, I do say this from time to time, but maybe at one point in time we earned Weekend Warrior or the National Guard. But I don't think there's a soldier or airman out there today who carries that moniker at all. We are engaged. We are active force. We are strategically placed within the Department of Defense long-term goals and strategy, and we represent this country at a level of professionalism that has never been seen before. And it is 100% my belief that the world has never seen a professional organization that exists like the enlisted force of the National Guard. Never. The world has never seen it. 250 years old, 300 years old, however old that we want to put that on. But there has never been another example across this entire world that has lasted for as long or has represented the way that the enlisted men and women of the National Guard have, who will put on a uniform on the weekend and defend their country, train the way that they train, sacrifice the way they sacrifice, and then take that uniform off and go be a school teacher, or be a doctor, or a nurse, a police officer. Go and work a 9-to-5 job in a factory in Detroit, Michigan, so that you can have a Ford pickup truck. And then unexpectedly put that arc welder down where they were putting that truck together and go to the border in Mexico on orders that they don't really know how they're going to get paid and help secure this nation. There's never been an example quite like the enlisted men and women. And that has really changed dynamically since 9/11. And we're ready to show that and highlight that when we go to this event in New York City. All of that being said, we've got these safety efforts over here to the left. Things that we have to do and be successful at the national office in order to best support you. The Minuteman Update, the new Patriot, the Drill Weekend Talking Points, the golf outings, the 5Ks, the raffles that we do. All of those things are to support our success in these efforts. We know that we have to be responsible to the state. If we're not doing that and failing with those efforts, then we are not being an effective national office. What does our digital footprint look like? Our website. How are we building that out? How are we making it a professional product that people want to go to and they learn something when they go there? Every single time. It doesn't matter who you are. If you're brand new to the website, you go there and you look for some information, or if you've been a member of EANGUS for 25 years and you're looking for current relevant information of what we're doing now, how does it look on the website? How are we using all of our technology capabilities to maximize the way we address it? And then policies and office guidelines. We've got to make sure that this office is being run effectively and efficiently, and it is always there to support you. All of that, everything that we've got, all these lines of effort, all of these shaping efforts, all of that leads to this right here. You have in Washington, D.C., a professional, effective, and relevant national office that is responsible to the board of directors, the partners, state associations, and most importantly, the EANGUS membership, by developing a reputation as a world-class, world-leading advocate for the national goal. So that is our goal right now at the national office, and that is our focus. And this is how I hope that we accomplish that and how we get there. All right. That's enough for me. I know that there's a lot going on today. Really appreciate everyone being here. I truly mean that. I've been, part of this legislative workshop for 25 years. It's 25 years this year. And I have seen it grow. I remember a time when we were in a basement in Old Town, and we had 14, 15 people there. So we've grown 10 times. And that's because of the effectiveness of this organization. And it's because of what you believe in our capabilities of how we do it. So thank you for that. Thank you for helping us put this together. If there's anything we can do at the national office, we'll support you. If I got any of those line of efforts wrong, or if there's anything else you need from us, you just reach out to us and let us know, and we're going to make sure that we're doing everything we can to support. All right.
Jeff,
Yeah.
you know I'm gonna ask a hot question.
Ask Dan hot question.
Okay.
Ask Dan hot question.
All right, and I love this presentation because it was actually very awesome. I would like to know where the auxiliary fits in this process, because right now I'm looking at some great things happening. I don't want the auxiliary to be left out of it. And if you all don't know, I will say now, we are in the process of revising our Constitution and our SOP because it is drastically outdated. So I'm going to take you back to a comment you made at my first conference, when you said that the auxiliary was the most important group of people because we could get things done that you all could not. So if we're still in that mindset, then I need some help with changing our vision, with changing our mission, with being inclusive, and then telling us what we need to do. So I can see some potential there. And I can see us helping out a great deal. But if we're not included in the talking points, when you all put this stuff together, you're only talking to one group of folks.
So I'll tell you what my mindset is, okay?
Okay.
When you see EANGUS up there, I don't separate us from the auxiliary. I don't make that, I don't feel like you are anything. I think you are side by side. I think you're right there with us every step of the way. So in my mind, all of that process, every bit of that reflects on how much you care, how much of a voice you carry. Now, what I said was, and Tracy Young has been along for this ride for a very long time. In my opinion, your voice is a different tone. Your voice is, you get to say things that, number one, we don't get to say, but number two, you get to carry a message that is more personal than a soldier or an airman walking through a room saying, you know what, my benefits aren't very good. Whenever a spouse says, let me tell you what's happening within our house, that's a completely different ear that gets to hear that, and it's a different tone. So that's why I feel like you are in step with me on every one of those. I'm not even going to call you part of the shaping effort, because I don't think you're part of the shaping effort. You are. You are the effort in that effort just with us, along with us, in my opinion.
Yeah. And pushing out, because we do a great job of pushing out the calls. We do a great job on some states do a fantastic job working on the state level. My point is when we're not, and I'm not saying that we have to be mentioned in that. I'm saying that we need to change the way we do some of our business. So the only way that I can be productive and help you all out more is that I need to know what we need to do to be better at what we're already doing. I think we can go beyond what the little status quo that we have right now. I have some ideas. We can talk about them. However, I think that it's just me, and I'm not trying to denounce anything, but I need something a little more solid to go with what we do as an auxiliary.
So
Because if you go to our vision and our mission, it is way behind what you just put on the board, which is something that I need to work on, or we need to work on to get us up to that point to attract more folks so that we can help you out more. Right now, I look at it as being bland, and I don't have the words to change any of that, so I need some help with that.
Absolutely. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to change the color of that slide to purple.
Thank you very much. That's a step in the right direction, okay?
Yeah, we just got to continue to talk, continue to communicate.
Yeah.
You know,
right now, that's a big picture, and I'm trying to figure out where we fit in that picture. So, y'all need to break things down.
You're on every single line.
I will say, so Jeff definitely knows how I feel about the auxiliary, right? When we're talking about it, but if we're trying to break it down to lines of effort for the auxiliary, I'll tell you what I hear, what I can use all the time. I've mentioned this to Margie before. Like, what are the intricate needs, objectives and challenges the auxiliary face, right? Whether it's employment issues, whether it's childcare, like hearing that side, there's probably stuff that we're missing. So I need to know that so I can convey it, or I'll bring you into the fold, be the subject matter expert, and explain it when we move forward. So those are some of the things I did, but we'll work on it, and we'll come up with some tools to make it easier.
Thank
I hear what you said.
She said, the point papers had the auxiliary logo on it. So, I mean, we could add that. That may be really will add that. Thanks for all that information, Jeff. As you noted, there is a lot of stuff going on. Since he took all Jeremy's time. But I'm going to bring our legislative chair, Jeremy Thompson here, who's also the Alabama State President. He's going to operate, I think it's one of our Capitol one. Thank you.
Good morning. So I'm Jeremy Thompson, and I'm glad to be doing this. We've left this out of this program for a while now. So if this is your first time in DC, I'm going to ask you to raise your hand again. I may not have seen everybody the first time. Raise them high so I can get a good idea.
First time.
All right, first time here. So if this is your first time here, I want you to not underestimate your presence here, right? Somebody chose you at your state level to bring you here and introduce you to this process and make you an effective advocate for the Enlisted National Guard Association and everything that we've got going at the national office. The biggest part of our existence as an organization is legislative affairs, the things that we can make happen on and off Capitol Hill. So I'm going to get started. These are wordy slides, so I'm going to ask you to bear with me. I'm going to get through them as quickly as I can and try to share a little experience along the way. The first thing is, why are we here? And that's to establish and maintain our legislative priorities that benefit enlisted members of the Army and Air National Guard. Because our charter mission statement, and this is right out of our bylaws. How many people have read our bylaws? Probably not very many, and that's okay. I would encourage you to go on the website, pull that up, try to take a look at it. But right out of our bylaws, our mission statement says that we're here to promote, safeguard, and improve the status, welfare, and professionalism of the enlisted National Guard members, veterans, retirees, and their families. That's our sole purpose, right? That's our mission statement. If everything we are doing is not surrounded around that, we're a little bit behind. So what makes us successful? Every time we do a legislative event, we have a series of point papers that we take on the Capitol Hill that identify our priorities as an organization. And where we get those priorities are, we brainstorm across the 54 states and territories from year to year, and we bring to conference what we call resolutions.
Resolutions are thoughts and ideas at the state level that they believe need to have national recognition or attention. We vote on those. We go in and we talk about which ones should move forward, which ones should probably not be moved forward. And at some point, we identify a series of legislative priorities that come to Capitol Hill. And that's what you guys are going to be expected to do over the next few days when you go get in front of the legislature. What makes us successful in doing that? Having a detailed knowledge of our point papers and our resolutions, and knowing how to engage congressional members and staff in a productive conversation that compels them to act on behalf of English. Okay, what does that mean? When I first started doing this, I didn't know what I was getting into, and probably some of you in the room feel that very same way. Like, I'm glad I'm here, I'm glad I'm in DC, but I really don't know what's expected of me over the next few days. At some point, you're going to sit in front of your elected member or their MLA, their military legislative assistant, and you're going to be expected to carry the most professional conversation you can out of this room over to Capitol Hill and convince them that the things that we've established in these point papers is important, it needs their attention, and it needs action. So, understanding the legislative process. I'm not going to go into a whole lot of detail about how the legislative process works because I'm going to end with a 6-minute video and ask for your attention on that. We're going to talk about what the bill process is. It goes from a thought or an idea to the House or the Senate, and it's introduced by a member. And at some point, a committee or subcommittee decides whether that moves forward as a priority. And then it'll get voted on. It'll either be passed into law or it will not. But understanding the legislative process, the first thing that we have to recognize, in my opinion, in the legislative process is the budget. And we'll talk more about that as the clock goes on. I only have 5 because they're working. In your packet, you'll see a form that has a number of signatures on it, a number of logos from different organizations, reserve component and military organizations that have signed this at the president's level. The reason this is important to read is because what can we not do from a legislative perspective if we don't have money? We can't. Who knows what the CR process is? Continuing resolution, right? Okay, they're horrific for the military. They're horrific for the country, really, but they're really horrific for us. There's a whole series of consequences that take place repeatedly and in cycles when we kick the can down the road and we can't establish a budget, which is super irresponsible, and we're bad at that. So we need to go to Capitol Hill this week, in my opinion, after having read this and understanding it, and tell them that you can't do anything for us until you start establishing a budget. All right, so continued resolutions, the NDAA. Who does not know what the NDAA is? And just be honest, it's cool if you've never heard of it before. Raise your hand. I didn't know what the NDAA was on my first visit here almost 10 or 12 years ago. So I got into it and looked into it. The NDAA is the National Defense Authorization Act. We'll talk a little bit more about that. But that really encompasses a lot of military legislation. And if you take a priority to Capitol Hill, the first thing they're going to do is see if they can roll that into the NDAA with its own bill. The CBO scoring process, I'll talk a little bit more about that, and then we'll show the video on the bill process and how it comes along. All right, again, word, there's only 4 or 5, so hang in there. In 1974, the Congressional Budget Act was something passed by Congress that said that they would stay on a schedule and pass a budget for the people of the United States of America, because we pay them a whole lot of money from year to year. Probably some of you are feeling that right now at home with your families. For them to be responsible to establish a budget on a responsible timeline. This is the timetable. This is the timeline. So I want to take a second to go down, and it's important. For the first Monday in February, the president submits a proposal budget. February 15th, the Congressional Budget Office submits a report on economic and fiscal outlook. Senate Budget Committee. 6 weeks after the president submits the budget, other House and Senate committees submit their views and estimates on the budget. April 1st, Senate Budget Committee reports concurrent resolutions on the budget. April 15th, House and Senate agree to concurrent resolutions on the budget. May 18th, annual appropriations bills may be considered in your House. June 10th.
Yes.
House Appropriations Committee reports This last appropriations bill, June 15th, Congress completes action and reconciliation legislation. June 30th, Council completes action on all appropriations bill, November 1st. Fiscal year begins, all appropriations bills enacted by this state, okay? Who knows when the last time we adhered to the Congressional Budget Act of 1974? So not quite, but we're fixing to talk next. So we're going to talk about the continuing resolution and the difference and why they exist, right? So one of the things I experienced as a brigade readiness NCO is anytime we were under continuing resolution, there was this lingering fear that the government shut down and key people wouldn't get paid, it would suspend paychecks, things like that. But even worse than that, if you serve in that capacity or anywhere near it, if you've got troops for training or under mission status, there are things that go woefully unfunded, right? Which compromises the mission across the country. And under a continuing resolution, there are possibilities where certain things won't be funded, such as schools. You have to recall your soldiers or your airmen, bring them back after waiting for possibly 2 to 3 years to get to school in the first place. You get them back, they're in holding status until Congress can get this thing worked out. Suddenly you've got money again, and you can send them to schools, but now what's not another school day, right? So maybe another 2 to 3 years. That's 6 years of a whole series of people's careers that you just messed with because you took responsibility. All right, so the federal budget is a proposal by the president. Priority every year, and then those to appropriate money. However, this is ultimately before the beginning of the fiscal year 3 times, most recently FY 1997. It goes on to talk about the effects, ultimately the rate at which funds are utilized, extend its program and provide a specific dollar amount of funding to the program during the CR. And then the bottom part talks about the CR and how all this things go on. It's reviewed a couple of times, and we're up again in March. So when you go to Capitol Hill this week, and the congressman or the senator, I had this happen. You're going to get welcomed in some offices. You're going to get senses of arrogance in some offices, especially if the person's been in that seat for a very, very long time. There's a slight possibility that they may come across as some method wasting their time or whatever. So just expect. In some offices, you may be warmly welcomed, and it might be a good experience. You may go into an office that may not be so welcoming. One of the experiences I had, a particular senator said, "What can we do for you this year?" It was almost from a position there, and we were under a CR at the time. Well, you can't do very much for me until you pass it on. So let's talk about that first, right? And it's not something we usually do. But I think it's an important conversation to be had, and you can use that letter that's signed by several VHO presidents to have that conversation. The Congressional Budget Office. I was in a congressional office very early in my phase of doing this legislative process, and I was sitting there with my state operations sergeant major because he was the president of our association at the time, and we were going full force into these point papers that we want you guys to take to Capitol Hill and convince these congressmen and senators to advocate for the National Guard. TRICARE for All being probably the most expensive and controversial on the bill right now, but we're going to keep pushing until they make some action on it. One of the questions that was asked by the MLA and the congressman was, "What's the CBO score on that?" Raise your hand right now if you know what a CBO score is. Okay. I didn't know what CBO score was. So I felt a little bit ill-prepared. So I looked at my sergeant major and said, "What the hell's a CBO score? I don't know what that is." Why didn't somebody tell me before I came over here? I wouldn't feel stupid right now. Right? So the CBO score comes from the Congressional Budget Office, and everything that passes a committee or subcommittee gets the privilege of going before the Congressional Budget Office for a score based on how it can be funded. So anytime you take a legislative priority to DC over in Capitol Hill, the first thing they're going to ask is, how are we funding this? Where are you projecting the money to come from? And it's a Rob Peter to pay Paul scenario in a lot of cases for us, because we don't make revenue. Our revenue is tax, right? We're in the defense industry. We're national defense assets. So they understand that, but they're also always looking for a way to fund anything that you introduce to them or anything that you talk to them about. They want to know what your thoughts are on the dollar, what it's going to cost. All right, so the EAA, I brought it up briefly a while ago. The National Defense Authorization Act is this big, huge, multi-page bill, hundreds of pages sometimes, that rolls all defense spending up under one umbrella. Okay, so when you take legislative priorities and you're saying, hey, I'm part of the National Guard, I'm a military entity, a military asset, the first thing that goes off in their minds is how can I roll this into the NDAA? And if I can't roll it into the NDAA, how does it fit in a single spending bill? You have to kind of know the difference and know how to navigate that conversation, right? So this is a saving grace in a lot of ways for us, because most of everything we talk about can be rolled into the NDAA. But every now and then we'll have priorities that are not NDAA specific or can't be covered, and it'll need an external review for additional funding. All right. So one of the things we talked about when we said we're going to do the 101 is people come to DC and they really don't know how to navigate DC. They don't know the geography of DC. So what we thought we would do is put a map out, talk about briefly, but the important thing is knowing your Senate office buildings and addresses. That way you can get your Uber or your in-train over, and then the House office buildings. So these are the addresses for each of those. They're really right there together. So if you know one, you pretty much know all of them. But it's a neat thing to know right out the gate, if you don't already know this. If you're facing the United States Capitol, you see the big building. On the left is the United States Senate, and on the right is the U.S. House of Representatives. So Russell, and Park are Senate, and your House Representatives on the right side, Senate on the left side, and it's always important to call your CODA. Anybody heard the word CODA or the term CODA? Congressional delegates, okay? Or congressional delegates. You're going to call your House and Senate officers prior to coming here, ideally, and you're going to schedule appointments for the days that we have on the agenda for going to visit legislators. They're usually very receptive to that. Every now and then you have to flex schedule, or they'll give you a phone call in the middle of it. You may be on the way in the office and they'll say, hey, can we push 15 minutes? Can we push 30 minutes? Whatever. But stay in contact with them, let them know what's thinking,
Go back.
and we'll get through it.
Hey, Jeremy, can I,
Yes.
before we leave that
Yes,
slide, go back one. I just want to kind of show everybody, this is where you're at. I can't reach it because I'm waiting for short. There. The building goes on the back side of the buildings. So if you leave here, you actually start walking toward the Capitol. You're going to kind of walk between Louisiana Avenue and the Constitution, and come up to Russell, basically. So whenever he said you're facing a Capitol, this is important to know. Everybody always thinks this side of the Capitol. It is not. This is the back. This is the front of the Supreme Court. Over here to the back of the Supreme Court, and you're facing the Capitol building. That's actually the front. There are cafeterias that you can eat at. You're busy and you're trying to go from office to office. You don't have time for lunch. You are allowed to eat those cafeterias. Don't think that you're not. There are tunnels underneath the ground that can get you from one place to the other. You might probably will have to have an aide or somebody help you get from the House side to the Senate side. If you're going from the Senate to the House, you're probably going to be allowed to ride a little train that goes over the ground. If you're going from the House to the Senate, you're not, because the House is nowhere near as the Senate. At least that's not what they consider it. And so therefore they don't have much substance on the ground. But it's really easy to navigate. But what you do have to also know is that some of the office numbers that can be kind of hard to figure out. For instance, in the Rayburn building, we're going to be in room 2168 Wednesday night, right? 2168. That's the first floor, because you use the second number to determine the floor, not the first one. Yeah. It's just government logic, you know, that's how they come up with it. So, it's very important for us. You might have to walk down a lot of hallways to get to an office, and you're gonna walk a whole bunch of rooms that might not necessarily have a number on them. They're actually all part of another room, right? So if you walk past room 2100 and you see 6 doors before you get to 2101, all of those 6 doors you just passed are all part of 2100. But go in the door, there's a plaque on the wall that says this is the office number. Don't go into those other doors when you're gonna walk into somebody's cubicle. What else?
No, I think that's great. So this is what I'll tell everybody. I said, don't underestimate your presence here, right? You're here for a reason. So go there strong, go there confident. If you're not confident and you need some confidence, come to me, Jeff, Daniel, Linda, any of us that have been here for a while can kind of coach you through the process and probably gain you a little confidence before you go over there. Is there anybody here that is here by themselves or in a position where they don't have a senior or more experienced person who can stay with them? Because we have experienced that in the past. I want to identify that if that exists in the room. But what do you got? Wisconsin, are you here by yourself? Okay, do you have meetings already scheduled? You don't have meetings already scheduled? Okay, so I would encourage you during breaks or whenever you have spare time, look up the congressional and Senate office phone numbers, call over there, see if you can gain a meeting. And
yeah, just I'll come talk to you.
Resource to help you with that. Is there anybody else in that situation that don't have already scheduled meetings? Sometimes it happens. Sometimes people come up here and they don't have that knowledge to call and schedule these meetings for Wednesday. They just assume maybe that somebody's done it for them or that there'll be a coach process when we get here. And that's okay. Go ahead.
And I'd also like to add, as someone who's worked on the bill for both Republicans and Democrats in the Senate and in the House, you should never feel intimidated going into these offices. They make money on our taxpayer money. They work for us. That's their job, is to take the meeting, to listen. So don't ever feel like, you know, you had an imposter syndrome. They're only there because you put them in there. So I would just say, even if you don't know something, still be very confident, because again, you know, public servants. Don't ever feel intimidated. Don't ever feel like you don't belong there. It's your money that keeps them there. And they $175,000, so they can take the meeting with you. They can listen, and then we can demand it to do the job. So don't ever feel like you're out of place or something, because it's you know, we're paying for it. So I just want to reiterate that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, absolutely.
And remember, it's not just your money, it's your vote that keeps them there.
That's true.
They work for you.
Yes.
That's right.
Yes.
Remember that.
I've got another thing that may help you for all the new people. When you go into the congressional building, you look at your schedule, your room numbers. It's easier too. If you go through the halls, you'll notice your state flag. Your state flag usually is a giveaway what office it is.
Or they'll meet you at the door. If you call them ahead of time, they'll meet you at the front door and escort you up. That way you're not lost looking at placards and trying to figure out what room numbers or what floor you're supposed to be on. Also, if this is your first time, some elevators are completely dedicated to members. That's to expedite their routes to get to the voting floor. So be careful not to get on those. You may or may not get embarrassed. Somebody may tell you to get off of it or not use it. That's happened in the past. It's not super popular, but try not to use the member dedicated. And they're all, so you have 2 or 3 to the left and one to be dedicated to the elected official. Anything else like that, like the nuances that we may need to point out that you can think of?
No, I just say again, you know, they work for us, so you know.
Yeah, always keep that.
You know, yeah, they can.
Tell them.
Yeah, your presence is very important. I wouldn't underestimate.
Relationships are important too.
Yeah.
don't be put off if it feels like they're maybe rushing the appointment a little bit, or maybe you look at them and you think their attention is kind of elsewhere when you're talking. Their days, they're probably some of the busiest, especially the staffers, are incredibly busy. I promise you, they want to hear what you got to say. They do care. Their mind may be going 1,000 miles an hour while they're trying to process everything that you've got going on, everything you're telling them. So don't be put off by that. They are paying attention, they are listening, and they really do care. And your message is incredibly effective. I promise you. We will get phone calls, we will get feedback, we will hear from them. If you leave them a point paper, if you talk to them, so they're not disregarding you. They're just involved in an entire day of who's next, who's next, who's next, who's next, who's next.
The military legislative assistants are more than likely who you'll meet with this week. A lot of the congressmen, senators out of DC. Some of them are flying in, I think, for a day or day and a half, and then they'll be right back out. So don't be disappointed if you don't actually get to meet with the elected officials. But take cards. They've all got cards. Take them, stash them, put them in your wallets or your folders, and continue to make contact with them. Send them follow-up emails, things like that.
Can I also add, if this is your first time seeing the info papers, like if you haven't read it before, read them tonight, and then tomorrow when they do the briefing on the info papers, take notes of the key important points, because you're not going to go there and read verbatim off of that paper. You want to take the points that have, numbers on it, facts on it, that's going to pique their attention so that they don't look like they're bored when they're sitting there listening to you. You want to grab their attention. You want to make note of anything that's quantifiable, because that's going to invoke emotion, and emotion invokes action. So you want to grab their attention. You want to make them act. So make sure you're not reading verbatim off those papers. You want to make note of all the key points tomorrow that they go over.
The other thing I would add is that, like, especially like Richard Starr already has like 307 postbox. Know where your people, they've already postboxed it, you really got a small window to say, hey, we want to thank you for postboxing this, let's get into a vote. But you don't need to go over
We'll go
the
with a lot
because they've
of
already.
papers tomorrow. I don't want to hold up much more time here. We wanted to get you an introduction to what to expect as you go over to the Hill and advocate, and there'll be a lot of discussion on point papers tomorrow where we better understand and a lot of questions can be asked and make notes. So we're going to play a video. It's probably going to be about 6 minutes, so hang in there. And this is just an instructional video basically on how a bill is introduced, how it's born, and how it either becomes to be passed or killed either in the House or the Senate. No, well, actually, you're familiar with the Schoolhouse Rock video. It's referenced in this one, but this is a more modern video. Yeah, this is it.
Is there sound? Pause it. Pause it. Pause. Hit pause.
You want to restart?
Song.
It's on.
hearing, this bill will be referred to as Senate Armed Services Committee, which has been right after the formal legal issues for Markup. So, if the Markup rules and majority of the committee is needs to support the whole Senate for consideration. The Senate decides the rules for the committee, how long the bill will go on, and whether or not to review. Open rules, those rules, open rules make additional cycles of bills to pass. Rules of the bills to pass, the entire member of the Senate to vote. If opponents of our court have been mandated to pass reforms in the form of character, so supporters of the bill probably vote. The bill wins a majority of votes. Thanks, we're going to scale the rest of the way. But I think the Senate goes into the bill is sent to the House. House has an extra session. All bills, before they go out on the floor, reports it out. So if the bill receives the majority of votes, 238 votes for that. Yeah. This is important. The exact same bill. Both houses support the bill. Usually, the bill will not. This happens with the board of Congress made up of both houses. The Conference Committee has to recommend both versions of the bill. It's called. Okay, so if the Conference Committee reaches the bill back to both houses for a vote. If it passes, then the president signs the bill. Boom, yeah. Oh, goes through. Option two is going to do it. The first option is the president will decide to veto the bill. And days after the session, the bill does not become a law. This is called a pocket veto. It's only used when the president doesn't want a law to pass. For political reasons, he doesn't want to veto. Congress can avoid this altogether and pass that bill to the president before that 10-day period. The president needs to veto the law. For more than 10 days, the bill becomes a law without the president. So that's the basic process. If you want to bring it forward, you want to be all nice. The Congress really wanted the bill, and the president has vetoed it. We should override it. A certain majority of both houses on the Senate vote. The bill becomes a law over the president's signature. Oh, snap! This is really rare. Great one. Doesn't happen a lot. The president knows that two-thirds of the Congress supported the bill. He won't veto it. Congress don't support. Nobody wants to try something in public, right? So there you go. Rules are coming to law. The first question the bill comes is speaker. Majority refuses to refer to the committee. Then the committee can kill the bill by not voting for it at all. If they do vote, it doesn't get a majority. The bill doesn't go to the floor. In the Senate, murdership can kill a bill by refusing to schedule a vote on it. Any senator can filibuster the bill. It's a bit more complex than that. The filibuster rules have changed recently, so hopefully we won't have a filibuster structure. The House doesn't have a filibuster, but it does have a rules committee that can kill a bill by not creating a rule. The entire House can also vote on the bill committee. It's a single drop out of our. And of course, the leader House comes to the bill on majority of votes. Even if the bill is a majority of votes, so many more ways the bill is killed. These very much can't call a bill. People make a very different. This way they don't have to go on record as being for or against the bill, just whether they support having it. Constituents really don't. So I hope I managed to do a good job of explaining how voting for the law and why it's bills. This might be frustrating, but it's certainly important to consider that Congress and the government as a whole are designed to make it difficult. A single super powerful executive can be very Congress has to structure a hurdle for vice the president's role in legislation to reduce the likelihood of authoritarian law. Congress has procedural hurdles like committee filibusters. So that really is a crash course. That's 6 minutes worth of telling you how Congress works, right? If you have questions or you're interested or this has triggered some additional thoughts, I would highly encourage you to start doing your own research, do some more reading, understand the process better. There's no better place to do it than right here. You're here for a reason, and we appreciate you being here. And take the opportunity to network, get to know those of us that have been doing this a while. We're glad you're here. Are there any questions? Yes, ma'am. So the answer is no, but it's very easy if you know who your House or your congressional members and senators are to get those. They're either posted on their website most likely, or you can call the office and ask. And the reason I say that, it would be almost counterproductive for us to keep a list because they cycle so often. And a list may last for 3 months, it could last for 3 years. But that's probably the reason we don't carry a running list like that.
You can email the Ledge team. That's what Legistorm is. It keeps track of the congressional staff. So if there's someone you want to get in contact with, you can just hit me up, and then I'll give you that email, because they do change. So if I make a list now, it could be completely different in 2 weeks. So just reach out to me, and I'll make sure you get the proper point of contact.
Have we triggered any questions or any gaps? Something that needs to be covered down on? Something like a raging question? All
I
right.
got a question. I got. Most of us use the website. Go on your legislative website. Now, particular Florida, I have 30 representatives in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can't reach out to all 30 of them people on their website because my area code that I'm in is different than their district, which they cover. There's a way around that, but I figured it out. But they need to know that if you have more than 2 or 3 representatives, you put your area code in there, it's going to reject it. It's going to reject that email. So you have to find out what area code they're in so you can use their area code, maybe the same address, because it works, with the different area code. Then they'll respond back to you.
Yeah, there's a congressional trick to this, okay? It's called lie. So just put another zip code in there and it'll work.
What they're talking about is if you go to congress.gov or whatever, and you look up your House or Senate offices, you can sign yourself up for auto legislative updates. They'll send you a text message or an email every time your congressman or senator sponsors a new piece of legislation.
Sometimes the congressmen ask if you're in their district.
Yeah, are you in my district? Do you live in my
And they
state?
don't want to visit them, so we just represent the.
Yeah, some congressmen do that, especially if they're junior. They'll say, are you even in my district? Are you worth my time? Yeah, so just be aware of that. That is a thing. One thing I'll say about auxiliary, I'm glad you brought up what you brought up earlier. Historically, we have done these House and Senate visits, I guess from my lens, the members have gone over in delegations, right? Like actual EANGUS members, and I don't know how much participation historically the auxiliary has had, but just an example, my family was in DC at the same time we were doing legislative processes, and we met for lunch. So my delegation was with me. We met for lunch, and the intent was for my family to break contact and go do other things, go to the zoo or the museums or whatever, while we went and tackled Capitol Hill things. Well, the president at the time for Alabama said, tell them to come with us. It's fine, it's not a problem. So my family actually went one year, and it added to the conversation. It absolutely changed the dynamic in talking about these priorities.
At the summit in November, I went with Linda. She made the appointments, and I went. I didn't represent myself as being an EANGUS member.
Sure.
I represented myself as being a spouse of a soldier.
Right.
So it did turn the conversation a little bit because it was more important that they understood what my issue was than what Linda had presented them on the whole front. So it does make a difference when you have a spouse.
And they do seem to be legitimately interested on how this is impacting people's grant level. That's what they really want to know. If we do or don't do this, how is it positively or negatively impacting quality of life of your life? Mr. President, I am done.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Chairman.
guys.
All right.
All right, at this time, we'll take a break. We'll be back here at 10 to start back the agenda.
The title 10 and the title 10 chapter. We gotta get on schedule.
Everyone, please take your seats. We're about to start up. All right, welcome back, everyone. So before we jump into the panel, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about, amplifying your voice. Right? We talk about, you heard me say it. We talk about, think outside the box, right? And I feel like that phrase gets thrown around. But how do we think outside the box? So specifically with legislative, right? When we're talking about our corporate partners, these other entities that are aligned with us, include that into the conversations for everything. So Walmart talked yesterday about some bills, and we talked to them in July. And I said, hey, could you help us out? If we should call some action out? They said, absolutely. So the legislative team will help me out, or help us, I should say. I saw TRICARE at a conference in November. Went up to the booth, the outreach booth, and I said, hey, how come you guys are all over this zero cost TRICARE stuff? You should be all over. And they're like, damn, they obviously know what it was. So those are some avenues that we could do to like amplify our voice. So when you're looking at these point papers, focus on who the key stakeholders are, right? And then bring everyone to the fold. So we have our EANGUS army, so to speak, our legislative army, to push this stuff out. But we can amplify the voice by utilizing these corporate partners that we have and everybody that's involved in our key stakeholders. So I'm going to turn it over to Executive Director Jeff Frisbee, and you're going to pick this panel.
All right, so this morning I mentioned to you that, we've got a concerted effort to put together quality workshops for you so that when you come here, you feel like you've gotten something out of it, that you've had learned, grown, and you've been able to successfully carry the message of the organization at Capitol Hill. Part of that quality workshop is by us being able to provide you with, the opportunity to really have panels like we've got today to get some insight on what it means to work here as a staffer, to be involved in the defense legislative side of things, that thought process, how things shape here in Capitol Hill, and also what they look for from us to be able to successfully advocate for the National Guard or even the military as a whole. And I'll tell you, over the last couple of months, a true friend, a true advocate for us has been Mike Levin's office. And not only have they not always been that way, but over the last few months with the absence of our previous legislative director, they've been the one office that has really reached out to us and said, what do you think about this? Where can we go with this? We've had an opportunity to meet a couple of times and talk over email about some of the objectives and the things that they're working right now that are going to directly impact your formations, your soldiers, your airmen. So we've been very grateful for the response and the interactions that we've had. And that has also led to this panel that we've got today. So we've got some great insight for you, some great individuals here who I promise you, they care about what's happening within the National Guard. They care about what's happening to your soldiers and your airmen. It is a personal thing for them because each one of them currently serve or within the military. So this is not something that they casually talk about, and it's not something that they hear you talk about and have a hard time translating back to the representative. It's actually something that they live and experience. So every bit of the things that we talk about and everything that we're going to bring them, and in fact, everything that they bring to us is personal. We've got a great panel today. First, we start with Chris Bennett. Chris is actually the one that reached out to me first and said, hey, here's some things that we've got going on. I don't know how much of the things that we talked about he's going to get into detail with today, but there are some remarkable things that are coming out of that office. I'm not going to say that you're actually the brainchild behind all of it, but man, there's some things that will really impact the Guard, make some differences for our soldiers and our airmen. Matt Reel, also from the representative's office, and he's asked to be a part of this panel today so he can come and address you and talk about his experiences. And then we've got Nate Fajardo there on the end. He is from Senator Blumenthal's office, and they all have different experiences and some insight to what it means to be on the Hill and how they can interact with you. So I'm going to turn this panel over to them. I think we've got an hour and a half on the schedule. We're going to let them introduce themselves, talk about what's happening in their office, talk about their perspective. They open it up for you to talk to them about some of the legislative issues and concerns about some things that they can expect from us, or what they would like to see from us, and then we'll have some lunch. So, all right, gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Just go in this order, introduce myself. All right. I don't know how close I need to sit to this mic. You all hear me now? Yeah, I'm Matt Reel. Thanks, Jeff. Appreciate the introduction. One part about where we actually work, and I think this is me on yeah. Yes. I joined the Guard in Staff 3 as well, so I've had kind of a foot in both worlds for over 20 years now. I've stayed in an operational role in the Guard. I've deployed about every third year with 20 Special Forces Group. I'm still a team sergeant on an ODA out of Alpha Company there in Alabama, and I just go back and forth from DC for drill on the weekends. And I just got, most recently, we had a trip, and actually, ironically, Chris, who was finishing up the Q course around the time we were about to deploy for our last trip, my team was actually headed to Iraq. Then we got diverted to Baghdad to Syria at the last minute. And so Chris and I went on the same team to Syria and got back in about May of last year. So we did a 6-month trip over to Syria and came back. And it's good for us to kind of refresh and go through the transition process, which make sure things are going well with that, go through and get some new ideas and come back and get out of the office for a little bit when we get the opportunity to do that. I'll let you guys go ahead and then just introduce yourselves, and then we'll come back and I guess do updates and then take the conversation wherever you'd like.
Can you guys hear me back there? Great. So I'm Chris Bennett. I work on the Economic Opportunity Subcommittee, where Mike Levin is our ranking member right now. We cover transition out of the military, VA home loans, homeless veteran housing, then veteran education, so GI Bill, veteran employment, so Department of Labor, Veteran Employment Training Service, and folk rehab, where now it's veteran employment and readiness at VA. Then we also have some smaller things like USERRA, SICRA, everything in that area kind of falls underneath us. I've been on the committee since 2017. Before that, when I first came to the Hill in 2015, I was working for Mr. Palazzo from Southern Mississippi, who was co-chair of the Guard and Reserve Caucus. He was also an E6 in the Guard. I did that fellowship for about 4 or 5 months at the end of 15. I ended up getting a job with the other co-chair of the Guard and Reserve Caucus, Mr. Walls from Minnesota, who's now governor out there. And so I helped run the caucus on both sides over there. And then when he became ranking member of the VA committee, I moved over to the VA committee. I've been on the EO subcommittee. I've also been on the Disability Assistance and Memorial Affairs, which is the rest of the Veteran Benefits and National Cemeteries Administration. So that's sort of my expertise when it comes to VA. On the Guard side, I was in the Tennessee Guard as a Cav Scout in East Tennessee from 2011 till about 2018. Included a trip with the Guam Guard to Afghanistan. So I got to go to Guam for 3 weeks on the Army dime before deploying, which was great. And then in 2018, I was up in the Pennsylvania Guard out of Philly for about 6 months before I got picked up to go with 19th Group. And like Matt said, finished the Q course in 22. So my boss let me go to do Army training for about 2.5 years and then deploy with him.
The funny thing is so I'm his boss here, and I'm an E8 enlisted. When we deployed, I needed a captain on my team. I was the team sergeant. He was my boss.
We were farmed out to an active duty unit, and they always thought that was the greatest thing. They were always mystified about that.
You were enlisted, you were still in charge, huh?
They're just like, the Guard, we don't understand. And then half of them are now calling us, be like, how do I get into that Guard thing, you guys? But yeah, that's sort of my background, and turn it over to me.
Yeah, I think everyone knows the team sergeant is still in charge.
That's right.
Good morning, everyone. Nick Cordo. I'm Senator Blumenthal's military legislative assistant, so I manage foreign affairs and veterans portfolios. For that, I was active Army for about 8 years. Started off the 173rd, then popped over to 10 Special Forces Group as a SADE for about 4 years. Last trip to Afghanistan, helped retrograde the country. After that, I think a lot of us kind of turned around, looked at each other, and said, let's try something else. So found a desk job on the Hill. Started with Senator Bennett as his MLA for about a year, then popped over to Senator Blumenthal's office. I'm kind of keeping short to the updates. I think we want to kind of maximize your guys' time, and happy to field any questions.
So I'll give kind of a from our portfolio in Lane, and you can probably speak a little bit more on the defense side of things. We can a little bit, but our portfolio is for the Veterans Committee and veterans specific legislation. And a large part of what we have been doing this Congress is oversight of implementation of the major pieces of legislation that were passed in the previous Congress that our bosses were the shepherds and pushing through. The two biggest ones being the PACT Act and then the Compact Act. And the PACT Act, as you all probably know, it has the burn pits bill, but was the largest expansion of veterans health care and benefits in a generation, and it's quite a lot for VA to take on, but they've been doing a pretty outstanding job, at least from our perspective, of implementing that, both on the processing of disability claims and the enrollment. There's actually going to be an announcement today. The Secretary of the VA is going to announce an enhanced or an accelerated enrollment of Section 103 of the PACT Act. Section 103 of the PACT Act dealt with phasing in of cohorts of veterans for eligibility for health care at the VA. We phased them over a 10-year window. And why do we use a 10-year window? Because that's the window that CBO uses to score all our legislation. So we did 2-year cohorts throughout that PACT Act in order to keep the initial score of the bill down. Sometimes the score is not exactly what it costs. Sometimes it is, it's CBO has their way of calculating things and their methodologies that they explain to me occasionally, and I still don't understand them. But they're going to announce that they are going to essentially enroll all of those individuals in an accelerated fashion. I think pretty much right off the bat, everyone that we phased over that 10 years. And what we did in that is we named specific contingency operations. Had you been deployed on any of these, or any dates, times, and locations in these areas, you are included. So that aspect of it. And then on the claims side of it, we all knew that the PACT Act would create somewhat of a backlog in disability claims, but a manageable backlog, and how the VA is working through it. The VSOs all knew this too. They just thought that it would be better for folks to have a place in line than not be in line. So the backlog, they're doing pretty respectively on getting through. So kind of oversight of those things. And then this Congress, we also, and I'll let Chris speak most to the Parity Act, because that's in his subcommittee on our committee. But the parity is something that we have been talking about in duty status reform for a long time, for a decade or so on the Hill. And DOD has not gotten around to actually doing their own duty status reform. So we have been, our members have been pushing to legislatively, make it where a day in uniform counts the same regardless across the board. We were able to get parity passed in the previous Congress through the House. didn't have time, ran out of time for it to get through the Senate. But we're re-engaging on that this year, trying to kind of figure out some ways also to work that CBO math to get the score down to a manageable number, because everybody knows that things live and die in Congress based on what that score is. Then there are a number of other kind of priorities in other portfolios of the committee. The Elizabeth Dole Act is a long-term care benefit act that we're working on for veterans who require that later in life, or catastrophically injured veterans. There's some extension of homelessness authorities that have expired that we're trying to get reauthorized that are a part of a package. We're currently negotiating a package with the Four Corners being the four ranking members in the House and in the Senate and the chairs of the Veterans Committee, of trying to get a package passed that includes all of those pieces in it, and making sure that VA has what they need with respect to infrastructure. Because when we dump all these additional folks in 3.5 million eligible for healthcare from the PACT Act into the VA, they're gonna have to find a way to not just immediately say, yes, you're eligible, good luck, go find an appointment. They need to have the option to either go to VA or go outside the VA. And both of those are options now, but VA has a lot of needs now with infrastructure. They just announced last week at Fort Campbell the opening of a new joint clinic on Fort Campbell, that they're using the military hospital and a VA clinic on post. You just use your VA card, you go on post, and you can use the clinic there, which will alleviate those folks from having to drive to Nashville to go to the big Nashville VA Medical Center. And they're doing that all around the country. They're looking at those joint partnerships. So I'll stop there. I'll let you maybe talk a little bit more on parity and then some of the other things, and then we'll just open it up to wherever you guys go.
So Matt kind of hit the big duty status reform issue. Obviously, DOD hasn't made a ton of progress on that, and HASC haven't hammered them on it just yet. But all of us being Guard and reservists know how that impacts the folks on the front line who are actually doing the work. And so on the VA side of it, some of those benefits fall in our portfolio. So we've been working through trying to update those and go through and just make it a little bit easier for folks to access them. GI Bill is the big one, and I'll kind of come back to that in a little bit. We're also looking at the VA home loan program, employment, CICRA, USERA, all those things. And a lot of it is changing the wording, because a lot of these statutes were written back in the 80s, 90s, 2000s, before we really became an operational reserve versus the strategic reserve that we were. And they just haven't been updated. People who aren't in the Guard and Reserve, even folks who are veterans, but haven't served in the Guard and Reserve, don't really understand what the Guard and Reserve does, and understand that our job has changed significantly over the past 20 years, and the expectations around what we do and how much time we have to dedicate has changed significantly. So one of them is the VA home loans. We got a bill. It passed the last Congress and House, but we have to, VA came back and there was some technical assistance that need to be fixed on it. We got it reintroduced this Congress with the correct language, and that'll be going up for a hearing in end of March. And that'll basically make sure that Guard and reservists, once they do 30 days, are eligible, 30 cumulative days versus consecutive days, are eligible for the VA home loan. And that helps a lot of folks who are in extended training or things like that, where sometimes the type of orders they're on don't qualify under the current statute. We're also looking at updating CICRA, making sure those protections extend to Guard and reservists no matter what duty status they're on. Another one that's not on a lot of people's radar, but voting rights. Right now, the current voting right protections extend if Guard and reservists are overseas. But technically, according to the law, you're not necessarily protected if you're at training, or if you're, at a military school, or if you're, on AT for 2 weeks or something like that. It just happens to fall when there's an election occurring. Now, a lot of states, they don't understand duty status either, so they're not coming down and preventing people from voting. If you just check on an active duty service member, they'll send you the ballot. But we should probably go through and update that just to protect that in the future. And that's a small thing, but it's something that we should be doing and making sure that we get right, because if it becomes a problem, it's going to be a major problem. We also have a couple bills. The longstanding one is the Justice for Service Members Act, which outlaws forced arbitration, so companies can't force folks into arbitration when they submit a USERRA claim. Unfortunately, a lot of the big companies don't like that, so that one's been sort of stuck in Congress for a long time. We're still working to get that done. A little bit longer term priority, we're adjusting the eligibility for the VA homelessness programs to make sure Guard and Reservists are eligible. It's a little bit tricky because you're going between so many duty statuses, going on active duty, going to MDA, all those different things. When can you be eligible? Who should be paying? Not receiving BAH when you're under 30 days also complicates all this. But we want to make sure that folks aren't being put into housing insecurity or food insecurity because of their service, because their employment is impacted when they're gone, their income is impacted, all those things. It all kind of ties together. And then two other ones that we're looking at is federal veterans preference. Currently, you have to have 180 cumulative days. We want to change that to consecutive. Unfortunately, that doesn't come through our committee. We wrote the bill. We're helping them sort of work through the process. That'll end up through the right. Sorry, it's currently consecutive. We're changing it to cumulative, but that'll go through the oversight and government reform because that is a OPM hiring issue that they have jurisdiction. But we're helping sort of rally the folks on that and help it move through. And then military leave days, again, it's going to be Title V OPM thing. So it'll go through oversight and government reform. But we all know folks are doing much more than 15 days a year gone, and that impacts people's income and employment as well. So we're looking to increase that. We're working with the OPM folks and the oversight and government reform folks to, we picked 40. The numbers we did hearing on this back in 2019 when we were in charge, and it came out that most folks, the average was north of 40, somewhere around 53 to 59, especially with the increased use of the Armed Brigade combat teams and the deployments to Europe and everything like that. So that's a lot of stuff that we're pointing out needs to be fixed, but it takes a lot of effort. And we'll kind of get into this, I think, a little bit later on, but focusing offices that these are important things that need to happen and not just sort of be like, okay, yeah, we'll get to that when we get to it. So.
Yeah, so I want to highlight two things that are specific to Compo 2, Compo 3. So I'm very lucky. My boss works on both Armed Services Committee and the Veterans Affairs Committee. Also, he's the actor of Homeland Security Committee and the Judiciary, so he's got a pretty wide spread of things that he can. He's got a few levers he can go on. But one thing that I wanted to highlight that we pushed forward with Rep. Joe Courtney's office, specifically about the National Guard and Reserves, was the Sergeant First Class Michael Clark Act. So Sergeant Clark was a Connecticut native. He was in the Georgia Reserves. He died in a training accident. And as a result of that, the family reached out and we found out that if an active duty service member dies in a training accident, their surviving family gets 3 years of tracker benefits. For Compo 2, Compo 3, that family only gets 6 months. And when we found out about that, it's clearly not the right answer. And so we worked with DOD, we worked with partners on the other side of the aisle to make sure that parity was established. So speaking of parity, that 6 months for Compo 2, Compo 3 is now 3 years, just like active duty. And so that was something that we worked, got in the NDAs, and that's now lost. So I think that was probably one of the most important things that we did last year when it comes to the Guard and Reserves. The second thing that we're working on, this is kind of a more difficult lift, is that was mentioned earlier, TRS. The prohibition for service members who are eligible for FEHB or federal employee health benefits not being able to get TRS. At least we view that as, again, not being the right answer. Again, because of the House payroll rules, 2020's NDAA, there was a provision saying that that prohibition would sunset in 2030. That's 6 years away, and there are plenty of families who could probably use that benefit right now. And so we looked into this and we saw that on average, a family of 4 in the States is paying about $650 a month for healthcare. If they can use TRS, that goes down to about $250. Right now, a single adult is paying about $130 to $150 with an FEHB program. That number goes down to about $52 if they're eligible for TRS. So we're still working that. We're about half baked, but we're going to find a way to get there. But again, the CBO is a friend and a foe, depending on what you're working on. we'll figure it out. We've got good partners, but again, when we're looking at things that just aren't right. Those are things that we're always going to be happy to dig into and make sure we can rectify. On the broader defense foreign affairs scale, one of the things that our office is pretty focused on right now is the joint force structure. And now that GWOT is over, we're winding down and moving away from point and moving into large scale combat operations. What does that look like for conflict 2 and conflict 3? Does it mean that we activate a guard unit just to plus up? Are they going to be uplift for an ODA? Are they going to have a more total, be able to be part of these power projection nodes in Alaska, Indo-PACOM, in Europe? And so what is that? How are we going to resource that? So my boss is pretty focused on Ukraine right now. He just got back, actually. He's been 5 times since the war started, making sure that the Ukrainians have the weapons that they need to defend themselves. And just got back, and as part of that trip, just got back from Israel as well. But in the context of understanding that this is the formative decade of the century so far, and this is certainly an all-hands on deck effort. And this cannot be done by just the active duty. This is going to take the reserves. It's going to take the guard. I just got back from Alaska a couple of days ago. We had some pretty good engagements with General Nahum up there. And one of my favorite meetings was with the Alaska Air National Guard commander, and it became very clear that they are not just supplementing what the active duty is doing. They are an integral part of that mission. Without them, those jets don't fly. So when the Russians are testing airspace, F-22s, F-35s are in the air, but they won't fly without the Air National Guard's vertical lift assets out there backing them up with their rescue assets. So that they are an integral part of what's happening out there. That was pretty great to hear. Again, I don't want to take up too much time talking about what we're doing. So I want to make sure you guys are getting what's exactly what you need. But yeah, that's all I got on my end.
I forgot to talk about the big one, GI Bill parity. So Guard Reserve GI Bill parity was a bill that came, the idea started in 2018 with the passage of the Forever GI Bill, trying the concept being like everyday in uniform should count towards GI Bill eligibility, because right now it's very limited duty statuses. Prior in 2017, we fixed, or no, I think it was in the Forever GI Bill, we fixed the 12304 Bravo eligibility issue, and we're pushing to cover more duty statuses. Unfortunately, our majority wouldn't include them because of the cost associated with it. So in 2019, we held a hearing and brought in the Guard and Reserve, talked about the issue, and started writing the bill, introduced it with Mr. Levin as the sponsor, and the co-chairs of the Guard and Reserve Caucus supporting it, as well as a wide variety of other folks. That was in 2020. It passed the House in the end of 2021. Unfortunately, it didn't pass the Senate before the end of last Congress. So we're actually bringing it back this week. We'll be introducing it. Mr. Levin, Mr. Takano on the House side, co-chairs, Mr. Kelly and Mr. Kim of the Guard and Reserve Caucus. And then the Senate is going to be Chairman Tester and Senator Moran, the ranking member Moran. We're trying to show sort of a pretty bipartisan, bicameral agreement that this needs to be done. The way we have it written right now, it would be about $7 billion, which is a significant amount of money compared to what we have to pay for. But it would include single duty status, including IDT. We're not including state active duty because that is not a federal duty status, so it creates issues. But everything Title 32 and Title 10 would be covered. It would be retroactive back to September 11th, 2001, and it would be implemented as soon as possible. The reality of that being, once we actually start getting negotiations on how to get it passed and how to make the money work, we have to move the implementation date to the right just to make the money work. And so to get it down to about $1 billion, which is feasible to do with the pay-fors we have, what ends up happening is we probably implement in 2029, and we have those currently serving get retroactivity right away, and then everybody else gets retroactivity in 2034, which is outside the 10-year window, so we don't get hit on the score. And then IDT comes in 2034 as well. Right now, the introduced version will have it all up front, and then we'll kind of work our way through as we go. But big issue with that is a lot of these offices don't have Guard and Reservists in the office. They don't, even if they have a veteran, if they're active duty, they don't understand duty status. They've never touched it. And I mean, even those of us who are in duty status is still a confusing thing. And, what am I eligible for? What am I not eligible for? So folks like EANGUS, NAGUS, ROA are very helpful to educate these offices and explain to them why it is so important. Obviously, those of us up here know exactly why it's so important. That's why we advocate for it. But getting out to all these offices and getting their attention and explaining it to them, they start getting it a lot more when it comes with a face, a name, and a story from their state that they can connect with. I can yell at them all day about how important this is and how it affects people and if they stay in and how much they deserve it. But when it comes from a person that's from their state, that's in their guard or in their reserves, it hits a lot harder and it gets their attention, because the reality is everybody has too many things to do, and they're kind of triaging what they want to focus on. But when it comes from their state, it really makes a difference and bumps it up on their priority list. And I know it's one of GI Bill parity is one of your white papers that you got with you. So we really appreciate you all going and advocating for it. And you can let the members' office that you're talking to know we're introducing it this week. If they want to be a co-sponsor on the House side, they can talk to Mr. Levin's office, or on the Senate side, they can talk to Mr. Moran's office. And you can get my contact information. I can get them in the contact with the right people and make sure it happens. So.
I just want to say real quick, if you're not making notes on what he's saying right now, super important, especially for you that haven't been here before. Making notes about who's sponsoring what and what process it's actually at right now. And they've got inside information that even we don't have. These are things we've been working on for years. And when they first come up with an idea, it's like, it's never going to happen. It's not going to have enough support. And now it's right there. It's right there where it needs to be to get over the finish line. And the extra push, I'm sure, is appreciated at your level.
Levin in the House side is going to be the sponsor, and then Mr. Moran, Senator Moran, the ranking member on the Senate side, is going to be the Senate sponsor. And for Senator Moran, it'd be his committee office, not his personal office. I think it's going to be going through the VA committee there.
I know, just real quick, I know there's a couple things you guys have mentioned that several of us are tuned into. We have several new people in the room. Maybe it's their first time to DC. Maybe it's their first time representing EANGUS. You guys are really quick because you're in tune and you do it every day. So you were talking about FEHB and the Tri-Care Reserve Select or Tri-Care TRS. And it may be helpful to slow down just a little bit and explain what the fight was and why that came up in the first place.
Yeah. So I think that's the question. So we've got a lot of federal employees who are also reservists and National Guards men and women. TRS came about in 2005. And from what we can tell, working with CRS and CBO, when they stood up TRS, they were concerned about how the program would affect the federal employees' health benefits that the vast majority of federal employees are eligible for. And so they were concerned that it was going to drastically inflate premiums for everyone who already had a FEHB. So there was a prohibition to protect the existing program. So if you had FEHB, you needed to either enroll in that or just stay out of TRS. And so one of the concerns is that as people find out that they would potentially be eligible for TRS, they would leave FEHB and then pull themselves and their families into TRS, which would inflate premiums. And so right now the score is about, it's going to be, CBO is projecting if a third of the people eligible for TRS pick up and leave from FEHB, it would cost about $40 million to pay for that program, which is not a small amount of money, not a huge amount of money, but that's what the rub is right now, is that you've got a really good program that a lot of people can benefit from. And again, it's more just an option. We don't want to force anyone to get TRS if they have great health care. Again, it's about service members being able to make and choose decisions. But that is actually the question itself, is that you've got a lot of federal employees who obviously either active duty or still want to serve in uniform in some capacity. And because of that, they're being punished. And they can't go after a healthcare program that's great and it's affordable. And again, it's just not the right answer.
Right. I'll add to that, I agree with everything Nate says here. One of the challenges that I've experienced, and I'm sure a lot of you all have, is your continuity of care and your continuity of benefits And this adds an incredible wrinkle to that currently as it stands. When if a service member would prefer to use their TRICARE Select Reserve, but they're a federal employee, they can. So, but when you're activated to and you are using TRICARE, then you come off your FEHB and you're going back and forth between these different services. And if we're really, I mean, we all know that like staying green and MedPros and like keeping all that stuff the way that it needs to be, it is something that, you know, if they're going to require that, you know, then these folks should be eligible to participate in that at the same cost that everybody else is. And it should alleviate some of the cumbersome nature of having to switch back and forth between care. It can have real benefits. There can be lapses in care. There can be, you know, I can't go to that doctor's appointment or this one for their families at all different.
Yeah, and I will add that like it's a talent retention issue with both the Guard and the federal government. Like we want people who are competent and good at their jobs, and like if they have to deal with this problem, eventually people are just gonna be like, why am I doing, like, you know, they're gonna give up one or the other. And like who pays the bills at the end of the day? Like the Guard is not paying our mortgages or paying our rent every month. And so it's a like if we want good people and we want to keep them in, like just make it as easy as possible for them to access the benefits. And then it does become a readiness issue. I mean, myself, we came off that deployment last year. My TAMP 180 never got turned on. And then now I've got bills from doctors and like, you know, it takes 2.5 months to get a doctor's appointment because they're backed up and everything like that. So like it becomes a headache and eventually people just say, you know what, I don't want to deal with it anymore. And I'd really leverage that when you're talking to these offices to like put a human face on it of like, this is affecting people in your district. This is affecting federal employees in your district, Guard and reservists in your district. It really like, it's a money saving thing and it shouldn't be that way. So.
I was going to say, I appreciate y'all's support on that. You're speaking to my heart. I submitted through the EFAC, the original TRS initiative for our technician to tech that fell in this exact same boat. You know, young airmen just couldn't afford both. And then Utah, Warren Hatch, his office initiated it. And just getting it onto the board was huge. With TRICARE for All, as like kind of overlapping, how does that help or hurt the cause in your perspective as far as that's concerned?
Yeah, it's so that is at least in the Senate. It's a Collins Baldwin effort right now. So they're leading the charge. Look, I think that's a dream scenario, and I think as much as at least I like to dwell in this like dream scenario where everyone has health care, and that includes Complex 2, Complex 3. What we have to do as professional staff is just figure out what's feasible and what can pass. We had a limited amount of money. That's obviously the easy button. We can fix this for everyone tomorrow. But it's a budget question. And I think that is always going to be the biggest. If there's money for it, absolutely. That, our guys should be green if they have free access to healthcare and they can just go to a clinic whenever they need to and knock it out. But it's a pretty significant receipt that's going to come back.
Thank you. I'll just say one quick thing. So TRICARE is all DOD jurisdiction and all HASC and SAS jurisdiction. We are all VHA healthcare. However, on the VA side of things, we are constantly trying to give Guard and Reserve the option to use the VA at every step that we can as well, whether that's during the combat service eligibility window, whether that's coming off of active duty, or even more importantly, the Compact Act, which was passed and has been utilized by about almost 60,000 veterans in the last year. And that says that, and this is something you should communicate to your soldiers and everyone, you can now receive emergent health care at no cost to yourself for mental health issues from the VA. No questions asked at the VA for 30 to 90 days, whatever you need. It includes inpatient, and just call and do it. So the Compact Act does that, and I'm just kind of highlighting the fact that VA is trying to be there some places where they have those options as well.
On the TRICARE thing, like Matt's saying, like we're on the VA, he and I are on the VA side, so we can kind of throw stones at Hask and Sask on it. But I see it as like a yes and situation, like get the FEHB fix done, and then also hopefully get the TRICARE for all fixed. I know it is definitely a budget issue, but the way that you can overcome some of that in offices and like basically say this needs to be a priority, you need to find this in the budget to do, is point out how it's linked to readiness and how it impacts the Guard and Reserve when it comes to like we got to go out the door right now. Who can come with us? I know when I was down in East Tennessee, definitely not a rich area of the country. A lot of folks without healthcare, a lot of folks in between jobs or working swing shifts and things like that. And it impacted us when it came to drill time or when it came to AT or when it came to mobilizing of like, hey, this person can't lift something because they tore their rotator cuff at the factory last week and haven't been able to get healthcare. Like it impacts our numbers when it comes to like actually going out the door, because right now, the way that it's been structured over the years, a lot of our mobilization units, like the folks that need to like open ports and like get equipment from here to there, got moved from the active component to the reserves as a money saving measure to keep more combat arms units in active duty, to keep them more ready and everything like that. But what that means is if we're going to have D-Day, like things are kicking off, the Guard and Reserve folks have to be mobilized at D-minus 100 to like start that process. And if we, if North Korea kicks off or Iran or any of these things, we're calling up Guard units right away. We don't have the 30, 90, 180 day like window for all those units anymore. Some of them are going out week 1. And like, if folks show up to get out the door to be there in week 1, and we have a unit that's not quite at 100% already, because I think we all know, like in our home units, like none of us are at 100%. And if we are, like, there's some ghosts on the book. There's folks that are like, put over here. There's folks and then there's folks that are injured and sick and all these other things. And if we're like, no shit, going out the door tomorrow, who can come with me if we're not at 100%? If we're starting to trickle down towards 80, 70, 60%, is that unit combat ready anymore? And are we really prepared to fight the way we need to be? And I view TRICARE for All as like a benefit that helps the military do what it needs to do when it comes time to like fight the actual fight. And I think it helps to explain that to officers that way, because then it becomes a lot more real. It's not just, oh, it's this budget number. Yeah, it'd be nice to give everybody healthcare. It's like, no, this is a readiness issue that is directly tied to how the Guard and Reserve are going to perform when it comes time.
To be able to strike that cross. Is there a way to make this a tax benefit for your ESGR program to let companies who want to build they strike their benefits rather than having to put the market happen? Or even the VA benefits, the companies who pay the VA for the medical benefits.
I think it's interesting. We'd have to get Ways and Means involved on the House side. And I think, is it Mike and others?
Yeah, it's in a couple different committees, but yeah, I mean, it's certainly worth looking at.
I think that's one thing where, especially on the employment side, we're looking to get industry much more involved and kind of put their money where their mouth is. A lot of companies want us, they say they want to be veteran friendly. It's like, okay, it means workforce development, means putting some money up front to really get people in. But I think that's an interesting way to look at the healthcare situation as well.
Take just a second to summarize what my perception of what's being talked about. So we talked about FEHB, we talked about TRICARE Reserve Select, right, TRS, and how we're medically covered as guardsmen or reservists. The TRICARE for All obviously would be almost like a full-time active duty DoD application of healthcare coverage that we don't have right now. But there's so many of us. So if we transition over, I forget now what the CBO score on that was initially. It was somewhere up
Yeah,
near.
it's north of $1 billion.
Yeah, $1 billion. And then there's some kind of calculation over 10 years or something like that. But either way, super huge price tag. Nobody wants to entertain it. They're scared to death to talk about it, even in congressional offices right now. So it's being looked at as an impossibility, right? Like it's a pipe dream or it's a dream, like it's dream coverage. We talk about it enough. We'll keep driving it home. We'll keep bringing it back year after year, placing the right emphasis on it, having the right guys on the right teams. I feel like at some point, Congress may be forced into a position to entertain it, especially if we go into near peer threat war.
And ultimately, when you divide it by the number of service members and all 7 of the reserve components, it ends up being $800 per person. It's a tiny amount of money when you divide it out by how many people it's going to cover, but it's.
It might make TRS look like a really good deal.
What is basically recognized for VA benefits as far as Title 32, Title 10, and the weekend? And I know that another question is Title 30, the technicians are Title 32. They run an uniform every day and go to work, but that time isn't recognized on VA benefits. Can you elaborate on all of that?
So it's complicated, muddy water, and it depends on each individual benefit. And that's sort of why we're trying to go through and fix a lot of that. GI Bill parity is obviously the one we're working on right now because we see the impact that could have. The homelessness benefits is the next one we're going to have in the pipeline. And we're trying to work through each individual one. On healthcare, I'd have to ask our health team to see what the eligibility is, but we've been trying to sort of work through and update all those at the same time. If there was like a specific benefit you're interested in, I can dig in on it. But basically, we have to go through and pull the Title 38 VA code and compare what their eligibility requirements are in there to. They often reference Title 10 and Title 32, and we have to go into those parts of the code and see who's being mobilized under those sections themselves. I know it's very difficult when we have national emergencies. Have they been declared national emergency? Where are they under Section 502? Are they F? Are they A? Where in there? And then when you have like flight hours, where do those fall in? That gets very complicated. Unfortunately, there was the Apache accident this past week out of Mississippi, and it's like a fair question of like what status were those folks under and what are they eligible for? I know several years back we had Black Hawk that went down in Louisiana, and there was Marines on board, there's National Guard service members on board, and the Guard service members were in different duty statuses on the same bird. We had the pilots under one and then the crew chiefs on a different one. And there was 3 different eligibilities on that bird for burial benefits, for death gratuity or death payments and all those things. And it also affected survivor benefits when it comes to education as well as payments and everything like that. And it's very frustrating and unfortunate because the way that we're being used as an operational reserve is not reflected in these statutes that were created, way back when. And a lot of it is getting folks to focus on fixing this issue. Like people have so many things that they're focused on, but like saying, okay, this is something that really needs to be addressed right now. Is the only way to get it fixed.
Like right now, we have 346 House 71 sponsors in the Senate, co-sponsors in the Senate for this Richard Starr Act. But we had about that many last time too. Last time in 2017, but it went nowhere. Is that moving? It's the only retirement that I know of, civilian retirement somewhere else. That in your regular job and then you get disabled, you can have both. But if you're in the military, you can't.
Stars do.
Yeah. I can start there. So I can only speak to the Senate. It is moving. That's probably the best answer I can give you. But it is being worked. The issue is the larger congressional consternation right now. Things are really difficult. It's really difficult to get things moved in both the House and the Senate. And so I think it was just said very well. We all have 10 priority number ones. This is one of them. We're looking at what can pass. Like we look at the NDA every year, something that's very likely going to pass. We thought this bill was going to be like the next SBAC package of the Senate Veterans Affairs package that was going to pass. That didn't pass, and so it's difficult when we have all these priority ones. A pretty frustrated Congress right now, in the House and the Senate. So it is moving. I think that's the best answer I can give you, at least for the Senate.
So that's, again, not in our jurisdiction, but it's something that we keep tabs on because it has implications for us as well. We're hopeful on Senate movement. Let me say that, because I'm not aware of any movement in the House on that bill.
And I would say on that, like, I'll take this, I stole this from my old boss who stole it from somebody else, but like, when you look at what people say are their priorities, look at their budget and look at how they spend their time, because those are the two finite resources. So like when you go into these offices and they say, oh yeah, we're a co-sponsor, that's great. That's step one. But like step two is like, okay, how much time have you done? Have you gone and talked to the committee staff? Have you told them how important it is to you? And then when you look at everything in Congress comes down to, can we pay for it or not, right? Like it's all about money. So when it comes to the NDAA or when it comes to any of these other packages, it's we all got priorities. Who's are going to get in there? Ask the member offices, like, are you going to advocate for this thing? Is this like going to be the thing that you want out of this NDAA? And kind of push them to take that next step. I think it is very frustrating when you have 300 something co-sponsors where like clearly the House agrees this should be something that's done, but like co-sponsoring and then like pushing for that to be like what we actually spend our money on is kind of like two separate steps. I think that's where you need to hold these offices feet to the fire on it.
Would it be helpful if we talked about the NDAA for a second? I'm realizing that we made the same mistake again. So the National Defense Authorization Act is. That is the legislative package that for the last 67, 68 years has always passed. So it's a massive bill. It was $876 billion, I think, last year. That is the legislative package that the Senate Armed Services Committee and the House Armed Services Committee create independently. And that authorizes the money that the government is allowed to issue for the national defense. At the end of that process, where we have a HASC NDAA or the House version of the NDAA and a Senate version of the NDAA, we will, in theory, conference and create this weird amalgamation of an NDAA. More often than not, one side kind of gets what they want, depending on what's in the other bill. But that end product is what gets passed, and then that is appropriated by the appropriations committees who issue the money. And so to authorize money with SASC and HASC, and the appropriations committees appropriate that money and fund the authorizations, and that's how we get a budget. So because the national defense is so important, and because we need money to pay for the defense budget, there will be a lot of riders attached to that because people know that is very likely going to pass. And so the difficulty is figuring out what are these riders that are going to get attached to the NDAA because this bill needs to be passed. And so when we're talking about things like the Richard Starr Act, that is sometimes the NDAA is sometimes looked at a vehicle to attach the Richard Starr Act to, along with I think we had 1,200 other amendments on that bill. So when people get frustrated, the bill is 800 pages long. The NDAA is exhibited for the right reasons.
And they will tell you to his point. So HASC really only does that one bill a year. It's SASC. I mean, I'm not aware of any scenario where it would pass as a standalone by itself. So that's just not the way that their committees do business. They do one bill a year versus we do a bunch. We historically, not this Congress, but in the previous Congress, we've done a lot of those. We've done 8 this Congress, and 4 of them were naming VA facilities.
This is kind of jumping tracks there, but has anybody explored with recently aviation accidents that this DEI classes are taking over some of the vital training that was required by the soldiers? And stating that, I come from the aviation community, talked to some of my active duty component on the reserve component people in the aviation community. They're doing 80% of their training on this DEI stuff.
I mean, Matt and I are still in. Like, I've done maybe an hour on DEI stuff, so I don't see where folks are doing 80% of their training. What I really think the issue is cutting the flight hours and cutting the maintenance hours. That comes back to funding.
Funding.
That's what it is.
It's a funding issue.
You know, I mean, we work with the flight units out of Pennsylvania and West Virginia to get our jumps in. We do it almost every month, or schedule one every month. And like, that's their biggest thing is like, they want to support us, they want to fly in support of us, but they have to have the funding to get up there to fix the birds, to get up and do their simulator time, and then also fly. And that comes not just to funding on the maintenance and fuel side of it, but it comes to funding orders and like getting people on the right type of orders so they can go do it. And that's what we see.
On the same line, aviation, you guys are airborne, I guarantee you. Have they funded the money for the additional parity funds for that?
You talking about for the pay?
Especially pay. Right.
No, they haven't done it yet because
They passed it, but they haven't funded it.
DOD has to submit a report that it won't affect active duty retention. And as far as I know, I'm not on Haskins-Sask, but as far as I know, they haven't done it yet, so it hasn't. I think that this is a personal side. Like, I'm not worried about active duty retention. Like, the folks that I know that are leaving active duty, it's because their families are burnt out from them being gone so much because they're being asked to do so many things. Like, you shouldn't worry about active duty retention. You should be worried about retaining those people in the Guard and Reserves who keep the talent and keep the experience. Like, that should be the move between Compo 2, Compo 3, and Compo 1 should be a lot easier and shouldn't be viewed as a loss. Like, retaining folks in the organization as a whole betters the organization and keeps all that money that we spent to train that person and get him experience. Whereas, like, if people would just get out, like, that's folks that we're never going to get back, even in time of war. Like, we're not, like, people aren't just come back in. So
I have a question on some spousal issues when it comes to all of us here. Well, not all of us yet, but when we talk about VA preferences, anyone here that serves when we get out for the VA preferences, that kind of thing, our spouses, we tell them that they're a part of our family forever. Military spouses can do this without you, but the day you retire from service, your spouse is no longer eligible for any sort of point preference for a VA job, anything that's out there. So I still believe that they need to get some sort of preference, even if it's a 5-point preference for a job, or a VA job, 5 is to get some sort of preference for serving for the last 20 or 30 years long with this. Another thing is the NBA and PAC says for the first time in over 20 years, they allow people to apply for survivor benefits if they can find this see their VA%. A lot of folks never going to get their percent, and with that kind of offer, there's no point in insurance if it's only going to benefit. But with that, they're expecting those veterans to pay $50,000 to $75,000 in back pay to get an insurance that's going to maybe pay their spouse $1,500 a month. So instead of starting payments from the day they are now eligible for that survivor benefits pay, they want you to put a check for $70,000, which I know a lot of veterans in this room don't have a $70,000 that they can sign over to. It's not that insurance policy. While it's good in theory, when you put it on paper, it really doesn't look out for the
the insurance stuff falls under our disability assistance. Some companies will have to go back and ask them about that. On the spousal employment, we see that falling under our committee or our subcommittee. It has to do with money. It's like we take economic opportunity to be a very broad term. And we know for a fact that spousal employment is a protective factor during transition because it helps just stabilize the finances of the family, because having dual income is a lot better when one person's going through transition, changing jobs, which keeps everything a little bit more of an even keel. So we've been working, one of the provisions you might see in the MDA this year is allowing spouses to participate in skill bridge. We have issues with how the services are restricting the skill bridge program right now. But that is one thing we're working with a member office to help facilitate. And then when it comes to spousal employment as a whole, I know there have been some pushes within DoD to make improvements, but it's definitely difficult, especially for the active duty folks who are moving around a lot. One provision that we're looking at that falls within our subcommittee is giving spouses who serve veterans, especially if service members are mobilized and deployed. That changes how family dynamic works, and if the spouse is able to get away and work all the time, but they have to be in the household. And so we have that proposal. I think the member offices will be rolling it out sometime this spring. And it'll basically allow the same protections for Guard and Reservists when they leave their job for deployment to apply for spouse. Basically, is activated from the military.
And I think that specific instance you mentioned is a something we can take back and take a look at as far as preference extending beyond when that service member gets out, because they're no longer really considered a military spouse when they're a veteran spouse. We'll take that back.
If I was still in my wife would have pinpoint
Right.
I'm not saying you should say pinpoint preference.
Right.
They have retired, every retired spouse, you still get some sort of preference. When we retire from service, it is not a divorce. We are still, it is still part of the, and over the years, we've shown that we have to participate in our country. It's security, because COVID, home. We got to care about family.
Yeah, and I think this is very similar to the military leave days. The proposal we have would change the federal military leave days. We could change through, we're saying over 1 to 5, through spousal preferences as well, which would be a little bit more difficult since definitely committee. But we can't, right now, we don't have the ability to mandate that for every company in the United States, but we can incentivize them to follow the federal lead. And that's something we've looked at to help companies decide to do the right thing. Help spousal employment.
A question in regards to the PAC Act. So in my talks with the Adjutant General Association, where General Evans sits on the executive board, specifically talking with General Matt of Vermont, we're talking about Kosovo deployments and inclusion. We've talked with the Council of Governors on that. Has that had any traction or anywhere to reach your level at all, including Kosovo deployers or people that return from them to be considered into the PAC Act?
I'll have to double check with our disability subcommittee on that. Gary's the lead on that. I know there've been a couple of different cohorts of folks who were unintentionally maybe left out that we can work with, and we know that we end up doing updates to these bills every couple of years. Let me check with Gary. Let me take that back, and I'll find out where they are as far as a recommendation on Kosovo deployments.
In the meantime, I'll send you guys all these plans of justification.
Sure. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Can I ask a question about the Stuff on Hold Act? I had a chance to read through all the bills
They got a call
for the Veterans Affairs, where it says that
callback and
the callback functionality. And I think that's great. I'm getting ready to retire, but it doesn't necessarily work because they're going to call you back while you're on the phone, while you're in a meeting, while you're in the bathroom. I'm not going to answer the phone. Now I have to start all over again. Can they do a live chat option?
That's a good question. Like through My Healthy Vets or something like that. Well, they've changed the name of My Healthy Vets to something else, but you have your messenger in there, but potentially a live chat version. That's a good concept. I'm gonna write that down and take that back to our folks too on our techno. And this is a great place for us to get ideas. Yeah.
And I have another thing I want to talk about. You guys are working on reforming the transition assistance program, and you were talking about waivers for certain members of the reserve component. And it's if they had taken it previously in the preceding 3 years, it can be waived. And we had that same conversation. I used to run the Yellow Ribbon program for the Army Guard, and we had that same conversation. The benefits and the resources are changing constantly. So whatever was available 3 years ago, you may have more resources and benefits now. So, but if you don't go to the TAP class, you're not going to know.
Yeah, we have concerns with that as well. And we're trying to work through what's the best way to approach it. Currently, I was sitting in Syria watching ISR feeds while clicking through the online course, which probably isn't the best way to receive that information. I'm moving at Fort Liberty now, coming on to orders and, oh, you got to go to your TAP counselor. And before you go over there, it's this doesn't really make sense. But the part we're looking at specifically is creating a Guard and Reserve specific track. And we have a member that's getting ready to introduce that bill. And it'll likely go in the NDA this year. Hopefully makes it through the whole process that we talked about earlier. But knowing that the Guard and Reserve transition is not the same as the active duty transition where it's off active duty to civilian. The Guard and Reserve one is transition between multiple duty statuses over and over and over again. It needs to be a little bit different. And I think the frustration that has created the push to exempt people is because, hey, I already have a job. You're making me take this class. We're doing it all over. People are like, why am I doing this? I want to go home and see my family because I just came back from deployment. That's a sort of frustration. So we want to see DoD change that process to be something that is more useful to the Guard and Reservists. And I think that then short circuits the argument that why am I taking this class over and over again? It becomes more useful if people want to be there. And I don't know exactly how DoD is going to implement it. We don't exactly want to dictate that to them, but something more akin to yellow ribbon or continual engagement is probably more palatable and useful than, hey, you got to take a week's worth of class before you can go home once you get back.
Right, because we just don't want them to fall through the cracks and they miss out on a resource that they actually had access to but didn't know about.
And it's also so many resources, so much information in that in a little bit of time. Yeah. It's easy to miss stuff. So getting to see it over and over again at the right time, at the right place is very useful for people to actually understand what's going on and retain the information, utilize, avail themselves of the benefits that they've earned.
Right. Man, I think to your point, so I've been through TAP maybe 6-7 times now from rotating through there. And the information that I got out of this one is vastly different and there's more. But yet, than the one I took maybe 5-6 years ago, but I was still eligible then for some of these new benefits. So a refresher on that stuff is something that, yeah, I think you're right. Good, either for Guard or active duty.
Right. And then the other thing I wanted to talk about was minimum amount of counseling regarding financial planning. So in regards to, the whole TAP issue, as far as implementing new things or minimum amounts, how is it going to get enforced? Because you can't force your people to go to TAP. You can't, it's mandatory. TAP is mandatory. Yellow ribbon's mandatory. Your analysis is mandatory, but we know it doesn't always happen. So how do we make sure it's enforced and that it does happen so people aren't falling through the cracks?
I think it's making a program that people want to go to because they see that's benefit.
Nobody wants to do your analysis.
Well, that's DoD problem.
But it's still mandatory.
But people want to know about the benefits that are out there if it's a good use of their time, if it's not just like, oh, I'm getting lectured for 8 hours in a classroom. And I think TAP has come a long way. I first took it when it was ACAP, and they were teaching me how to apply to be a security guard for 8 hours, which was great. Good use of my time at Camp Shelby. But I think as we go forward and we explain the importance of this to command teams, to the service member themselves, they can, right now, it's like, I already have a job. Why am I taking this Department of Labor class how to do a resume? Well, that's probably fair, but maybe we can offer you something that helps you make it to the next level in your job or find a career or move from underemployment to full employment where you can actually, utilize all the education and things that you've earned.
Okay. I still think that there needs to be a way to enforce it.
Well, on the TAP side of it, we know that active duty especially are not meeting the current timelines that are within law. Some folks have suggested that we include a provision in OERs and NCOERs to say, hey, my people made their TAP stuff X amount of the time or whatever. I have concerns with that because I'm worried that it's going to become like the EEO statement where it's like a check. Yeah. He fully supports like whatever. It's not actually like a good analysis of what's going on. We've seen the Marine Corps. Marine Corps has come a very long way because they were probably the least active in the TAP space to now being the most active, where their TAP compliance is part of their annual inspections, which then incentivizes commands to get it right because they are punished if they're not. And I think that's probably the most effective way. Now, again, I've been through those inspections. I've seen us put together the binders we need to put together right before inspection comes through, and it's not perfect, but I think it's better than where we are currently, and helps sort of build the culture of like, hey, this is something that I actually have to participate in.
Can they put something like that in the bill?
It's tough.
Yeah, I think this is just me. That should start at the command level. And I think that starts with you guys. There are things that Congress should involve itself in. There are things that Congress should not involve itself in. I am very reticent to telling a company grade commander that he has to do anything with his troops unless it is already federal law. That company, that 03, that battalion commander should be creating a culture where TAP is mandatory and that his soldiers and airmen are doing something out of TAP. I certainly take the point that it's not being used enough, but I'm not sure that's a place for Congress. I think that should be a place for company and battalion commanders.
I would say that legislation is a sledgehammer, and like when you're a hammer, everything looks like a nail. So like Congress wants to legislate everything, and sometimes it's much better to like write a letter, but you don't get the same press for a letter. Like so, like there's a lot of incentives for Congress to like do bills because that's what we do. But this solution is probably getting the services to change like the Marine Corps did their regulations to come into line. And like I've definitely looked at writing that bill, and it's just not conducive to like getting it right. And then it's also stuck there where like then the services are gonna be like, well, that's what the statute says, so I have to do what the statute says and never like improve off that position going forward.
To key off that point a little bit too. So one of the beyond legislation, aggressive oversight from Congress or holding the departments accountable. We think, and we have, and our ranking member has made the push and is trying to build the coalition to move more of the TAP jurisdiction. Currently, we share TAP's jurisdiction with HASC. We think we should move it more into the Vets Committee because we have more of a vested interest in their success. HASC has, to balance readiness and that. So we think, hey, let's separate that. Let's remove the conflict of interest potentially there, give that oversight to us, and then we can go after it a little more aggressively. I don't know if that's something that's been discussed, shifting the jurisdiction of that in the committee, but that's informally done or formally done through the House rules package each Congress.
Yeah, I think we talk about it a lot in the Senate because it's like the program is owned by labor, right? And it's also Veterans Affairs, VA and DOD. So to your point, that there isn't a lot of incentive for DOD to want to invest in a program when they're losing these bodies. But to the oversight point, one of the things that legislators will do is write a letter or read a letter. And it's a little bit more, as opposed to the sledgehammer, it's more of a scaffold. And we will write a letter and send it to the secretary, whether it, in this case, it might be labor, it might be defense, and it can be about any issue that we feel passionate about. So sometimes it's as simple as saying, hey, TAP is not being used well, or your numbers not where they should be. Congress is watching. And sometimes that is a shot across the bow to let the Army, the Air Force know that we are watching. We're not going to legislate for whatever reason, but that doesn't mean we're not passionate about this. I think someone meant, we were talking about Kosovo. We led a letter last year about the PACT Act. We were concerned that they were mainly airmen coming back from a base called K2 or County Combat. And we were concerned that people at K2, which was a former Soviet base that had open barrels of chemical and nuclear waste, were not going to be put in PACT Act. So we let a letter to Secretary McDonough. Hey, we want an answer here, and we gave us the answer that we're looking for. So we can push the departments to do things, or at least let them know that we care about these things without legislation.
I think something else that is part of oversight is like visits and getting members to come out. And I think that's a great thing when you go into these offices today is to ask them to say, hey, you know, you've got Guard and Reservists, you've got, some of them have active duty folks in their district, just depends. Everybody's got Guard and Reservists. How about you come out and see some of our training? How about you come and talk to our service members? Because a lot of these folks, you know, they don't get out that much. They're busy with other stuff, but it is, even if it's the staff and not the member, it helps bring them in and educate them about these issues. And it also then puts the pressure on the agency to be like, oh, we got a member of Congress coming. What are they going to ask about? And then they have to like kind of go through their process on their side to like spin it all up, think through all these things and prepare. And like, you know, the barracks issues that we've seen at all these bases is like, that's not new. We all knew that was going on. Like I've seen those barracks myself and said it's an issue, but like when members come, then the services have to start addressing things. And like, again, everybody's known, it just hasn't been a priority. It's like, oh yeah, we'll get around to it. But again, if it's a priority, but nobody really cares about it, it ends up at the bottom of the funding list. When the members start asking questions, it starts changing the attitude within the agency, whether it be DOD, VA, whatever, and adjusts their real prioritization of these things, whether it be TAP, barracks, whatever it is. So I think that's a very good avenue to go in a lot of these things. It also helps build the relationship between you and the office, because as we continue to advocate for Guard and Reserve priorities, it really helps to have a longer term interaction with that organization or with that office, because then they know you, they trust you, they've seen you a few times, they come out and seen training, like they get who you are and what you do. So when you come in and you say, hey, remember we were talking about how some folks were having issues coming back with employment, we think this needs to be fixed within transition. They already have that knowledge and that background, because like right now the biggest issue we face when it comes to parity, when it comes to TRS, when it comes to any of these things, is offices just don't really know what's going on with the Guard and Reserve. They kind of get it, but they're like, oh, like we have like a guard people, what? Like, what do they do? Like, so are they active duty? Like, we get that question all the time. But the more you can engage with these offices and get their knowledge level up, it really helps when you come with an ask to them and say, hey, like, we need this healthcare thing. We need this GI Bill parity. We need healthcare parity. Like, that really helps long term. And like, there's something to be said for like relationships and networking of like, they've seen you 10 times, they've seen you back in the district, they've seen you in DC. There's a level of trust there that when you come in, they're going to answer the phone, they're going to set up that meeting, they're going to respond to what you're saying.
This is more of a general question, a little topic, but kind of caveat up to what you're saying. We have a bunch of first time. I know back in November was like my first time coming. What are like when we come visit you for the first time, we've never done. What are your expectations? Like, what do you think we should be coming to the table? Are you expecting paper copies? Are you looking for email versions? Like, or what kind of knowledge do you expect us to have about some of the things we're talking to you about? And then what should we be doing when we're back home? How often are you, what are your expectations of us? Like, we talk about with our, you guys fight the year here, but there's 10 other months. What should we be doing back home? That sort of stuff. How can we make that relationship better?
So I'm going to sound like a lawyer and say it depends.
Okay.
Because each office runs, like each office its own kingdom. They all run it differently. So you kind of have to feel it out when you go into every office. The paper versus email is a great question, and it's like literally going to depend person to person. So just be prepared with both, I guess would say. I think the biggest thing when you come in the first time is like, give them a quick, know how long your meeting's going to be so that you can like hit all the points you want to hit, and give them a quick background, make the connection with like, oh, I'm from this part, like, find a way to connect with them. And it's easy when you're like going to a member from your state and being like, hey, I'm from your state, I do these things, whatever it is. And then move into an ask, like give who you are, give a little background, and then connect that to an ask. And that gives them something to do versus like, okay, I just took this meeting, I don't really know why we were talking, versus like, oh, I took this meeting, they told me why this was important, and now they asked me to co-sponsor this bill, or to come visit, or to lead a letter, whatever it is, it just gives them that like, okay, now I know what my next process is here. And I would say for the other 10 months, connect. A lot of offices have folks who do issues in the district, or they have counterparts in DC, and they're supposed to work together. I would connect with the district office as well and be like, oh, who does your military and veteran stuff in the district? And like, maybe we can get on your council, because a lot of these folks have like veterans councils that meet 2, 3, 4 times a year. And then also like say, hey, like we're doing this event, back when we have like a drill weekend. Do you remember want to come to a drill week? Whatever it is, you can keep that kind of engagement going. And like when you get the message alerts from EANGUS or whatever, reaching out to the like legislative person back in DC, being like, hey, like we met back in May or January or whatever it was. This is something that came up. Can we have a call about it? Or here's the issue. And really, at the end of the day, everybody's got to write a memo to like get their boss to like co-sponsor whatever it is. Like we've had a lot of success getting people to do what we want to do just by making it easy for them and like providing the information in like a one-page thing that they can just copy and paste into a little format. And this is why it's important. This is what we want you to do. This is who supports it.
Yeah, no, that's good. And this is an oversimplification, but when a staffer is taking something to their boss to consider, they're going to want to know who's for it, who's against it, what does it cost, those type of questions like that. So to the extent that you can answer those questions, who's your coalition, who's supporting it, where's the opposition, where's the rub? Don't be afraid to address those cost issues and explain why it's a good use of taxpayer resources and why you should do that. And then also if it's something that it, like a lot of these have, all these bills, have you noticed, like Nate mentioned, the names of them have names and anecdotes of individuals. If you have an individual that is specifically impacted by this, highlight that. Data is important as well. You need the data to really push the stuff across the board, but the anecdotes a lot of times get it over the finish line.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. I think broadly, when you're in the room, don't be shy. Like I have sat there in a 30-minute meeting and we've been 26 minutes in. I still have no idea what the hell that person is. I'm thinking you just wasted 25 minutes. Just tell me what you want. It's like, again, give me the quick background. Tell me why it's important. I think, again, know who you're talking to. So find a way to connect to that office. So like, hey, I'm from Connecticut. You're from Arkansas, but you have X amount of enlisted reservists and guardsmen in your district or in your state here, maybe on the Senate side. So find a way to make a connection. So tailor that approach then. And then I agree absolutely with what you're doing the other 10 months. Plug in with that state office or the district office. Make sure you know that they are aware of what's going on in their own district. But what I've seen advocacy groups, and certainly not uncommon, I've seen a lot of advocacy groups forget that the offices don't live and breathe what they're advocating for every day. So we talk about this all the time. You guys live and breathe the Army and Air Force all the time. That state director or that district director might not know the difference between the active duty and the guard is. So again, making it easy for them. If you have a one pager, send it to them. Again, break down all those things that were just described. It's not because they're lazy. It's because we have 10 priority number ones. If you want that to be on that list, if you're making it easy, so we can have follow-on questions and say, hey, thanks for the one pager. Got it. I have a couple questions here. That staffer's probably asking because they know what their boss is going to ask. So that way, when they go back to their boss, they have all of that ready. And they can get a yes or a no. So tailor that approach and stay plugged in with the office. And then again, just tell them what you want. That way, I know as I'm walking out of the door, they want me to join a bill, they want us to join a letter, they want us to read a letter. There's nothing wrong with, there's something to be said for being tactful, but I think being coy can just kind of be annoying sometimes because we're taking the meeting, the vast majority of our time, especially right now in the middle of NDAA season. So basically right now through April, we have every company Lockheed Martin to the, furthest down chain supplier wanting our time. And that's fine. It's the way it should work. But that also means that we're trying to be very efficient with our time. And so if you can help us by doing all of those things, it makes it so much more.
Yeah. And I would also say the staffer, especially if you're being on the House side, the staffer, if you're meeting with the personal office, probably covers 5 different topic areas and not necessarily all like the same or in the same vein. Like when I was in Walz's office, I was working on Veterans Affairs. That was my main thing. It was a priority for the office. I also covered education and postal service, which like postal service was important because we didn't want any of our post offices closed down in southern Minnesota. But like, there's a wide breadth of things that you're covering there. And it goes to Nate's point about like people might not always have the expertise in the area, and that's why you're an advocate for something. That's why you're there to educate them. Like lobbying gets like, it's kind of like a dirty word, but actually lobbyists are really important, and like they're not always bad people. Like you all lobbying is a great thing because it helps educate those offices and things that they don't necessarily have the time to learn about themselves. And I know everybody always wants member meetings. Like member meetings are great. You get to take a photo, slap each other on the back. Hey, you support the Guard, you support Army, all these things. Like, that's great. A lot of the real work gets done in staff meetings. So don't be afraid to just like take a staff meeting or whatever, because you can have a lot more in-depth conversations. Like we're saying, the staff has to cover so many things. The members covering everything the government does. So like it's going to be a lot more surface level with them. Getting the staff educated is like really important. And please don't like feel like, oh, I'm getting stiff because I'm only talking to staff. Like that's where you're going to make your real money, is talk to the staffers.
Real quick, do the extra homework. Get on your phones sometime in the next hour or two, and look and see what committees and subcommittees your congressmen and senators sit on. That way, you're not going into an office talking about something completely outside their wheelhouse, right? You may spend 30 minutes, 40 minutes, whatever, talking about something that they had no impact or bearing on whatsoever because they don't sit on that committee or subcommittee. They may be able to lateral out to somebody that they have a relationship with or something like that, but just be aware of those things.
We've got just a few minutes left on the panel, so can we close it out with this? EANGUS, we exist for the men and women of the National Guard, both Army and Air. We really represent the enlisted force, although we touch all of the National Guard. From your perspectives, what are some things that we can do as an association to better advocate for the soldiers and the airmen? And what are some things that you would expect from us as an organization to help your office out, put some of these things over the finish line?
I think you're doing a lot of it. You're prioritizing what your asks are, and you're making sure that you have a list of those. You guys just coming back. I know there are a lot of first timers here. That may mean that there are a lot of people that didn't come back. Like keep coming back and keep engaging so that you build those year-on-year relationships. The organization, like make sure that the ask that you have, and as an organization, make sure that it is in your specific wheelhouse, and try not to stray too far outside of that. You're good at keeping yourselves above the political fray. Also, too, don't get drawn in to the politics of things. The politics on the Hill are what they are. There's a lot of politics around funding, but at the end of the day, the type of things that you all are advocating for on funding, we shouldn't be arguing about. We had a lot of funding issues and debates on the PACT Act, but in our view and in our boss's view, the government had already written the check for these benefits. This is the time to pay up. It's not a matter of do we pay for this and do we extend these benefits? It's this is what you decided to do as elected officials, to send folks to war. Now this is the cost. So like trying to stay above that and
Yeah, I think we definitely appreciate all you guys are doing on the parity bill, and I think your greatest asset is that like you're a force multiplier, and you can get into all these offices where like I might go talk to like a random office and be like, hey, like you should really support this, like it's an important thing. They're kind of like, okay, great, thanks for coming. But like when it's somebody from their district and it's somebody that they've engaged with again and again over time, and they have that trust built with you all, it really makes a difference for you to call in and say, hey, we need to have a meeting about this. We need you guys to support this bill. And I think that is like the biggest thing you all can do is keep engaging and building these relationships with these offices so that when you have a priority, you can get into that office and say, hey man, we've been talking to you for 2 years, 5 years, whatever it is. You know us, we know you. This is something you need to stand up for us on. Like this is an issue that is impacting the Guard and Reserve, and you know how we have told you how much it impacts back at home, and now we expect you to go do the right thing in Congress and make sure it happens. And I think that is sort of the next level thing, is like holding some of these folks' feet to the fire, because everybody loves to say they support veterans, they support the DOD and the Army and the Navy, all that stuff. But like when it comes to funding and when it comes to time, like check to see if these people are actually doing it, if they're actually prioritizing it. I know like we're pretty confident our boss does because we, we do the work on it, but like we need people to hold us accountable too. And like that's, kind of what your job is, to make sure you hold those members accountable.
Yeah, the thing I'll add, I view advocacy groups, especially ones like this one, as basically preparatory fires. You guys can get into so many more offices than I can, especially on the House side. Like I definitely would not call myself an expert on the House by any means. But when it comes to process, and I have a Senate bill that I want to push, and I'm looking for people in the House to jump on and support it. If I reach out to an office and they say, yeah, we'll take a look, but EANGUS comes over and says, hey, we want to have a meeting about this. And that happens to me. And someone says, hey, Senator Blumenthal should join this bill. And then another group comes, hits me with a left hook. That shows me that group is coordinating and is serious. And I think that's ultimately how you guys are able to push across your priorities. When people understand that you are massing effects and you're able to coordinate well, that's what demonstrates to me as a staff that these guys are good play. They understand how this process works. They're not just shooting random emails every week with some new thing that they've got. Those can all be very important emails, but if you're coordinating well, engaging with the tags, have that tag all the members sometimes, that's very effective. And so I think, again, just understanding that you guys can touch and can reach out and touch so many more offices than we just have capacity.
So you guys are very efficient in my path. Like things that we have to sit in on. Is an appropriate first question to ask is, are you familiar with this bill? And do you have, are you well versed? Because that way we're not wasting. I feel like we're not wasting your time to ask that question. We know not to sit there and explain it to you for 10 minutes when you guys are more than in depth. I think that really kind of helps some of the process along. Just this, and this is kind of an FYI for you guys. Do it for the first time. Is that an appropriate question to ask up front to make sure we're not regurgitating anything you already know we can get to? This is why it's important to us. And I just kind of think that.
Yeah, absolutely. If you can get 10 minutes back at the 30-minute meeting, get it back. If that person might know what TRS stands for, and that's it, that person might not know what TRICARE is. And so feeling that out and being able to kind of flex and shift fires you need to, absolutely. Again, if you can get those 10 minutes back and talk about maybe something else you want to talk about or talk more, if that person's familiar already, they probably might have 5 more people that they know you should talk to. So get that time back and say, hey, who would you recommend we talk to as an organization? Get that time back and be more effective with it. You don't need to talk about it.
Yeah, and I would say also know when you're going in, if hey, we want you to co-sponsor the bill, is the ask. See if they're already a co-sponsor of the bill. And when you go into the meeting, be like, hey, it's also staff turns over pretty frequently in a lot of these offices. So they might be a co-sponsor, but the new folk or the new person working there might not really know the background on it. So that might be a situation where you go, okay, I'm going to explain the background to you. Your boss is already a co-sponsor. Thanks for helping. Here's the next ask. Or like you said, they might know everything and they might be like, okay, good. And then you can go right into your ask and okay, you're already a co-sponsor. Who else in the delegation should we be talking to? Is your boss a member of the Guard and Reserve Caucus? We'd like you to join. If we're gonna have a meeting, come in with an ask. Sometimes it's great to have a meeting with the folks and just hang out and build a relationship. But you flew all the way to DC, figure out what it is that you're gonna get out of them. It's gonna change every meeting.
Well, Mathis, hey, thank you so much for your time. I'm sure we're going to keep this communication open and continuous, and thank you for everything that you're doing. I really appreciate it. It's going well as well.
Thank you all for doing what you do. If you guys aren't members, I'm going to ask for you to entertain that.
Do you allow officers to join?
Yes,
Association, that's it. We'll take
Break for lunch now. Okay, so, you checked in hotel, I forgot to mention it this morning. If you had issues getting into our room block or getting that special rate, please get your name over to Brian Burks, right? So we can pull you into that room block. If there's any issues with the hotel in that room, we still can pull people in there, but I just gotta capture your name. Make sure the hotel knows that. Also, please, when we have our speakers in our panel, make sure the cell phones are turned off or silenced or vibrate. The other thing is, we are live streaming this, so if we could keep some of the conversation inside, just down a little bit, or text it, utilize some writing, that'd be very beneficial to what people watching at home, right?
And you know, because you didn't announce that, I missed $75.
It's true. It's true.
Thank you very much. So you need to tell me about the thing with the phone.
So if the cell phone makes a noise or goes off, or your computer makes a noise or goes off, there is a fine to the auxiliary. That is our standard.
$25 and I take cash.
And Venmo, and Venmo. And we're not just making that up. That's been a rule for a long time.
We'll talk more about this tomorrow as we go into detail on the point papers. But as you look at your point papers, the Major Richard Starr Act and the GI Bill Parity Act are two items that have been out there for a while. There are CBO score sheets on in the legislative tab on the website. If you want to take a look at those, if you have that quick reference as you walk into the congressional offices, if they were to ask details on the CBO, you can pull it up pretty quickly and reference it. That's what I've got right now. And then the other thing was the budget, the cover letter with all the BSO presidents that signed it. Prioritize that however you want to, how you think is appropriate. I think that should be the first thing we talk about, because they really can't do anything for us until they start passing the budget and passing it on time. I think that deserves its own level of pressure.
I got a question.
Uh-huh.
Since you looked it up, could you tell us
Tell us what.
the CBO score?
Not by memory. There's a lot of details on the CBO score sheet, but I'll essentially tell you that we're a non-revenue entity. We don't make money except for the taxes that it takes to cover the DOD and national defense. So they always look at us as like I said earlier, to try to roll it under that NDAA. And these things are super expensive, but the more we push them.
Yeah, right.
Are you asking about the CBO for?
Right, exactly what the score is on it.
For which one?
For both of them that you just brought up.
I will. So I will tell you that some of the past conversations about the TRICARE for All stuff. So earlier he said you said $7 billion. Is that what you said? Or you said one?
$1 billion for a TRICARE for All.
So TRICARE for All, the CBO originally scored that at $7.7 billion over 10 years, which is $770 million a year. And of course, they look at that, they're like, well, there's no way that's going to happen. You're not getting $7.7 billion over 10 years. Now, here's this is not science, okay? So don't take this as the definitive answer of why you're wrong, CBO. But I'll do some simple math for you whenever they calculate that. So a guardsman pays for TRICARE Reserve Select every month, and it's like what is it, $35, $36, something like that, a month. You multiply that by 12, and then you do. So yeah, it's around $80-90. That's right. Yeah. So what they did was they did this calculation like 5 years ago, when it was like $75, per person for TRICARE for Reserve Select per month. And when they did the calculation, and then they said 440,000 soldiers, 12 months a year, over 10 years. Oh, look, it's $770 million. That's how much it costs every year. That was how they did the math. They simply did the cost of the premiums times 12 times every guardsman, and that's how they came up with the number. So there is zero offset in that CBO score. It doesn't. So let's say you have TRICARE now, and we no longer have to pay for PHA. Well, guess how much we pay to that company? I can't remember the name of it now. No, not quite that much, but it's almost 50% of the cost. What'd you say? For over 10 years, right? Yeah, for 10 years. That's right. Yeah. So, the math somewhere in there is like, well, apparently it's $90 million a year for the healthcare program that pays for PHAs. So if the cost of a PHA is now included as your annual physical assessment that you get with your healthcare and is billed to TRICARE, the same TRICARE that you would have already been paying $75 for and got another physical for had you had TRICARE, well, then that obviously can't mean that you're going to pay an additional $100 million a year. That's impossible because that's included in the cost of what you're already paying for. So that's $770 million a year with that offset just alone for PHA has now been reduced to $670 million a year. Now, how much do we contract out for your sprint tests and your eye exams? And if you go to your PHA and you got something wrong, we're going to give you a medical voucher to go to a doctor Monday through Friday. How much are we paying for those things? So dental is a little bit different, but yes, even dental, right? So if you've got things wrong with your PHA and we give you a voucher that the government's going to pay for it so you get fixed, that's in addition to the price that we pay LHI. LHI is the company I'm trying to think of. So that's in addition to that. So there are offsets to the CBO score of $770 million a year that are not calculated. Honest truth, ask NGB to tell you how much that is. And they can't really tell you what that is. They can't tell you the price. They can't tell you the price because it's so convoluted in what we pay and what we don't pay, and it changes every year for how many people get vouchers and how many don't. There's not a definitive dollar amount, but we know that it's not $770 million a year. Now, again, I'm telling you that's not science, right? Because I can't statistically prove that. I can't show you how much that is. I know that exists. I know that those conditions are out there, and I know that we can offset that by a very large amount. So the CBO scored it at $770 million a year, $7.7 billion over 10 years. They went back and redid the math, and they actually got it down to like $5 billion over 10 years, like in a reassessment. And even that reassessment didn't include the offsets for PHS. So there's now go to you don't have the science for this. So we have to be able to tell that version of the story. So I'm not telling you to go in there and say that it's $999 million over 10 years that we're paying LHI because we don't have that in hand. But you can go in there and say, we know for sure that this cost is inflated and inaccurate because it was based off of nothing more than how much does a soldier cost for TRICARE per month times 12 times 440,000. And that's the only way that number came to exist.
Every single Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine, Space Guard, reservist, and the Army Internet Guard. We're going to be fair to kind of focus on per person. So why are we doing this?
Well,
Let's come up with that money.
so let's talk about the opposite side of the coin. If you use that argument, how much does the cost of TRICARE go up? Because now you're going to the doctor every month, and every time you got a sniffle and a sneeze, and when you've got the flu. I mean, healthcare prices are driven by the fact that we're not using it so much. So there is some offset to that. But is that already included in the TRICARE cost itself? And that's the
they're always going to project high.
Yeah, they're always going to project.
They're not going to project low. So your answer on the CBO scores for both of those is between 2.5 and $5 billion right now.
Got
it. Richard Starr and GI Bill period.
And that's over 10 years.
Over 10 years.
Yeah.
That's
So
right.
the CBO score is over 10 years. So 2.5 billion over 10 years is 2.5 or what 250 million a year.
It's increasingly frustrating to see them say that they can't come up with that kind of money, and we see what kind of money is going in other directions.
For 1 year.
Yeah.
For one talent.
you got to remember, everybody's asking for something. Like they said up here, they get meetings from anything from economics to utilities to, I don't know, retail business. They got a lot to take care of. That's why I said, if you look at your committees and subcommittees before you go, it's important if your member is a member of appropriations, SAS, VA, Veterans Affairs. Those are the highlighted ones. You can think of any more that would be significant.
Well,
Jim, talk a little about this right here on the Major Richard Starr Act.
Richard Starr Act.
I mean, we can talk about the strike here until
Yeah.
I'm 90 years old. We'll probably still be talking about it. But this doesn't touch as many people. It's not expensive. Is this a possibility of going through?
It is. It absolutely is.
I think it's almost there now.
It was supposed to be last year.
I know, but I mean,
It's already made it through conference, so it's already been passed in subcommittee.
It has been passed by the House.
They're trying to put it in the
but
NDA.
I've got more than an example. Just because it winds up in there doesn't mean it happened.
That's right. So let me tell you what happened with Richard Starr. In the first session of the 118th Congress, you had overwhelming support in both the House and Senate. You had so many co-sponsors that if they had just put it on the floor, it would have passed outright. And everybody goes, well, let's just throw this in the NDAA. That's what we ought to do. I mean, we're going to do that with everything else. Put it in there, and then it just goes through. We get a big success because it's in the NDAA. Nobody put it in the NDAA. Nobody submitted it. It was never put in. So now you've got this one bill that seemingly has overwhelming support in both chambers. And so
I think it may have been a miscommunication
It
after
was.
talking to some congressmen. One thought the other was going to push it forward and either let it be a standalone or put it in the NDAA, and they failed on both ends because one thought.
So
the other.
where are we at on this?
I think it's just a matter of them pushing it.
It's got to come forward. It's got to move forward, and then you can't back up.
It's got to make the floor.
That's right. So it has to go back again. It got to go through the whole process because now you've done change sessions. So the bill has died and got to be reintroduced. And it's going to be. It is going to be, and it will get the exact same number of co-sponsors, if not more.
I think your House and Senate representatives will tell you that that's going to go through. It's just a matter of schedule.
Another thing that I'm South Carolina, the flight pay. That's in the NDAA. The Secretary of Defense says he won't do it. How can he do that? But he's not the guy setting the laws. He's supposed to be implementing the laws. So where are we at on that? That we told everybody was passed.
Yeah. We're getting into a little bit of politics between active component and reserve component with this topic, but the specialty pay incentives, where flight pay is flight pay. Hazardous pay.
A lot of people. That's everybody. That's enlisted guys. Everybody's involved with that.
So,
I mean, that's something that can touch everybody right now if they'll just implement it.
Yeah. So Congress passed a law that said that flight pay should be flight pay, hazardous pay. So if you're in the Guard, you don't get 1/130th if you only jump on Monday. You get the full month. If you only fly on Monday, you get the full month. In the active component, if you only fly on Monday, you get the full month. If you're so they passed a law and said, hey, it's got to be equal all across the board. Well, the active component said, okay, we don't think that that's right. So what we would like for you to do before you implement that, put it in the NDAA that we need to do a study to indicate how this is going to impact recruiting for the active component. And so now this year in the NDAA was a law that says, well, before we pay out that money and we put any money in the appropriations bill, we're going to do a study to impact how it's going to do recruiting. So that's where we're at right now. So they passed a law, and then they passed a law on top of that law to make it harder for us to implement, and we've got to wait for the study. The study, there was already a study done that evaluated how much it was going to cost and what this meant for the DoD's total bottom line budget. So they passed the bill to make it happen, and now they want another study, so it's delayed further. And what the problem with that is that the first study to figure out how much it was going to cost, Congress passes a law and says, hey, DoD, go do this study. What does DoD do? They take their sweet time. They took 3 years to produce the study.
Wasn't the latest one due in September, and we haven't seen that yet?
That's correct. So the deadline in the NDAA was September of this year to produce, what does this mean for recruiting? So, or September of last year. Here we are 5-6 months after that, and we still don't have that report. And there is no indication that that report is going to be released anytime soon. So we're still waiting on that. But Larry brings up a great point. I'll give you another example of the exact same thing. Any great area retirees in the room? So great area retiree, can you fly Space A? According to Congress, you can. Congress passed a law and said that the great areas retirees are eligible for a third tier category for Space A travel. The DoD has never implemented that policy. It is law. It is federal law that he should be able to travel in Space A status, given he qualifies and everything. But because the DoD has refused to implement that, it has never gone into effect. So we can pass laws, and the DoD can be like, well, I don't like that, so we're going to slow our roll a little bit, and we're not going to make that happen. And that's been probably 7 years since they passed the law, and they just never implemented it.
So is there anything, my whole question is, and we all say you put it in DAA, you put all that stuff you want in there, but once it goes in there, it's like it's going in this deep hole out in the ocean that we never hear from it again.
You're right.
So is there anything?
Yes, we're doing the right thing now by trying to tell Congress we got to do this. With the Space A retiree travel stuff, there is a letter from a community of senators and congressmen to make it happen, and it just wasn't powerful enough. It wasn't enough voices to make it happen. But that would be the way you have to do it. You have to go through Congress to force the DoD's hand in these issues.
It's pitiful. Yeah, in my mind, it's pitiful.
And may I add to that? This is happening to us, but it also happens to VA. VA's been funded, and it's been held up because VA doesn't want to do it. VA does the same thing, toxic wastewater thing, which is a big issue with Marine Corps. They passed the bill, and they said, yeah, we recognize this has been done. The VA's had funding for it. What has happened? Nothing.
If they've got funding for it, that would definitely be an implementation problem. Are you talking PFAS right now? Or are we talking specifically PFAS? Yeah.
So, Jeff, you give us all your priorities, and that was great. So what is your number one priority?
Legislatively?
No, I'm talking about you're in your job. What's your number one? What do you see as the number one priority for EANGUS to move forward?
For the national office staff, I think that we just have to be, we've got to answer to the states. We've got to be responsible to the states. And I don't feel like, I was telling someone a while ago, I think that I was telling Troy, I feel like my background coming from Arkansas and then coming from Michigan, I sat in rooms for 20 years and listened to an area caucus say, well, this is what's wrong with EANGUS, and I heard them say that for 20 years. And all these things would just build on top of each other. And there's information flow problems, there's reporting problems, but there's really, overall, it's a responsibility problem to the state. What are we doing for you? And what are we giving you? And how are we telling you what we're doing? And I think that those are things we can improve on. That's my biggest objective.
Great job.
It's placed on the union calendar. Introduced by Montana Tester. It's right twice by so it's
Hey, but here's the other deal, Larry, too. So obviously, the stronger the state, the stronger Angus is, but we got to get that word out. That's why I was talking about like leveraging the voice or amplifying the voice. Get the businesses involved, right? Local businesses. Listen, get school board, whoever we can get in the communities that get behind these things to get as much traction as we can. The reason why we were so successful with rescinding that whole COVID vaccination, it was the most responded to call to action we've ever had. So we had people ready to go and we set the stuff out. So we got to respond to these calls and make sure it's on their level. As he said before, he's like, hey, I know Blumenthal's guy said, oh yeah, it's a dream. It's not a dream if you take actionable steps to make that the reality. So we got to make sure we're getting the most outreach we can when we send the calls out or make sure our states are getting. So not just our members actively serving in the Guard, Army and Air, but all the people that it touches, everyone that touches, family members, all of it.
House and Senate representatives have historically, for a very, very long time, been very, very cautious and guarded by bringing in partisan issue bills into the NDAA because we're a national defense asset, and that should stay neutral in environments like this. Like, we all have our own opinions and ideology on political shifts and where we should be and how we vote and all that kind of stuff, and that's great. But as a military component or a military advocacy group, we have to stay front and center on nonpartisan initiatives and advocacy, right? So what we've seen recently, though, is both sides have introduced into the NDAA, because it's a historically easily passed umbrella bill. They put different things in there to push the agendas of their party. And that's reckless, it's irresponsible, and it's ugly. And I don't know if you want to address it or not, but I probably will by saying on both sides. I think most everybody in here, if you know me, you know the amount of time, you know what my personal beliefs are. But this is super important to keep all that crap out, right? If you're gonna argue abortion, keep it out of the NDAA. If you're gonna argue guns, keep it out of the NDAA. But they made a concerted effort to make those two controversial issues a part of this year's NDAA, and it only passed by a narrow margin, which is unheard of historically. So think about that. I guess however you think you need to be appropriate, but super important that in this environment, as an advocacy group, that we stay politically neutral.
Yep.
All right. Hey, Chief. So ready? They knew we were having a meeting today. We're ready for both of you. We've just been kind of hashing out some gripes and complaints. So I don't know that either of these two gentlemen are strangers to us. We've definitely seen them around quite a bit over the last few years. And Chief, you're kind of new to the position, though. I mean, to the LL shop. So it's maybe the first time you've talked to us in this capacity. But we've got a couple of the gentlemen here from NGDLL. They're going to spend some time with us today. The floor is yours, gentlemen. You've got it. We've got slides loaded for you, and anything you want to say, open the floor to some questions, and we'll let you introduce yourself.
You can see the form. You do whatever you want. They probably understand. Okay. You say you did have the slides up?
We do.
Yeah, so like Jeff said, I'm Sergeant Major Harold Watts, North Carolina National Guard. Been in LL since about September. Prior to that, I'm a traditional in-day guardsman. So I worked for a city outside Fort Liberty as a city manager, assistant city manager before coming up and taking this tour. And so it kind of couples my military experience with my civilian skill set to come up here and represent National Guard Bureau and speak on behalf of the chief's legislative objective in Congress. So, background Army, though, infantry armor, spent a lot of time with 38th and 16th Troop.
Chief John Roby, I've spent an Arizona Guardsman. That's my most recent state. I was aircraft maintenance for about 16 years, and I've spent the last 10 years on staff. Most of that, I just got to LL on Thanksgiving. So previous to that, I was in management. Most recently, my assignment was manpower chief right before coming over here. So I'm very familiar with all things A1 type on the air side, the personnel and all the capital stuff. And so I'm looking forward to making a contribution on and on. We are obviously not Mr. Joshua Smart.
Yeah, so we'll kind of briefly go through this brief, kind of touch on highlights of what the LL does. Me and Chief will kind of go back and forth, and then we'll open up the questions.
The LL, our role and responsibility, kind of like conduit between National Guard Bureau and Congress. So we're there to inform and educate. Like I said earlier, the Chief of the National Guard Bureau's congressional objectives and his legislative power. We would also advise the chief and NGB leaders on those, and then we escort them to the Hill, prepare testimony, or if they're a subject matter expert, whatever joint director they're involved in, or have been requested by a member or staff. We also, kind of work the process, developing congressional objectives for the chief. So there's a whole planning process for that, as well as legislative motions and priorities. And so we kind of work that behind the scenes. Just sort of give you an overview. NGBLL, 32 personnel. We kind of split between Pentagon and the Temple Register. And so we have approximately 12 liaisons that are kind of outward facing. And so liaisons, they take the messaging and they interact with the members. Right? And then we have another section for integration division. And they're the ones that states might interact with, trying to answer congressional archives, any archives from members down to the down to state and back. And they also do a lot of the planning team. And then we have, kind of the admin and then General Mitchell, who's our new director. That's January. But what we don't, we don't model, right? So anything, we're not able to advocate for anything that's outside the president's budget. So we don't model communities, we influence on the topic, but we don't model. We can't, request stuff that's outside the president's. Any questions on that?
So there are a lot of competing interests, right? And we have a few of key players that we're engaging. Clearly, the members of Congress being the most important. Most of those interactions happen at the GO level. So a lot of the liaisons, there are only 2 enlisted positions, there are 2 nines, right? The sergeant major and chief. Everyone else is really mostly at the 04, 05 level. So most of our engagements happen at the staff level. There are 2 kinds of staff. There's the personal staff of individual members. So Sergeant Major and I, for example, took the C on a visit recently, and we might engage with the staff behind the scenes to coordinate that, make sure questions are being answered, all that kind of stuff. Then there's professional staff, or what we just say PSMs. They work for the committees themselves, right? Like the House Armed Services Committee or the Senate Armed Services Committee. And the professional staff are deeply entrenched in the subject matter of those committees. They are less assigned to a personal member. I mean, they may be assigned to the chairman, right, or the ranking member. But as those committee members come over, the professional staff members stay engaged with that committee. So they really are subject matter experts in whatever the matter of the committee is. In agriculture, obviously, we care mostly about armed services, right? So there's 2 different kinds of staff that we engage in. On the personal staff side, a lot of our engagements happen with defense fellows across the Department of Defense. All services and civilians will be embedded into members' offices, and they'll do like a year or 2 with it. So that's a really nice input for us to be able to engage with them because they understand DoD language and get this into the office. And most offices also have maybe a military legislative assistant who specializes in military matters. So we spend a lot of time working with them on whether we're crafting language, helping them ideas with legislation, or just providing answers to questions when they're thinking about what they want to introduce as that. So I already most of you are going to be familiar with the NDAA, right? The National Defense Authorization. That gets all the headlines, right? What's in the NDAA? What's in the NDAA? What's in the NDAA? That on the Senate Armed Services Committee and the House Armed Services Committee, that's what are called authorizers. On the other side, the Senate Armed Committee for Appropriations, SAC, PAC, right? Those are appropriate. The difference is, for example, just because mom said she couldn't go to the movie theater doesn't mean dad gave you the money, right? So the NDAA authorizes what you do, but the appropriate still has to say what. That's why we have an NDAA right now. And what we do not have, right? Appropriations. Friday is the partial government shutdown because there are the first 4 bills that haven't been done. And the 8th is the rest of government which shut down, including DOD. Because we don't have appropriations. We're in a CR because the appropriation side hasn't completed their work, even though the authorizers have. So that's the difference. Obviously, the authorizers are earlier in our cycle. We try to engage with them earlier on because they're forming the language that says what we can do, what we cannot do. And then as we transition out of the NDAA government, we're engaging with appropriators because we need them to pay for stuff. They can appropriate what the NDAA says, what they can appropriate, their retainers are not tied by exactly what the NDAA. The appropriators are really very powerful entities. That's really where the money is.
Yeah, so we talked about it briefly. We got two types of information that we deal with. Congressional executives, and those are chief congressional executives, right? So they're positioned for the National Guard Bureau. And so those are developed and have different tops, different levels as you go through the department, right? So joint directors will come up with ideas, they discuss with their G and H staff. And for instance, the J1. So the A1 and the G1 will come up with ideas to the J1, who then will present what they feel is viable congressional executive, present it to director of staff, and then up to the chief, field runs off on it, and then that's what we have congressional executives go forward and discuss. So the purpose of this, they same kind of process at the beginning, but they have to get concurrence through the building through other services. So they have a chance. We propose something that Fairfield doesn't want, that they can non-concur. So they might not make it out of the building, and they might not go out of the building with DOD concurrence, they won't go to OMB, won't get citizens, everything like that. So we're not able to really, educate those topics. So we got 2 different types. One is a little more formalized for all services and building and education.
One of the ways I like to think about it is the congressional objective is a big idea. We'll get into what our objectives are for this year, but if I just use one example, let's say the International Guard fighter recapitalization, right? We want fighters recapitalized in the International Guard to maintain all the fun and field. What we don't have is we don't have text that says we want F-35 to this location, we want F-15EXs to that location, we're not being prescriptive about it. We have an idea, we say we want this as a broad, how Congress does that, we don't care. That's what we want. The proposals are specific text. So for example, when we put through dual BAH, right, for training, that had specific language that had to make it through the DOD, then it had to make it through the Office of Management and Budget, who scores it, right, because everything's about money. How much is this going to cost us? And then it makes it to the administration, and the administration ultimately is the one who's sending it, they transmit it to Congress, and it's not technically NGB who is saying we want this proposal, because the entire administration vetted it, and really it's the administration's position that we want Congress to enact this law, and we've given them the text that they need to do that. They can of course tweak that, right? But we've given them actual text. Where the congressional objectives are not coming directly necessarily from the administration. They're from and they're just big ideas.
So, congressional, very busy side. I'll say to this is what the process is. Obviously, we didn't follow. We haven't followed that all the time. Senior resolutions, appropriations, but what we're looking at for this year, if we can get through 24, we'll start, in March here, President's budget roll out, and then we'll start working. Really, I'd like to say, hey, keep looking at what we do, line the budget, line the process. It's evolving, changing, constantly. Unless there's any specific questions. We will.
Not to follow that one.
Yeah.
How's the overlap 24 and 25 treating you guys now? It's got, you're doing double the appropriations out of them, and now you're already back to 25.
That's right. We really won't get hit with it until PB drop March. I think they're looking at March, but I think President's budget will roll out. And so then we're going to be doing 2 days.
Because yes, we are working, like he said, we're advocating for the stuff that was already asked for, and then we're looking at trying to work the 25 in the AA, right, the authorization language. We're on the hill now, making engagements to try to get that language updated with stuff that we want, while at the same time engaging with appropriators to get other things taken care of currently. So there's 2 years we operated at the same time. Which is not unfamiliar territory, people who've ever experienced the PPP process.
Yeah, but that's a good point, because when you initially said it, I'm thinking appropriations, you're talking authorization, right? So I'm still in the appropriations stall, and then we're coming to authorization here. This is a very simplistic chart or ways to kind of interact. Great ratings, official correspondence about the rest of our file, whether it's informal or written letters from members to prisoners. Testimonies, testimonies will be positive and positive hearings. So we do positive hearings, address testimonies, and then public statements. So those are kind of the ways we can synchronize our. And then here, these are the key congressional benefits for this next legislative cycle, 118 session. Right. We have the people that can interact with the National Guard. So we can specific questions we can talk from down. We have healthcare. No fee healthcare still teach our future sort of optimization and national infrastructure readiness category, and then modernization, air, farm, and then sustainable funding for the group. And then reform state.
And they're nested under those are the chief priorities, right? People, readiness, modernization, and reform. So everything we do has to be geared towards those priorities. And And we have large benefits under every single one of those that we can get into, whether it's expanding the pool for attract and retain, like pathways to citizenship, or increasing or getting more meaningful high school access, or we talk about energy modernization. Well, we want 25 to 25, right? We want to maintain all the fighter squadrons we have in the Air National Guard, or we making sure we've got the money to refurbish and reconstitute all the Army National Guard readiness centers, right? So there are lines of effort for under each one of these. Those are just the headlines. So we're happy to answer questions about what we're working on.
Yeah, kind of before we get into that, just kind of give you a summary of last year, right? So, the NDAA, finally in December, it was enacted or engrossed. And so out of that NDAA, although we don't have authorization for it yet, but we got appropriations. We got authorization for no appropriations. But, we got the Vice Chief elevation that was in authorizing NDAA. And we talked about the dual BAA for training was in the NDAA. We had some language that prohibit reducing the C-130 aircrafts in the National Guard in the NDAA. You had where it authorized the Air National Guard membership into the Air Force Reserve Policy Committee. That was in the NDAA. And then there was some language about National Guard has access to the Defense Environmental Restoration Program, which is in there. And then there was some additional language in there authorizing SecDef to order ready reserve to actively respond to some cyber type incidents. And then, that's that's pretty much the summary. There's some other stuff in there, some budgeting stuff. That's kind of what was achieved in last year's NDAA. And some of those were legislative proposals, and some of them were congressional objectives. But if you want to pull back up to the congressional objective slide, we'll field questions about the program, what we do.
Yep. What about two? Like I opened it, but like in 16, don't put full retirement first one as well as partially, and we end up for look between retirement and 50. It's kind of hard for my still but then on top of that, as well. 40% of what activities individually. So how people important piece is that very
So you're talking about gray area retirees. And yes, our priority right now is to get Novi Healthcare, by the way, is a huge bill. And so it lines it up with like dental care or mental health care or various lines for us to try to chip away pieces of it, right? Expanding TRICARE post-deployment, maybe for a little bit longer, right? To try to get there. And right now, as we sell it, this is a readiness issue, right? Especially on the start maybe has educated me that you show up for formation, you might lose 20% right now. So we're selling this to Congress like, hey, this is a readiness issue, right? You need us ready to have ready forces. And if you want to start war and our drill set starts and they don't have proper health care or dental care or dental coverage, and they're showing up and they're not ready to go. So we haven't addressed gray area areas right now because we're trying to get whatever we can now that are still uniform based on the argument that you need them to go to door under great power competition, right? We need to be ready for China. So I mean, to your question, we haven't really talked. If we can get the active forces, we can get forces still in uniform first, I think we can probably then maybe begin to address. Sure.
Yeah, and so the reform of the state partnership program, we're looking to get to do more mill to mill, but not right. So currently it's really structured for, although I acknowledge from North Carolina, Moldova, Botswana, got 2 more, but we do some but we're looking for authorities to change to allow further synthesis, mill synthesis. That's what that is.
So we also want dedicated funding, right? Because SPP, Congress loves the state partnership program. They really, really do. However, it is a mark every year. They give it to us, and it's been great, but there's nothing, it's not covered. It's not in the PPBE process. And so any given year, it could go away. So, another objective is beyond expanding the authority. It'd be really nice if we had a dedicated funding stream, because the problem with some of these parks is when we're operating under CR, right? We can't fully execute, and then it comes, let's say it comes in April, or if we're lucky, March 8th, we'll have folks, right? And now they're like, okay, go. You've got half a year to spend a full year's worth of money, and it's difficult to execute those funds. And then the next year, you're asking for the same amount, and Congress is like, yeah, but you didn't execute last year. That's not our problem. It would be easier because at least we could begin the year and say, we can execute 75% last year, so we can start off on that.
And that same issue goes back to the modernization issue in Greece, right? So we have that issue, even though it's in Greece 3-year money, but we're so far into this year that once we get authorization, then we got 30 days to transmit to Congress our file list to grid, and then we can start execution. Or pretty much contract behind.
So the 25 wings,
yes.
Where is that at?
Where's what?
Is it anywhere in the process? Is anybody? It's just in the air talking about
No, trust me, there are a lot of conversations about Air National Guard fighter recapitalization, right? There are a lot of Congress people very interested in it because that's their district, right? Fighter wings are bigger manpower-wise than heavy wings, for example, and they absolutely want to keep those. But there are, for example, Selfridge's A-10s, there's no recapitalization plan. Right? Maryland has A-10s, no recapitalization plan. Tucson has no recapitalization plan. So we want to get recapitalization plans, and whether that's fleet leveling, right? Maybe take a couple of BAI jets, bonus aircraft, a couple of extra aircraft off the reg aft wings, and you can form a new wing in the Guard. However, that has to happen. So we are working. In fact, this Thursday, we're actually hosting a whole bunch of staffers at Andrews for a fighter roadshow. We've got all the fighters in the Guard coming in. They're all going to be sitting in Andrews, and all of us have engaged with offices, every single office, to bring in staffers and say, hey, come out and take a look, physically touch these jets, take a look at them, see what they do, let us talk to you about them, and also talk about the grid, because it pays for things like radar upgrades. So I promise you we are 100% engaged on the fighter.
So what will happen next? Will it go to the House to be voted on, or?
Is there a resolution? Part of it is, it's complicated.
Say again?
It's complicated because part of that also has to be basing decisions. Congress doesn't do that. Air Force does basing decisions. Right? Congress obviously can influence that by doing things like saying, we were supposed to get rid of A-10s 10 years ago. Right? And that didn't happen because Congress kept putting it in the NDAA, thou shalt not.
We're finding out just because you put it in NDAA doesn't mean nothing. That's like putting it in the.
Well, sometimes if they say you can't
they want to.
Your aircraft level, that does mean something, right? So there's a combination of we need Congress to support not decrementing the Air National Guard, But then you still have to work on the Air Force side with basing decisions as they look to field the 5th gen stuff, right? Whether that's F-15EXs or F-35s. And so it's a two-pronged problem.
Does this require a resolution or a bill in order to become tracking? I guess that's what I'm asking.
If it could, if Congress were to say you will not reduce the Air National Guard allocation of, say, pre-block F-16, they can put that in the EAA, and then the Air Force can't take it because it's not allowed. Just like you mentioned, there was language that said you will not reduce the C-130s, right? The Air Force wanted to divest the C-130s, is that what you want to do? So that forces their hand. Now that didn't put new jets in that location, but it forced their hand for not taking the ones down. So it's a combination. So we're trying to engage all of the units, right? 25 different fighter squadrons, a lot of districts and senators to say, hey, you want to keep these in your district. You want to keep these in your state.
Because if you're not buying F-35s, we've already said we're going to lower that number, right? So the only place those airplanes that come from is active duty, bringing fleet leveling down. And if they do that, will it work? I mean, what have y'all looked at on this? Is that just another pie in the sky?
We think it'll work.
Think it'll work. Okay.
That's kind of a funny point. But one thing I didn't talk on, in the initial slide, kind of introduction about what the team does and how we operate, is although like I think I've stated at the beginning, I'm a ABCT guy, Army. I don't speak as a subject matter expert when I'm engaging with members and their staff on specific subjects. I bring in the subject matter experts from air readiness center to talk 25 times. So, I know John said it kind of comical, but it's kind of ingrained in us not.
So I just talked to the Lieutenant from Michigan. He says his A-10s are gone right now. There's nothing to take their place.
Yeah, I just said it, right? There's no recapitalization plans for Selfridge, right? There's no recapitalization plans for Maryland. Selfridge was given KC-46s. They're not happy with that because that's like minus 350 manpower builds, something like that. Right? I think the tactical plan is that kind of those are jobs, right? Maryland is being offered maybe a cyber. Maryland doesn't want that either. They still want fighters of some kind. Certainly, every state wants at least one fighter. So yeah, there are places we can point to and say there's no recapitalization. What we're not doing is being prescriptive to Congress about how they fix it, whether that's fleet leveling or they come up with some other idea. We don't care. Right? The chief's charge is we want 25.
Period.
Isn't it true attack elements are well funded versus lift units and stuff like that?
Attack. I mean the fighters versus
versus support elements.
You're going old school on attack, right?
No, real UE helicopters. Okay.
You're going back in the day.
Sorry.
Yes, the fighter units do tend to be relatively better funded than the refuelers or the C-130 units. That would be the 179.
So it was around.
In specific areas, but our preference would be to keep fighter squadrons instead of losing. Like, Ohio gave up on parties. And that's been very, very painful transition. Are you from Ohio? Remember, I just came from Africa. It's really painful. So that's not my preference. That's something to go. But they can save jobs somewhere somehow. And Ohio has weather. So they still have flying missions in the state. But it's not one of our objectives to worry about necessarily cyber. We're really concentrating on trying to keep it fun. What else? Anyone have good ideas for attracting and retain talent?
Oh, look at that. Perfect. Tuesday, Phil.
I think they should incentivize clarity or professional, track. You know, if you're a civilian, whatever, they should incentivize the military occupations being parallel with your, civilian occupations, because maintainers that are dentists don't really necessarily prosper. We like the diversity, but I think we get more, trade effort when you've got, you know, somebody that's working on Google, working on our cyber team as well. And it aligns better, less, lag and, differentiation when you, spin up for your military, duties.
Oh, yeah, to incentivize parity between your civilian career and military career.
Correct.
Also incentivize certification, there's a lot of trade. Necessarily all the person allow all the person.
Yeah, you know, it's very interesting on that topic because we've been around for a bit, and we've had different forms of tracking civilian career sets. So, I mean, I might have filled out a form, I might have updated it on the system, but I don't know that we really did anything. So.
If you could use more drive getting on your site,
So just for purposes of briefing, among all these, you know, our liaisons are assigned portfolios. And obviously, I think, pretty sure it's obvious, because it happens to people, it's hard to measure how it's assigned and interact with talent. In the National Guard, I know for a fact, in the Air National Guard, I'm not 100% possible on this, but on the Air National Guard, for sure, we have excess officers. About 1,000 excess officers. The entirety of our, all of it, is on the enlisted. 100%. People will come in and be offered all day long. Plus, the enlisted still want to convert to being enlisted. What we don't have now is people wanting to wear chevrons and stripes. Nobody wants to come in young anymore and wear chevrons and stripes. That's where our deficit is. And so what we're working on as far as objectives, we start measuring out on the hill, trying to expand bonus authorities, and maybe flexible bonus authorities. So if I've got, say, student loan repayment authority, right? But then this gentleman goal in here doesn't have to. If I can flex that a little bit and make something better, but same amount of money, don't flex the bonus authorities. Maybe I can get or something. We're looking at increasing pathways to citizenship. OSU, for example, has a legislative proposal to allow DACA members into the armed forces. So I don't know if you know, but you must be a legal resident to join the United States military. You don't have to be a citizen, but you must be a resident. And there are a couple of exceptions of the law. For example, if you're from Palau, you can come in. Right? If you're from the Federated States of Micronesia, you can come. You don't have to be a resident. Well, we can add DACA language to that because they are not legal residents. They are protected status and they're legally, right? They're protected under DACA. So why not allow DACA? And then it's citizenship on the backside, right? Because we get a small number of people to come in and out. So the bigger we can make the pool, the more people we get national insurance, right? Increased high school access. We have high school access now. but it is not necessarily meaningful access. Sergeant Major and I attended a hearing of all of the recruiting services at the TO, to start off. They mentioned, the Senate hearing, one of the things they mentioned was, yes, high schools must accept us, but they can say, you know what, Sergeant Major, we'd love to have you come in and talk to our students on Friday at 4 o'clock. You're welcome. Have fun. And I mean, so they're looking to the letter of the law, but not really the spirit of the law. Also, what the law actually says is that they have to provide the same access that they give to college recruiters and or civilian employers who might be well at a particular high school, if it's a private school or whatever. If they say, oh, we don't do that on our campus, well, then they don't have to access to it because they're getting us the name. Right? So we're asking for meaningful access. If you accept federal money, if your school gets federal money, you should have to take military permission, right? They should have access to top students. And this is one, Dr. Oh, and then ING, which is mostly an Army.
Yeah, just expanding the ING to allow officers to go in active.
Officers and more. And that's really about retention. Right? If you have to take a knee, you start your family, you want to spend a couple of years out, it's easier to bring you back if you're in inactive National Guard than if you actually separate and you have to reassess. So we're working on both recruiting and retention initiatives. So,
back to your bonus, you still have that position of technicians not being able to receive and keep bonuses if they're in technician status.
I personally have experienced that.
Yes.
Personally. When I was a technician, right when I first got technician, I had a $15,000 reimbursement bonus. I was still at company. And I hadn't got paid yet. And a month later, when I got my full-time job offer, they were like, go see Master Sergeant Ball, who's the mom. She had to sign paperwork, and I actually read one of them pieces of paper. And I realized it was like, I wasn't going to get my money. And I asked her, this isn't fair because the guy next to me, the ESG who works at Honeywell, makes more than I do anyway. He's getting his money. And she's like, yeah, but we just gave you 60,000 reasons to spend. Right? That was my technician. So,
yeah,
yeah. But the technician, well, it's hard enough to hire technicians. Right?
True. I think I've seen some form of that. I'm not sure how far it got. Yeah, I'll take it down here to see. I've seen some money. I don't know if it made it out.
I got a question. How does the state play a role in all this? Let's say going after a certain item in the House or the Senate. How does the state play a role in the legislative act?
Yeah, that's a great point. So we're, you know, it's pretty. I was about to say silent. That's not correct phrase. Our team can only speak on behalf of the Chief of the National Guard Bureau in his Title 10 status. Right? The states in the tag can speak through their state status. You know, so typically, I think when the tags come up, they're probably in their civilian capacity, represent the governor of their specific states. So it's great if the tags and the states' federal objectives are meshed within the chiefs, and then we have commonality. Sometimes they don't, and so. For instance, our team can't speak for anyone but the chief and his Title 10 congressional objectives, so we can't really speak for the states.
I know the state of Florida, we had attack battalion Apaches, and the state decided, well, we really need lift assets because of hurricanes and whatever.
Yeah.
So we're now a lift support unit and lost the attack portion of that. That was like 21 Apaches.
I would say the ways to stay participate is one, through professional organizations like this, because EANGUS and Noggin have paid professional lobbyists that carry your voice to the hill. So there's messaging that we can't do because they can do it in a lobbying manner. But also, you guys can funnel legislative proposals up through your states. Every single one of you has a CACO in your state, right? A Congressional Action Control Officer. You can funnel legislative proposals through this body, and as those proposals come to us, we vet them into different things, right? But we will champion them, and we will shepherd them through the process of going through the Air Force or the Army, then getting to OSD and then getting to OMB, right? We have to enter a lot of request information, but we shepherd those legislative proposals through the process so that they can become law. EANGUS and EANGUS also do a lot of messaging. Right? Lots of articles all the time. EANGUS and EANGUS put out. It's a lot of PR. They're capable of doing that we cannot do in a Title X statute. By definition, we have to be in alignment with the administration, right? Because we are federalized. So EANGUS and EANGUS do not have to be in alignment with the administration. Ideally, hopefully, we're on the same page. It doesn't always happen. But you guys at the state can certainly submit legislative proposals through. We will shepherd the ones that we can through the process so they become law. They usually come in text, or we can help you craft text, right? We can help get the data that you need to support how much it's going to cost. And then EANGUS and EANGUS will work behind the scenes on PR. Did I say anything wrong, Sergeant Major? You've been around. He's from Arizona.
Going back to people, seeing changing medical standards could help, because some kid was hyper in kindergarten, they didn't want Ritalin, and now they can't ever get the guard, or if they do, it takes so many weeks to get the waiver back that this kid lost interest and has moved on to the Army or somebody else by the end. And also some fitness issues, so maybe some sort of like prep school where you go, they kind of like GED plus program used to be where you go and they help you study, help you do your stuff, and you pass your GED and then you're in the guard. So something similar to that with fitness and go with prep school and get you in shape, and then you can.
So I'll talk about the first piece, and then he'll talk about the second piece because the Army's doing that very thing. On the first piece, she's talking about MHF Genesis. MHF Genesis is the platform now that the Department of Defense has adopted to do medical screening for candidates. Right? When I came in and they asked me, have you ever done whatever, I just said, no. No. Because there's no proof nowhere. You know, I could be lying. I have no idea what I just said, nope. Oh, you're in. Well, now all this action, they know you run Ritalin, you were, first grade. Like, oh, sorry, that's just wrong. The Senate, and we're in the House, but we were, again, the recruiting hearing, Senator Warren, for example, made a big deal of how is image Genesis hurting you guys on actually getting people in the door, because people are having very long delays, or they're having to get a lot of waivers through the process. So that's not one of our objectives necessarily, but the Senate and the House are both very concerned with how much it might slow down the process and or disqualifying perfectly good people. On the second half, future social program.
Yep, but I was about to say, to that point, there's discussion in the building at the department level to review MHGs, to take a look at things like, if there's anybody recruiting, I might turn the wrong number, somewhere 27, 28, waiverable type conditions that, to your point, go through that waiver process and can be waived, and you can still get in, but it takes 6 months. And potential candidates to get interest. So there is the department's looking at reviewing it. And then yes, the Army has a 50-year soldier prep force, and we as the Guard, we're looking to get more slots in there. The numbers, I've seen the numbers of what we've been able to get in, but it is a great program. They send them, I think right now, down to Fort Jackson. They have time to either get within fitness standards or get within ASVAB standards. And then if they make it, then they go on to basic training and AIT. If they don't, then it's a, so it is that preparation time that they get.
I think it's like
yeah. It does.
And the Navy, I just read an article, the Navy is looking to adopt a future sailor program along the same lines. So I haven't seen anything from the Air Force doing this, but that exact kind of thing is that the Army's been very successful with it. I think other services have been involved.
So what are we looking at for the mid-level retention? So you're talking your NCOs that come in now in the retirement process. They're looking, they're 10 years, so say I can go. We're losing a lot of that. We've got kind of got those of us that are not funded. We're staying until 20 or 50 weeks out, and then you've got guys coming up. No, it's not as fun right now. Well, how do we kind of retention up? There's not very many bonuses for keep those guys. How do we? What kind of incentive program?
Right now, we aren't. Let me tell you why. Because, and I hear this a lot. I just came from A1M. You may know about AGR leveling, leveling. Trust me, I had command chiefs all over about retention. However, I look at data. The data says that our retention is way above average across all of the services. We're retaining way more, like our retention goal on the inside is something like 94%, right? We can retain 94% a given year. And that's gonna allow us, we have enough slack to recruiting the fill in. And we're running more than 97%. That's a pretty significant amount. So there's only 6% from 94. So we are actually running hot. Nobody's doing it. Very few people are. So we are not focused right now so much on retention, other than things like the inactive National Guard. And the Army has hired for their own retention numbers, right? That's why you were able to.
The Army Guard made the industry based off of higher retention. But to your point, I mean, there is that data analytics behind it, but that is a point in time, right? And so, I say that because, the situation changes. And so they are looking at, retention stuff across the board. Is there any specific lines of effort or action items within that in this congressional objective? No, but I say that it might be the next year.
And how long have we been at the BRS? Has it been 10 years? 5, 6? Right at 5. And if I remember right from my training, there's like, there's a retention bonus for 12 year mark. Is that right? So I don't think we're far enough along in the BRS process to really know, right, how that's going to affect retention. We're talking about mid-career in scope. I think we're going to need more data to see how many go to 10 and then, what,
Right. I'm seeing a lot of transition across the original over when we got the opportunity. We're only in a little bit to transfer over. Well, now we're having that pull out.
You mean from legacy retirement to BRS?
When they did that transition. Yeah. Well, the thing that we're looking at is that may not be career wide. Once we get our guys that qualify for the training, they've got a really proper skill set outside.
Oh, yeah.
Now, maybe Air Force wide, or wide. I can tell you right now, Michelle's.
And you're 100%, I mean, obviously, career field specific, right? Cyber, those guys have opportunities. So there are certainly some career fields that have more opportunities than others. But I can tell you that ANGY and the Army too, right? Our retention rates right now are running high. And that's with low unemployment. And this is all cyclical, right? Usually retention goes up in a recession. So if we enter a recession at any point, we would expect the retention rates even higher. That's usually people don't get out because they got a job. So we'll see what happens. So I don't think we're far enough in the BRS to really know how it's going to impact. There was
Yeah, no, that's a great one. And they are looking to expand what we have currently in place. So there is, I think, 6 pilot states. You do, and well, I'd love to hear how much of a challenge it is. I mean, there's a lot of issues with getting someone with the right liability threshold that they'll pay to reimburse, getting someone that will only want to do it 2 days or 1 day on the weekend or after hour or during the day, not after hours. So there's a lot of discussion about it. Of what to do, how to expand it to other states, number one, and number two, the advisory program to make it more meaningful.
Do have that, or MRI or 6 or 24-hour ops. That's the problem. It's not that. it's that, oh, they don't want to talk about their house behind. So
Yeah. So what did you think, you know, what state they, out of who and how successful? is it? I'm just curious.
It's been challenging.
Yeah.
Physically, like, we're still trying to get.
Oh, okay.
We have that.
So we took Esme Whitehead, about maybe 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, to, Congress, I don't know if you guys heard about it. All the senior enlisted leaders, well, I should say the active components of the enlisted leaders, right? Or was not there with SCA Whitehead. But what we were able to do was the SCA Whitehead in with Rep. Bacon, John Baker of Nebraska, who was the chair of the panel, and Chrissy Houlihan of Pennsylvania, who was the ranking member for that panel. And he had a one-on-one with them the day before that. And childcare absolutely came up because we made sure they knew that, you know, quality of life is childcare, but we were looking at it through the lens of the CDC, right? Child development centers on active duty installations, which doesn't help us. But the overwhelming part doesn't help us. So we certainly made Rep. Houlihan said if you go outside of Pittsburgh, right, or Philadelphia, you look especially rural areas, right, where some of these Army training centers are. I mean, there may not be opportunity. Plus, we came here, and they absolutely picked up on that right away. So we are still in talks with their staffs, actually right now. We had emails going back and forth today about addressing things like that. What can we do to be more, a little bit more focused on some reserve in regard to specific communities, rather than looking through the lens of the child care sector.
Why was I saying if the Chief of National Guard member is
Trust me,
that is.
Guard care might have a lot more. So hopefully that doesn't happen.
That's, he's never.
Nope, we're trying. We are. But, you know, they said at this point, it's all range, right? There are 6 active board members, well, 5, the senior vice chairman and chief, right? So we brought to his attention that you realize this was that literally every year. One argument could be, right? I'm not saying this is right. Him and I would definitely work next year. Remember, we're still balancing in seats. We will definitely work next year. We want our guy, our girl, right? Whoever it is, we want them to have a seat at the table. But there's an argument to be made. We would be the only reserve component with a seat at that table. What about the Air Force Reserve? What about the Air Force Reserve? They have to have all the research, right? And we would be the singular reserve component with a special. So we have to get over that. When you have an army today, and you have but trust me, we want
That talks sense. That senior has yet.
things like that.
We don't have that. We have that. When we do have that.
I'm actually going to put some stuff back on front. Now, obviously, she's on the way, right? And the nuisance that's going to be. But at least it's something to engage in. Hey, how can we change this for the senior? Are we doing our time? Are we doing our are we between you guys? Oh, we're out there. So you guys all cool?
Well, perfect. That's a great time. Okay. Yep. Now, Joe.
That it?
So last question.
Yeah. Okay.
What's the under the administration?
I'm from Arizona. Arizona, I'm a lifetime member of this. Yep.
What's your honor?
I can verify that.
You kicked him out.
Yeah, you gotta go.
You were taking back into town?
All right, well, thank you guys very much. We're glad that you're here because it takes, actual action to time out your schedule. Most of you travel here, not sure from the local area, and that means a lot, right? And these organizations have a voice in a way that we can't as federal members. So thank you for your support. Thank you for what you do. We're available. We're here for you. And so, like I said, we have legislative proposals, right? We can't actually coordinate officially with private organizations because there's a lobbying arm, and that would be, we can't lobby them. But, we definitely are here to advise and be able to help, like, shepherd legislative proposals that make sense through the process. And we've got wins. UPH was a win. So we have wins. It can be done. It takes time. Sometimes it takes more than one cycle, but it can be done. Thank you.
And I think they give you our contact information. If you need anything, please reach out. Please. Thank you.
Did they say anything to you? I know that Dan and Shepherd are leading right this moment, so if we can take a 10-minute break and then come back, we will get one more.
Oh, I love it. What? Oh, she did. She's phenomenal. She's really, she just loves to witness really good. I'm still a couple. So on the Air Force side, it's cool. You could be right. I don't know. I didn't even learn about it until I was already testing. So you could be change. Here you go.
Okay, we'll do.
Sitting in the office, literally was right head, me, subject major, right, and all of the office, they did the staff. It was also having a conversation, and like, holy shit, how did this how in the world did that be? And I really, really enjoy it. You know, I love no, it's tough making back the price. UBH is not an airport state. It is a few. So making it like very large scale. Yeah.
I know.
Because we're sort of hold the person. Because why not? Now a lot of people say because now
Everyone will make their way. If everybody will make their way to their seats, we'll get back on camera. Is that loud enough? Okay, up next on the schedule is Mr. Steve Coffin with Walmart Senior Director and Marketing Manager out of Arkansas. Let me say thank you for being here.
So I'm going to get back on schedule. Because I will take, well, for sure. Obviously, I'll take as long as you guys want to. We'll talk about things. But as was widely publicized, I had some travel difficulties yesterday. So anyway, namely, I didn't show up on time for my flight. But anyway, so Jennifer talked yesterday from a more corporate affairs perspective. I'm in the operations side. So I have responsibility for neighborhood markets in West Arkansas, East Oklahoma. And basically why I'm here is to kind of share with you guys the partnership that we have with Arkansas. And then ask that you go back and establish that partnership in your state. So we'll go through a couple of slides right here. These are some of the things that Walmart can offer. So the first thing here is grants. So the Walmart Foundation budgets $7,500 to $10,000 per store for what we call community days. And so these are for 501c3 organizations. So your foundations could apply, and even civic organizations can as well. So probably just your unit could as well. But they range from $500 to $2,500, up to $5,000. As you might imagine, if a store only has a budget of $10,000, getting $5,000 to one organization probably wouldn't happen. The other grant is called volunteers and always pays. And so essentially, Walmart will pay our employees $10 per hour that they serve your organization, and that money goes to you. So up to $1,000 a year per associate. So if you have like we do an airman day at Fort Smith, we go down there and we cook hamburgers, hot dogs for the airmen. And essentially every associate that I take with me gets $10 an hour, and that money then goes to the Arkansas National Guard of the Air. So that's an option. I don't know what everybody has in their individual states. You probably have those events and you could use folks to help with. Floods, like filling sandbags, that may be something that, you would have that Walmart associates can help with. But essentially, that's all funded through the Walmart Foundation. Now, beyond the stores have a monthly budget for community relations. And so if you get the right connection with the right store manager, they'll take care of it. If you need a pallet of water, you need, whatever you need. But it's about building that partnership. So anyway, great job, which is selfishly why I'm here, because there are a lot of parallels between good leaders in the military and good leaders at Walmart. It's the same thing. It's about leading people, getting them to do the things that we need, the organization needs them to do. And so for that reason, former military or current military and their spouses make great Walmart employees. And so selfishly, that's why I'm here. But that's another thing that a partnership will help with.
talk about donations, sponsorships, and it's more in Jennifer's wheelhouse from a corporate affairs perspective. But how many of you guys have Walmart as a sponsor of your state convention? Other than Arkansas. So nobody? So that's definitely something we'll talk about in a minute about how we do that, how we build that rapport, that relationship. But I'll promise you have Walmarts in your area. So they should be sponsored. So, and then the last one, this is kind of unique, and I never thought this would happen, but so through my, I guess, friendship with the Arkansas folks, they're going through some changes at their exchange on base on Camp Robinson, and new leadership and some things like that. And so the new CEO reached out. It's like, hey, can you bring some of your store managers in here and kind of give us some pointer on how to sell merchandise? And absolutely, I'll be happy to. And so we kind of built that relationship, and I didn't expect that one, but it's worked out great. Just come on base and kind of, hey, this could go good on the end cap, this would do this or whatever. So anyway, another thing that partnership could help with. So this is kind of how we do it. So the first thing is visit the local store. So whether it be a Walmart store, a Sam's Club, a neighborhood market, a distribution center, go in personally rather than a phone call and find the folks, find the store manager or the club manager or the DC manager. Because this is the person that's going to be your point of contact going forward. And so build that relationship, invite them to an event you're having. If it's a golf tournament, if it's a 5K, whatever it is, invite them to attend, see what your business is, see what your mission is for your unit, and what your state's doing, and how they can help you. And so anyway, build that relationship with that store manager. And then finally, and this is kind of where I come in. So market managers have, like I mentioned, I have Western Arkansas, Eastern Oklahoma. So you'll have a similar geographic area within your state. And if you can get in contact with that market manager, now they've got 8 to 14 stores that can better impact your business. If he got $1,000 or she got $1,000 from every store in their area, that's a pretty nice little check. Probably one of your top sponsors for the convention or whatever it may be. And so anyway, once you build that relationship with the store manager, ask for that introduction to their market. And then go from there. Now, the other thing that we can do, and I guess, I don't know who did it, but just the last few minutes, they put on the website, the EANGUS website, a Walmart, what's it called? Walmart donation request or something like that. It's on the website. So basically just to get in contact with us, and then we'll get that to Jennifer and her team to kind of help facilitate this partnership. But really, the thing you need to do is just go in store. Go into the club, meet those folks. Don't be afraid to ask. No ask is too big. I can say no, but if you don't ask, you're never going to get it. So anyway, definitely appreciate the time. Apologize for not being here yesterday, but I'm sure Jennifer took great care of you guys. And any questions for me or anything I can help with?
I think I'll start by saying we appreciate you guys being here, what you've done, building a relationship with Arkansas, and it shed a lot of light on what we don't know, right? We don't know what we don't know, and you guys being here and sharing the information is good. But what I think I would like to maybe start off by asking is there a way for us to maybe use you guys as a hub, a network hub? And I hate to say it that way, but we don't know those contacts, and maybe strategize a plan at the state level to where the state presidents or somebody, an appointed representative, can go and start developing those relationships. And then I would add to that, what is a disrespectful expectation? What is a disrespectful ask versus a realistic expectation?
Okay, both good questions. So that form that they put on the website is probably a good step, but my email is steve.walker@walmart.com. So shoot me an email. I can get you in contact with Mike here in your area. Let you know who that person is and get their contact info. But that form will also do the same thing, because that's going to go to.
So the form that we goes directly to Jeff. We really look to use that because there's going to be with Walmart. There's so many different avenues and relationships you can have. So Steve's not gonna necessarily build that relationship like that with the legislative workshop. Just calling them and they making it happen, he wouldn't be necessary to the contact. So if you go through the request form on the EDC website, it will actually give you a little, they'll prompt you to pick if you want legislative, if you want, get your information or whatever, and then there's still a description box to go a little bit deeper. But that's not all your job, and it's gonna allow them to decide, okay, this is my right to add this, or maybe this or this, and then work with Jennifer, she can shoot it to the Steve, to Kevin on the legislative side, to the right people, and then you have the correct contact. But I'm sorry, I was really talking. But the biggest thing is before this is before you just go and ask for TV. Like I was getting emails from people, I need TV for this, I need money for this, I need to build a relationship. All right, I don't want to. I literally ask them for money one. Besides that, as like, what can we do to partner? What can I do to Walmart to help them make our partner? And that, what that without go into those places and go, hi, I'm the president of the Arkansas Association for Journalistic, and I just wanted to put a face to the community. And we do business with you, we partner up with you at a national level, community, and state level. That will take you so much further than just asking for this. So I asked that we're working with Walmart or any partner to do that. But that form is going to be where you can actually specify what you're looking for, so that when it gets to Jennifer or when it gets to Steve, they can come to the right.
Thank you for that. And to answer your other question about what is a disrespectful amount, just be mindful of it. Each store has, that $10,000 roughly per year that comes from the foundation for community grants. And so you can ask for up to $5,000 in that grant application, but it's going to ask you for specifically where is that money going to go. And so don't ask for $5,000 because you need a TV, because that, to me, that would be disrespectful, right? So specifically, this is what we're doing. We're buying backpacks for all the airmen's children for school. And, probably don't look back, but, whatever that price tag is, you can only do one year per store. So get it all together.
It would probably, I don't know, this is me just talking off the cuff, but it would probably be smart to have somewhat of a marketing model, even at an elementary level, to say, hey, if we're awarded this grant, or if you guys partner with us, this is what we are prepared to do for you in return, whether it be social media, shout outs, scrolls on our internet pages or websites, banners, say shooting competitions or NCO promotions, whatever, things like that.
That's something we're actually, it's just for everybody, most people probably already know. And we're still working on what else can we do to truly partner. What are we giving back? What's their ROI?
Instead of being dependent on a check once or twice a year.
And that's building. I'll either drive 3 hours to her office or I'll she'll do a distance. And that is really one of what's next. What's the next step? So personally, it's a little different. Our officer association also had a slight partnership with them because of our partnership. Our association is going to for our partnership. So that might also be. So So we're trying to build with that next time, and we're meeting with Jeff to kind of create ideas, because he can think more national around the state. But this is in the works, like, it's blessing, we're creating it as a, but the biggest thing is, he spoke about how we got on the foundation. And that's where our Jim was something about when they're giving financials, what they can and can't give at what level.
Yeah, and they're
Not to. Military. Military nonprofit.
These are other additional things that we're working through. Oh, okay. Yeah, I need $10,000 for this. I can't just be giving to the association because we're not a group. So I work on my foundation to help raise that.
Yes, sir, you have a question about?
Yeah. So, the guys, basically saying their organization, but still has that they fall out.
being in it. For you, it's a lot. And what everyone wants to do is not necessarily what they want to have it, but they can't take the side. It's tougher than to support it.
Yeah, our association is, and we're not contracted, and the folks who donate to us are. But knowing that. We're talking corporation. Walmart is an organization, but they're meeting with the sponsors. So
It's like taking what we're doing here to our results, bring everybody up. But I can afford to how what does this process, how do you talk about it? You know, how do you invite us? How to start this conversation? Those who are teaching people how to do it, they weren't supporting either side. So as long as we can keep it like that, it's great for so the foundation for helping our and whether it be through disaster or hardship or whatever. So as long as you can talk that, it's specifically to raise money for every grant.
Oh.
So 501c19 is set up to allow us as a military nonprofit to do different things. Lobbying or advocacy being one of them. Okay? So anything donated in that arena cannot be used as a tax deduction. But if the donations are being made to support or sponsor events, promote education, health and welfare, things like that, those are in fact deductible, but they have to be differentiated when you turn in your tax statement to your account.
So I said, tell them specifically what they jobs literally have every job. Like except for because they didn't have staff. Like they all get a job. I mean, they have. I think that they're all.
Cybersecurity.
And not just that, but marketing. To be honest, Walmart, we would probably like to get more into our spouse and our children than anything. And to me, that means that when either stateside, like a state mission or overseas, I don't know. So if you have a local way that actually did this, share that so that the students can start pushing those relationships.
Yeah, good points. And something else that I neglected to mention earlier is we've got an office in DC with folks that are really, really smart. So and then we also have an office in New Jersey. That's actually where the senior director over non-traditional talent office is out of. So that's kind of the part that we'll kind of talk through from a talent perspective. We've got a hiring teacher program that's really getting some legs, almost like a Zillow, if you will, for job opportunities. A map of the U.S. with little pins on it. You click on the pin, they'll tell you what the job is, how much it pays, different things like that. And to Ashley's point, we need pilots, we need, actuarial scientists, we need, whatever the job is that you're currently doing. You could probably do it for once. So, anyway, any other questions? I promise to get us back on schedule. So we're good.
What is it? Well, so we had a pretty extended break before. Is everybody ready for another one, or do we want to continue this break? We're on schedule now, so we can break. Let's break.
How long you want the break?
Where's our power on?
Right there.
It doesn't look like many people are jumping up to go. Yeah.
10 minutes.
If you have to go, obviously go. we'll continue the mission.
Mr. Jeff Rogers with Firearms Legal Protection is going to talk about his company and his services and maybe share a little bit about your background and where you got where you're on.
Okay. Well, first of all, Grizzly Bear walked into a car. We come to the car. This is our kid. Like a June and top. Barkeep was over, starts making his drink, and he comes up there and says, "On the big." I don't know. I was born with it. So my background. I'm going to share with you a little bit about what legal protection is first, just to kind of educate you on what that is. But really, the main purpose why I'm here is to talk to you about a game share opportunity that we're going to do and have actually done with EANGUS. And we're also going to roll this out to every state association. So it's going to be a reoccurring revenue opportunity stream for the associations every month. Let me talk just a little bit about firearms legal protection. Now, my background is I actually was retired. Had an education company that I didn't even know until I was talking to Jeff last night. He said, Speedy Prep. He goes, I use Speedy Prep. He goes, in fact, I want to speak with you guys at a deal one time. And I'm like, wow, okay, I didn't know you had Speedy Prep. So Speedy Prep, it's a company I still have. I don't run it because the lady that runs it for me is a whole lot smarter than I am, and she's better than I was. But we help people prep for and test out of college credits. So they're spending pennies on the dollars compared to their tuition costs. So anyways, Jeff was talking about it. I didn't realize that. But I was going to say that we need to figure out something else to reintroduce Speedy Prep back to EANGUS. Because actually that's how I got started with EANGUS. Back in about 2017, I actually did something with EANGUS back then for Speedy Prep and kind of a game share with that as well. So when I went on board with XLP, as I said, I retired. Even though my wife and my sons told me I wasn't the retiring type. And after about a year and a half of fiddling around and doing landscape work, and actually drove a commercial auto parts truck for AutoZone 15 hours a week for $9 an hour because I was so bored. Anyways, and finally, we had our first grandbaby and we started spending more time into Dallas. So I said to my wife, I've got to do something different. I'm going crazy. And I'm not going to drive an auto parts truck for $9 an hour in Dallas, Texas. It ain't worth that. So maybe about 3 or 4 years before I encountered firearms legal protection, I'm a gun owner. I grew up hunting. I have a concealed carry permit. I have a handgun. I very rarely carry my gun with me. Occasionally, I'll have it in my truck. But I had an incident that occurred with a really good friend of mine's friend. He was more of an acquaintance. Had a situation where he had somebody break into his house, ended up using his firearm, got arrested, charged criminally, went to court, spent hundreds of thousands of dollars defending himself in court, and then ended up getting sued in civil court, not just by the person he encountered, but by people that ended up witnessing it because it happened in and around his home. And then someone said to me, hey, you own a gun? I said, yeah. You know there's insurance out there to cover this kind of stuff? And I said, really? I never knew that. I said, like my homeowners? No, your homeowner's insurance doesn't cover this. You won't cover it at all. First of all, it only covers if it actually happens in the home. Typically, most homeowners policies consider taking out a gun and shooting somebody an intentional act. They don't cover an intentional act. Okay? And then, even if they did cover it, you go to trial and you lose, you're now guilty of a crime. That's insurance doesn't cover you when you go to law. I said, wow. So I did my research. So I looked at firearms legal protection, and then I looked at 2 of the other bigger players out there to do my own research, and I ended up buying firearms legal protection. Full circle around. I'm now that board guy in retirement with something else to do. Lo and behold, with God's great plan, I get a call from somebody from firearms legal protection because I decided to create a LinkedIn page, which I had no idea what a LinkedIn page was until my son's educated it to me. So I created this LinkedIn page, and lo and behold, I get contacted by FLP. They said, hey man, we see your background, you're kind of an entrepreneur, you have an education company. We got this company, would you be willing to come on board with us? And so we talked, one thing led to another. So 2 years ago, I came on board for that. So this is what I learned when it comes to self-defense. There's 3 fights in a self-defense scenario. There's the physical act of defending yourself. And don't let our name mislead you. Firearms legal protection. Certainly, we cover people that defend themselves in a legal sense with a firearm. But we cover all legal defense instances, whether it be with a lethal being a firearm, a knife, or a non-lethal. When I say non-lethal, let your imagination run wild. Everything sitting at your table would be considered a non-lethal weapon. If I put it in my hand to use to help defend myself, the pens at your table, glasses in my hands, your belt buckle, your dog, your car, baseball bat, golf club, candlestick, you name it, all those are considered non-lethal weapons that I can use to defend myself. We cover all that kind of stuff. So there's a physical fight, okay? It really, more than a psychological fight, really the fight is the legal fight. Because if you do get an incident to where you're defending yourself, more than likely it's from a legal standpoint. Now, being a Texas resident for 30-something years, I can tell you this: if you live in Texas and you pull out a gun and you shoot somebody, it's not an if, you are going to jail. No question that police may show up and think you are 100% in the right. They would have done the exact same thing. That's not their job. Their job is to secure the crime scene and start gathering information. That's all they're there to do. You will end up going downtown. Okay, then you're going to go to front of the grand jury. And the grand jury is going to determine whether or not they're going to true bill you or no bill you. If you want them to no bill you, that means game over, you're going to go home. True bill means you're going to trial. Okay, so there's a legal fight that goes with it. Then there's a psychological fight. Okay, God forbid that any of us ever have to do this, and we take somebody's life. That's a pretty traumatic experience for anybody. We actually provide counseling support for that as well. You go to the next slide. Okay, so as I try to see some of the stats that go behind it, the physical fight, are you prepared to defend yourself? And some of the statistics that go once you actually get into a self-defense shooting. And then the other thing is it's a justifiable shooting. Now, we all have heard of the cases that make the news, right? Kyle Rittenhouse, Zimmerman, some of the other, we all hear about those cases because they make the news. What we don't hear is all the ones that happen locally. In the year 2023, over 2.5 million incidents of self-defense using a firearm occurred in the United States. We didn't hear about any of those. Now, those are the ones that are just, that they are reported. Those aren't the ones that are unreported. And as far as using a non-lethal weapon, like I said, golf club, baseball bat, dart, I have no idea. I'd be willing to bet those are probably not triple, but I have no idea. But we only hear about the ones that make the news. Okay, so as I mentioned to you a little bit about, if you're a resident of Texas, what's going to happen? So you're looking to spend in Texas, if you are arrested and charged with a criminal crime of using a weapon of self-defense, you're looking at a minimum of $15,000 to $20,000 just to go to the grand jury. Right? If they true bill you, you're going to trial, you're looking at another $25,000 to $35,000 upfront being paid. Right? Those lawyers don't work on a per hour review. Those criminal defense attorneys, they're going to say to you, it's going to take $35,000 for me to move forward with this, and they want the money up front. Okay. Now, if you end up getting in a civil lawsuit, and understanding in a civil lawsuit, the burden of proof drops dramatically. It doesn't make any difference what happens on the criminal side, right? Civil side is a whole different burden of proof. And the fact of the matter is, you may be sued in a civil court, and they're not sitting there trying to relitigate whether or not you have to defend yourself. That could be somebody that's an innocent bystander with a phone watching what's going on, and all of a sudden they're suing you because of traumatic stress or disorder. Right? They're having nightmares. They can't get it out of their mind what's going on. So they've got an attorney that's going to say, hey, I think we get something on this individual. So I'll take it on retainer. I'll take 30% whatever we get settled. And now you're doing civil court. So it involves a lot more than that. But yes, I think you're saying that don't make first pay for your lawyer next act or next vote. Okay? Homeowners are starting in our program. All right, they will not program. And you need self-percent prepaid legal. Best option on the market. Here's a surprise to you all. Okay. As I said to you, I did my own due diligence, and you're just going to have to trust me. I guess when I say this to you, I looked at the other two big players, looked at all their benefits and all the other things that they do. And for me, it was like, hands down, this is a no-brainer. This is the protection that I want. So, firearms protection is based in actually Addison, Texas, which is basically Dallas. If you're familiar with the company that started actually in 2014, sold our first policy in 2015. We have over 100,000 members currently that are being protected, the prepaid legal services by firearm protection. Couple things with us, you don't need to be a gun owner to have this protection, because it's not just about guns. It's about your right to protect yourself, okay? You don't need to carry permit. I say that because there are some people out there that require you to have a concealed carry permit. Although as some of you know, if you live in the state of Florida or some of these other states that have non-constitutional carry, you don't need a carry permit to have a gun. Although having a carry permit gives you the right and gives you some additional freedom that not having one doesn't give you constitutional carry. The other thing I'm going to say down here, it is not insurance. It is prepaid legal. So you're paying X and you're getting Y, and you're always going to get Y. The reason why I'm harping on it for you, we've all had probably some experience in our lifetime with insurance, whether it be a car accident, auto insurance, you got a hail damage in the great state of Texas, and you're filing a claim with State Farm or somebody to get your roof replaced, or whatever the case may be, there are exclusions with most insurance policies. Okay? And I've already mentioned earlier on, one of the exclusions in an insurance-related policy for self-defense is if you go to trial and you lose, you just committed a crime. You're not guilty of a crime. Insurance does not cover a crime. So you're going to build back 100% of all your attorney fees. All right? Plea deal. You understand that probably 95, almost 96% of all criminal charges in the United States end up in a plea deal. And all a plea deal is you've agreed to a lesser charge. You're still guilty of something. You're just guilty of a lesser charge. So if you plea a deal, they are billing back 100% of all your legal fees. That's not necessarily the fault of the company that this is what their product is. That's just what insurance is. They're not going to cover it, right? I've got homeowners insurance, right? My house goes down to the ground, and they find out that I live in the mansion. They're not covering my house, okay? So one of the bigger things that we always stress with folks is, and that's the biggest thing that most everybody wants to know about, we have uncapped attorney fees for both your criminal defense and your civil defense. You are never going to spend a penny for your attorney. And that means even if you go to trial and you're convicted and you decide, or your lawyer decides, we're going to appeal it because something wasn't allowed in court that would have changed the outcome, and you get the authorization for a second trial, we're going to pay all your legal fees for that second trial or that third trial. In a civil case, we're going to pay for all the lawsuits that may come to you on the civil case. You can sue one time, two times, multiple times in a civil case. We're going to pay for all your attorney fees. Never ever going to be out of pocket for your attorneys. So once I get into a little bit about there's three types of plans. When I was talking to somebody early on, I said the coverage for our individual premium plan, which is our most popular plan, covers you in all 50 states, is 73 cents a day. That's all you're going to spend for your coverage, 73 cents a day. I don't know what peace of mind is for everybody, but 73 cents a day is peace of mind for me. And the fact of the matter is, everybody, all of us in this room, have covered right now for something that we've never had to use. We hope we never will. But we understand the consequences if we don't. For example, I mentioned fire insurance. Chances are the good Lord is going to call me to my grave. I'm never going to have to use my fire coverage for my home. So my home's not going to burn to. All right. We all are required by law to have a certain level of auto insurance, but we don't have to have uninsured or uninsured motorists. I've got that. I've been driving a car. I'm 66 years old and driving a car since I was 15. Been in one accident, and that was when I was 16. Right? But I've got uninsured motorists because I don't want to take the chance I get in an accident and the person that hit me has no insurance, and now I'm paying $10,000 to repair my truck, or worse yet, $50,000 to replace it. So we've all got some type of coverage in our lifetime that we hope we never use. We pay the extra amount of money to have it because we know what the consequences are if we don't have it. Another thing for our coverage risk, we have a 24/7 answered hotline. It's answered by an attorney. That's right. 3 o'clock in the morning, you have an incident, you call that 800 number. That's an attorney that's answering that line. And the reason why that's important to you is because you're immediately under client-attorney privilege. Anything you say in that conversation, either the audio or the transcript, can never be subpoenaed in the court of law. Why is that important? I won't speak to you all. I'm half Italian and half Irish, and every stereotype that goes with it is true. But if I just shot somebody, God only knows what's coming out of my mouth at light speed. And the last thing I want is for it to be repeated to me in the court of law. Plus, they're going to talk you down. They're going to get the information they need. They're going to help you out. Okay? So we have uncapped legal fees, as well as I've already mentioned, Don't have to have their permit. The other guys I will see down there in the farm says IFLP. My cell phone has got an IFLP. All right, that is basically your pocket attorney. You can count on that app, and every law is updated 3 times a month for every state in the United States. So you literally go in there and answer the question if you want to see reciprocity, where your character is allowed to go, or if you're getting ready to go to a state that doesn't allow guns, but you want to know, all right, how can I transport my gun as I'm traveling through that state? They give you the laws, well, you've got to have it in a lockbox, in the trunk, ammunition has got to be in a different lockbox. They'll tell you what you got to do to go through. Next, our nationwide attorney right now. We have right now over 1,600 lawyers in our network. Okay, these lawyers are vetted, right? These are not attorneys. These are not divorce attorneys. These are not personal injury lawyers. Again, being in Texas, these aren't oil and gas attorneys. These are attorneys that have a minimum of 5 years of experience in both criminal and civil litigation for self-defense as it pertains to gun laws. So these are individuals that when they wake up in the morning, this is what they do. Because they're attorneys in our network. Now, I'll have somebody that say to me, well, you're choosing my attorney. Well, I'm not choosing the attorney, I'm making them available. I don't know how many people have a lawyer in your phone and speed out. And for you that do, you're the exception, I promise you. And if you do have an attorney in your phone, probably your brother, your dad, cousin, it's probably not a criminal defense attorney. So we provide always vetting, always expanding. Again, I'll mention my. All right, protect yourself and FLP will protect you. That's our motto. And so here are basic plans. You've got the individual basic plan. All right, and these are what the protections are. Covered all our plans come with uncapped legal fees for both civil and criminal litigation. The basic plan also has what we call red flag laws. The more legal term of it is extreme risk order. It's called red flag protection. Not every state has them. State of Texas doesn't have it yet. State of California does have it. Basically, what it is, it's a layman's version of a search warrant. But unlike a search warrant, you've got to go to a judge, you've got to get permission. It's an anonymous complaint that someone can file on you. That if you're a neighbor and the neighbor says, hey, this guy belongs to EANGUS. He's the state chapter for EANGUS. I know he's a gun guy. He's got a lot of guns. He's made some threatening comments about me. I'm a little concerned. They file this anonymous complaint. Law enforcement knocks on the door and says, we're here to collect all your firearms. And you got no choice. And if you say, no, you can't have it, you're going to go downtown legal town because they will take it. You got the first year that is administered against you. You got 1 year to go before the court, put your case, and why this is bogus. I'm not a risk. I want my weapons back. Well, we provide the attorney to fight that on your behalf. It's usually about a $3,000 to $5,000 spend that you're going to incur if you go out and hire an attorney on your own. But in our individual premium plan, which is our most popular, it offers additional benefits that the basic plan does. One of them is bail bond protection, up to $250,000. So if you get arrested, you're going to post bail, we're going to post bail period. Also provides for expert witness, psychological counseling, record expungement. If you get arrested and charged, even if those charges get dropped, probability they're still going to show in the background check. So if you're going to apply for a new job, home loan, small business loan, it's probably still going to show on your background check, and that could be what makes someone decide not to hire or not to approve the loan. So we'll do what's called record expungement and provide an attorney that'll do that on your behalf. And then the other one is our credit attorney. Okay, just like it suggests, it's everything the individual plan does, but it's going to cover your significant other. You don't have to be married. Right? Someone's living in the house, and you say, that's my significant other, he or she is covered, and any underage kids that live with you in your home are covered as well. Now, I know you may be thinking, well, if I got a 17-year-old living with me, he or she's not legally allowed to own a gun. You're right, they're not, but they're legally allowed to defend themselves. They're legally allowed to be out in public and living life. If something were to happen, they have to defend themselves. So that's why it's included for any underage kid. So these are our 3 plans. That's all those legislation pay X. You get what? You're always going to get those benefits. So one of the things that we did with EANGUS and Jeff and I have been working on this, we put a gain share plan together. All right? Go ahead and next one. Hope you all know. So what we said, all right, we're going to put a recurring revenue gain share plan together with EANGUS, and then we're willing to do the same thing from state citizens. I just already heard from here. So I'm not showing favoritism. Tennessee, I was just trying to show up. So what we said we did, that's what we'll do. These numbers may be a little bit off as far as membership. I'm just going by what I had at the time. And we said, okay, we need this, it says that you've got 40,000 members. All right, we're willing to offer a 5% gain share on recurring revenue of our monthly fees that we charge a member. Okay, so if you look at, I'm not asking you to do just a slide. In other words, we're only giving you 5% of those 40,000. Okay, so the gain share that we're going to do, we're going to give all the members a discount. So if you notice our plan, individual premium is $28.95. We're going to offer up to the EANGUS membership of $21.95. Then we're going to do the gain share with EANGUS. So basically, EANGUS is going to give 5% of that gain share. If you count that 5% of the membership, that's 2,000 members. Understanding that our average member stays with us for 42 months. I have no idea why it's 42 months. Our average member stays with us. So we look at it, all right, the first 12 months at 5% gain share, it's $2,200. And another 30 months we go for the full 42 months. It's $6,000 for the 42 month period of time that we would give to EANGUS on gain share, okay? So that's what the total gain for 68. Then I just told you I have to talk about a state association. At the time I looked it up, it showed that they have 3,270 members. That may be wrong right now, I apologize. I'm guessing it's close. So you can see the same that. I did two things. One, I did 56. Get over here. The reason why I said a 50% tax, EANGUS at a 5%, because you got a more personal relationship on the state level than you do on a more national level. You probably know everybody closer. You probably stand a higher probability of getting a bigger participation rate at the state level than maybe you do at the national level. But I also just show up 5%. So on 5% taxes, during the 12 months and 42 months, 42 months, we're looking at $7,560. We've already rolled it out with EANGUS. Haven't rolled it out with another state yet, because states are interested, more than happy to do it. You may have seen in the last couple of weeks some emails that have gone out from EANGUS, and it kind of talks a little bit about that. That was kind of our first shout out to try to get an idea. But from that, we've only had 7 sign-ups so far. All right, not totally unexpected, because there's some additional things that EANGUS and us that we're going to do as far as on the website, to get more information on the website, some videos and whatnot. So this is the gain share that we have put together. This is a great opportunity for EANGUS to generate some additional revenue on a recurring basis. But not only that, it's a great benefit for your membership. Because I've been willing to bet there's probably more that don't have legal liability protection, and there's probably even more that don't understand that it's even out there and why there's a benefit to it, why there's support to it. So anyways, that's the quick and dirty. Any questions? No? Yes, sir.
It doesn't share. It says that you can get
Right. So this is $1.10 for 2011, it's $2,400. Yeah. This is for you. Now, at the point in time that you get, this is ramping up over the promo. Right? It's about 12,000 one time. Sure, absolutely. Yeah. So what you did is the 5% ratio of what we charge you times however many members are active in it, you can get that on a monthly. Now, I do need to say this, there's 6 states in the United States right now that we don't sell our services. Okay, that's New York, that's New Jersey, that's Massachusetts, that's Oregon, that's Alaska, and that's Hawaii. All right, so if you're a resident of those states, we can't sell you the service. However, if you're a resident in the other 44 states, and you're in one of those states, and it is absolutely covered 100% of everything I just said. We just don't sell it in those states yet, We have to go through every state to go through their approval process. Although I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm a native New Yorker, so I'm not taking a shot at New York. It'll be a long time before we mess with New York and New Jersey. They won't let anything in those two states. I don't know if that'll change, but and we're in the process of getting Massachusetts and Oregon on board as well. But as I speak to you right now, those 6 states aren't part of our network.
Can you provide a recent example of a success story where maybe you guys provided coverage for a similar?
Well, I'm not allowed to get names.
Sure.
But we've only had 2 members go to criminal trial. We actually just had one do it in Texas on a road rage deal. So both our cases were successful in the defense of our member. Most of the time, to be quite honest with you, because we get an attorney involved right from the get-go, the information gathering, dealing with law enforcement, most of the time the charges get dropped. On the civil side, I've never had a member go to trial. Not saying that they would, but we've never had a go to trial. And there's a reason for that, okay? On the civil side of things, unlike the criminal side where they're saying, hey, it's going to be $60,000, we're going to take this case going forward. On the civil side, as I said, it's like, hey, all right, I want 30% of this, and I'm going to fight this for you. All right? Those attorneys are looking for, their goal is to never go to trial. Their goal is to drag it out, and switch you up. So you finally get to the point where you say, let's go take to make this thing go away. All right, that's the goal and objective. They're not interested in going to trial. All right. So when they get involved in a suit, and the guy says, hey, I just witnessed this thing, or I was just involved with this, and they say, oh, wait a second, the guy that you want to sue has got protection from firearms and protection. They're not interested because they know we're not going to settle. And we don't care if this thing takes 4 years or 24 years. We're not going to settle. So there's no easy payday. There's no pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. So they don't take, we have never had, now, everything I just said 5 years from now, I might not be able to repeat. You know, we may go to trial and lose a criminal case. We may have someone get sued in civil court and lose, but right now, we've never had a member go to court in a civil case. I got a bunch of legs there. Can I hit you in 2 months? I'll talk too fast. So I here's my advice to y'all. I don't care if you get, I truly don't. Get protected. Don't risk it. If you own a gun and you have a gun for self-protection, you are rolling the dice for something that you don't need to roll the dice on. And for a minimum amount of money, I'm telling you, it's the worst decision you're ever going to make. I don't care if you get FLP, get some type of protection. Something out there is better than that. You're risking it. I'm just telling you, in the world that we live in today, you see the news all the time. People ended up going to trial. Had an incident in Palm Springs, California, where my sister lives. Not a member of our grandma protecting herself and her grandbaby. Someone trying to grab her purse and grab her grandkid in the parking lot of Target. Hit the guy with a car keys. Grandma thought fast. Didn't have a gun. Hit him with a car keys. Hit him in the ear. He backed away. And she hit him in the eye. Guess who's being sued in civil court? Grandma is. That's just the reality. Now, she's probably proven innocent, but she's fixing to write some rent checks to pay for that defense. So I support all of you. Get some type of protection. It's not worth the risk. And I don't care whose it is, just get some type of protection. Anyways, yes, sir. So our biggest competitor in our industry is a company called USCCA. Been around for a long time. Tim Schmidt started the company. All the respect in the world for them. Built a huge company. But they're a training company. They started off with what they are as a training company. A lot of instructors that teach CCW classes, concealed carry classes, or how to stop the bleed, situational awareness, they get their certification license typically from 2 sources, the NRA or USCCA. So they become their instructor. The biggest difference between our product and their product is USCCA is insurance. Okay, so the example that I gave you, if you go to trial to lose, they will bill you back. If you plead a deal, they will bill you back. And the other thing is their hotline is not answered by an attorney. It's just a normal call center. So any of that conversation is not protected. That's probably some other nuances like red flag, extreme risk order they don't cover, record exposure. But if I was going to tell you the 2 biggest ones, it would be is if you lose or you plead, they're billing you back, and it's not an attorney answered hotline. And the other issue I have personally with them is they don't work with that kind of bothers me a little bit. But But anyway, but if you got them and you like them, God bless, stay with them. Don't check them. Have some type of protection. All right, I appreciate you being here. Thank you so much, Jeff. Thanks for the invite. I don't know if you were here earlier, but I need to give you again, we'll talk about speed prep and maybe figure out doing something again to help the folks that want to go to college education.
So I got to mistakes now. I still have this page. But I got
We gotta put those slides in. I just put them in. Yeah, I just did. We still have to download them on that computer, but I just put them in. So we're going to have to take a break or something. Okay.
So you can say, I'm thousands. I get emails all the time.
Continue
They say,
mission.
thank you so much. I just.
We're ahead of schedule.
And we had offered up.
It changes. Okay. And the cab's going to go first before reservations.
And you don't have to.
Still have to transfer schedules. You want me to do that or you want to do it? Okay.
You're good. I'm good.
Hey, thank you so much. All right, so we're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break now, and we're going to split the schedule because we had some changes. And one's going to go ahead of the other, but we'll make that work when everybody gets back seated. 15 minutes?
Yeah, 15.
15 minutes. Thank you.